Did you forget that 80% of the wormholes in the Empire are connected with my territory? Emperor Ravel chuckled. I doubt you have the guts to do it. Watch me. Zojia eyed him coldly one last time before leaving the throne chamber. It was unclear whether she would actually do it or not. After all, even if the royal family territory was the only one targeted, the damages to the Empire's structure would be irreversible. In fact, it would harm the entire galaxy as a whole since most wormholes connected to other kingdoms and galaxies were positioned in the capital region of the Empire. It was under the rulership of the royal family. You are right, as always. She really believes that we used an enslaved space worm elder. Commander Haid said calmly as he glanced at Emperor Ravel, who was still smiling faintly. All the clues leads to the sole conclusion. Emperor Ravel chuckled. She has no choice but to believe in it. If Zojia ever caught wind of their discussion, she would have been left aghast. If they didn't rely on enslaved space worm elder, then how the hell did they infiltrate those regions? The only option left was using many newly emerged natural space worms that connected those regions with their territory. This was unthinkable. Natural wormholes were primordial cosmic anomalies. They exit over billions of years and their size could reach up to a star. They don't just pop out of nowhere. Don't even mention 10 of them at the same time. When will the wormholes get closed? Emperor Ravel inquired. As agreed upon, they will be closed automatically the next morning. Commander Haid replied. Good, call Sir Godillo and express our heartfelt appreciation. Emperor Ravel smiled. I doubt he will be pleased. Commander Haid said. After all, we hired him to make those wormholes 1 month before we declared war. He must have already figured out that we have used his wormholes to launch the attack. You worry too much. I didn't choose Sir Godillo randomly. Emperor Raval smiled casually. He is one of the few pro-war space worm elders. Even if he realized that we hid crucial intel about the use of his wormholes, he wouldn't care one bit as long as we paid him his fees. I see. Commander Haid sighed. I hope the same can be said about the other elders. They are bound to find out the sneaky method we used. We have a legal contract approved by the Queen. We didn't harm their people like that kiddo thinks. So, they will close one eye and leave us alone. Emperor Raval dismissed him. Now, go supervise the invasion. We can't be wasting this hard-fought opportunity over nothing. On it. Commander Haid could only nod his head and leave. He spent many years being the Emperor's right hand to recognize that his plans were always foolproof and difficult to uncover. Zojia, assuming that they did the impossible and enslaved a space worm elder, was the perfect proof. How could she guess that they had hired a space worm elder's services before they even declared the war? It was possible to hire space worm elders to create private wormholes that could last as long as client wanted. The only issue was the pricing and having permission. For each day the wormhole was active, the client needed to pay 50 million SC at minimum. The price increased with the distance. Pretty steep when it was simply 100 times cheaper to use a public wormhole. Since one needed to have permission to open a wormhole from both regions where the entrances were placed, this made it impossible to be used as a smuggling method between empires or kingdoms. However, the Mariana Empire was still considered as being owned by the royal family even though its territory had been shrunk significantly. This meant Emperor Ravel didn't need permission from the leaders of those 10 regions, where he decided to connect his private wormholes. This was the first loophole that he took advantage first. As for the steep pricing, the royal family had deep pockets due to the high taxes in their territories. While others would find it hard to collect 275 billion SC or more in credits, Emperor Ravel paid it without batting an eye. Zojia, Gabriel, Maganda Chief, and the other leaders probably barely had 50 billion SC available to be cashed out at any moment. Their territories and preparation for war exhaust their liquid cash as fast as they make it. With those 2 barriers taken down, Emperor Ravel had 10 legalized private wormholes that he could erect with any region he desired. However, because the price increased with the distance, he had to limit his options to only the regions that were the closest to his territory. That's why he had chosen those 10 territories instead of using this scheme to emerge in the heart of the Federation alliance. Even with his deep pockets, he could not afford to pay that much. Those 10 regions selected weren't random at all. He knew that the anti-royalty alliance would go for a ruleless war over a ruled war when he declares war on them. The difference in origin realm bloodliners made it impossible for the anti-royalty alliance to select the ruled war. They would get absolutely slaughtered. By knowing that the format would be a ruleless war, he recognized that the anti-royalty alliance would be pulling their allies into this war. His first draft of his plan was actually targeting the regions of those allies. Luckily, the anti-royalty alliance did the unpredictable and planned to lure in as many backgrounds as possible to their cause by promising them a democratic federation at the end of the war. This helped him change his targets to those 10 regions that were bordering his territory. He easily figured out that their leaders had joined the alliance since most of them went public with their declaration before Queen AI replicated the battleground. Now that he knew his targets and had the resources to make it happen, he sent out the Space Worm Elder to create those 10 wormholes a few days before Queen AI replicated the battleground. Then, he told the Queen AI of their locations so she could put them in her database and copy them as well. Since they were considered as private property, Queen AI could not share their locations with anyone. Emperor Raval was smart enough to pick good hidden spots that were not too close to civilizations or unknown routes. In this infinite universe, it was impossible to seek something without knowing about its location unless you lucked out on it. Because the anti-royalty alliance had absolutely no idea that a new 10 wormholes were copied as well in the battleground, those wormholes remained unfound for over a year and a half, until the time to use them had arrived. The reason Zojia and the others didn't even consider that it was possible to use such a wicked strategy was because it had never been used in the history of the SG Alliance. Emperor Raval might not be the first to think of it, but he was the first to implement it in an actual war. It made total sense. Wars were almost extinct in the SG Alliance era. Even when a war starts, both sides always pick the ruled format due to penalties imposed on the ruleless war. When two sides decide to pick the ruleless wars, they were mostly small kingdoms or countries that could not afford to even hire a Space Worm Elder for 7 days. As for the big dogs in the SG Alliance, they never settle their affairs with wars but with diplomacy or simply a couple of custom SG games. This galactical war was the first major war for a very long time, which was the reason many eyes from different galaxies were watching the live stream. Emperor Raval was known to be extremely intelligent and had a strategic, shrewd mind. If someone was going to come up with this strategy, it made perfect sense that it was him. Humans were one of the most cunning races in the universe, and Emperor Raval had just certified this fact with his crafty mind. The scariest part? This was merely the tip of the iceberg of a much larger scheme. Naturally, the Topeki region's invasion was part of it as well. Without it, Zojia and the other leaders would always be on alert for an incoming invasion. If Emperor Raval went and invaded those 10 regions at the very beginning, the shock wouldn't have been this potent. In addition, they wouldn't have had pulled troops from the closest regions to Topeki, making it much easier for the royal family fleets to claim major planets in Silk Al region and Shiras region. If it wasn't for having a gigantic ego and being as greedy as a goblin, Emperor Raval could have led his empire into a bright golden age with his shrewd mind. Alas, no one was perfect. When Zojia returned to the office, the first thing she did was inform all the leaders that she met the emperor. Then, she told them about the method used to infiltrate their regions and that she confronted him on it without any success. As expected, no one took the news calmly. In their minds, the fate of the empire was on stake here. Zojia shared the news for a simple reason: to switch their hatred and frustration from her back to Emperor Raval. It was a smart move since no one cursed her or berated her anymore after this screw-up. They all knew that no one would have done better than her under this sudden invasion. Now that the leaders were allied again on a common enemy, Zojia was able to pass her orders more smoothly. Her first order was to rescue the 10 regions from the invasion, so they could capture some high-ranked soldiers and obtain some evidence. Since the leaders were back on her side, no one denied her orders of mobilizing their troops to those 10 regions. The only issue with this was the time it would take for those troops to reach them. Since they wouldn't be using wormholes, it would take them a few months at least to enter those regions. It was doubtful that they would make it on time before the capital planets fall one by one. Still, they needed to attempt to save them. It wouldn't look pretty to the Alliance or the public if Zojia just gave up on them. Speaking about the public, the reaction to the full-scale invasion was received in the best light from everyone. Many sharp viewers realized that enslaving a space worm elder was the only logical method to explain this invasion. It didn't take long before the news went viral and everyone went with the flow and believed it without a shred of evidence. This can't be real. Emperor Raval might be greedy, but he is not dumb enough to take such a massive risk just to infiltrate 10 regions. The Fong scowled as he read the news while watching the live stream with the other 3 guild leaders. Who knows? Maybe he already went mad. Winfried shrugged his shoulders. He only thinks of restoring all of his territories at all cost lately. Still, choosing this option is far too dumb. Hamaru shook her head. We will find out soon enough. Tobias mentioned Zojia isn't an easy foe. She is probably trying her best to find evidence that can convict him. I really hope no one does. The Fong sighed. We can't lose the transportation network between us and the Mariana Empire. True, we are already struggling, and if we can't receive any more troops or mercenaries from the Empire, we are screwed big time, Hamaru said. The fact that we are at war between each other even when we have a common enemy is crazy to me. Winfried lamented. He wasn't just mentioning the war between the Federation Alliance and the royal family but also their problems with the great Commander Samuel. The moment everyone's attention had been taken by the Mariana Empire War. He came for them hard just as they expected. Their territories were left with minimum support from the army and the mercenaries in their squads were being treated like dirt. This was just a few of the many inconveniences they kept experiencing. What's done is done. The Fong paused for a second and said, Speaking of the bastard who caused all of this, did you guys manage to locate him yet? Not yet. He really went dark. It's been more than a year and a half already. Winfried scoffed. Maybe he stopped bothering himself with hunting void creatures after getting that sweet contract from the army. Possibly. Whatever. Just keep your eyes open, the Fong murmured. I have a feeling that he will return more dangerous than ever. A few months later, the Federation Alliance were left at their wits' end when it came to reclaiming the 10 regions. It took merely 2 months for the royal family fleets to reach the capital planets and claim ownership over them. King Saluma's and some leaders were forced to escape when they realized that it was hopeless to defend their capital planets. Meanwhile, some leaders refused to accept the reality of them losing their territories. So they remained with their troops to the very end. A few died in the chaos and some got captured alive with the rest of their soldiers. While the royal family was celebrating this massive victory, the Federation Alliance managed to take down the supernova fleet that was targeting the Topeki region wormhole. In fact, a few hours after the wide invasion had started, Commander Edward had surrendered immediately. The moment they got captured, Commander Haid had released a public statement that the royal family would never give up on their people. They were willing to negotiate prisoners exchange. The royal family had captured many soldiers as well during their wide invasion. Since he brought public opinion into this, Zojia was left with no choice but to negotiate the terms with the royal family. Otherwise, she would seem as if she was willing to execute soldiers who already surrendered. Just like that, the bait that was sent to Topeki region as a suicide mission had returned to the arms of the royal family. This showed everyone that Emperor Raval had everything planned out and never had intentions to give up on his soldiers. This shone some well-needed light on the royal family. In the past months, everyone was accusing them of setting out to ruin the entire galaxy due to the slavery allegations. Zojia made it even worse for them when she shared the intel they got from 10 captured soldiers, who confessed, willingly. Each one was captured from a different region, yet all of them said the same thing. They went through a wormhole that connected the royal family territory with the targeted regions. Although this wasn't a solid proof that they enslaved a space worm elder, it was enough to support their allegation. Since the war was receiving a monumental exposure in the universe, the space worm tribes were bound to notice those things eventually. Unfortunately, they could not launch an investigation during a ruleless war. The prime suspect was locked inside the UVR, and they were unable to enter the battleground even if the SG Alliance approved of it. The rules were strict on this matter. Still, they were able to contact Emperor Raval and explain himself. They had absolutely no respect for the royal family or the emperor. He was just another human in their eyes, even with his high standing in the galaxy. Although Emperor Raval had an ego of a mountain and despised being looked down upon, he still informed them with his real method under one condition: they should not publish it until the war ends, since it would affect the scale between the two sides heavily. After all, if Zojia knew of the real method, her mind would be put at ease and help her focus more on the invasion itself instead of setting out to find the evidence. In addition, she would know that Emperor Raval could not open more private wormholes. The Space Worm Elders agreed to sign a contract with those terms since they didn't really care about the other's opinion. They only wanted to know whether he truly enslaved of their own or not. When Emperor Raval came clean about his cunning method and had Sir Godillo testify on it, the Space Worm Elders were surprised. It truly didn't come into their minds that someone would use such a method to involve their wormholes forcefully in a war. Still, after careful examination, they realized that many conditions needed to be met for someone else to repeat the same strategy. So they didn't make a big deal out of it and simply excused Emperor Raval. As he said to Commander Haid, as long as everything was legalized, and they didn't harm one of their own, they would not bother them at all. This interaction naturally wasn't known to anyone. Hence, Zojia and the leader continued to worry about losing out the transportation system while Emperor Raval had his entire focus on the invasion. After claiming ownership of those 10 regions, the royal family's troops had restarted their journey towards the nearest regions. Since Federation Alliance could not track them while they were traveling at the speed of light, they could only wait for them to reappear again. It could be in a few months to even a year. It all depended on Emperor Raval's next move. Whatever it was, he had already proved to be the better leader and strategist in this war. If Zojia wanted to cut away her losses, she really needed to step up her game. While the Empire was going through a lot, Felix could be seen drifting peacefully inside a pitch-black blob of void energy. He had been like this for half a year now, besides counting the few times he left to check out on the war status. Inside his consciousness space, he was sitting in a lotus position while surrounded by a mountain of books. At this moment, he was reading a book detailing exotic flowers, trees, and all sorts of plants that had been discovered by Lady Sphinx. Those exotic florists were used only to make rank 5 potions and above. In the past year and a half, he had already finished reading whatever there was about wars and also all the books related to rank 4 potions and below. This mountain of thousands of books was a proof that he truly worked his best to gain knowledge. Guys, the fat pig is acting abnormal. Abruptly, Felix's concentration was broken by Asna's spooked yell. What do you mean? Felix closed the book and dashed towards Asna, who was standing in front of a giant fat black. Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Jormungandr had already teleported next to her and started eyeing Nimmo, who was glowing brightly like a mini-sun. Did we feed him too much, and he is about to blow out, or what? Felix commented speechlessly as he watched Nimmo twitch while getting brighter and brighter. The moment light reached its maximum brilliance, the tattoo on Felix's arm began to shine as well. It's getting hotter. Felix quickly exited his consciousness space and opened his weary eyes. He ignored everything else and focused on his tattoo. The moment he felt that the tattoo was starting to burn him, he requested from Asna to extract Nimmo from his body. Before Asna could even try to do so, the tattoo began to move on its own, akin to water droplets under a speaker. Then the pitch-black droplets started to extract themselves from Felix's arm and merge above it in the shape of a cube. Felix floated a short distance away from the cube after seeing it rotating faster and faster while drawing in the void energy around it. Is it absorbing the energy on its own? Felix wondered when he saw a small whirlpool had been created. The static void energy was gushing in like a flood, making the whirlpool bigger and more intense. When Felix realized that the pulling force was strong enough it affected him, he didn't hesitate to blink back inside his spaceship. He wore his AP bracelet swiftly and covered himself in a protective nanosuit. Then, he requested Queen AI to turn on the cameras on the bottom of the spaceship, helping him keep an eye on what's going on from a distance. Dear Lord, he is sucking void energy like a black hole. Felix's eyes widened in shock after seeing that the whirlpool had been expanded to include the entire blob of void energy. Is he hatching? Thor inquired in intrigue. Not yet, Asna informed. I believe he has unlocked one of his innate abilities that allows him to absorb void energy and purify it on his own. Asna knew that beings like her and Nemo had a set of specific innate abilities that get unlocked only when certain conditions had been met. Some of those conditions were easy, such as reach a certain age, absorb a certain amount of energy, etc. Some conditions were hard to achieve even if they knew about them. I concur, Lady Sphinx added. This is how Nemo should have absorbed void energy all along. Our method was too slow and cumbersome. Still, it helped him to unlock his innate ability. Jormungandr smiled. With this astonishing speed, I doubt it will take him even a few days before completely devouring every void creature here. Let's hope it will be enough to hatch him. Felix wished. When he was going slow before, it felt like the blob of void energy would never end before Nemo getting hatched. Now he wasn't so sure. It will be enough, Lady Sphinx assured. How can you be certain? I believe that Nemo's egg was created by the universe the moment the Paragon of Sins started to abuse his powers by making void creatures. Lady Sphinx said, This has happened a very long time ago. I don't know when exactly did Nemo's egg has been taken away from the Void Realm Core, but I believe that it has spent a significant number of years absorbing pure void energy before it happened. What we are doing now is simply helping Nemo with the last touches, Lady Sphinx assured. That's why he was able to exit the egg with his soul, and also possessed a fair share of emotions and intellect. He was already ready to be hatched. He just needed a little shove. Thank God for that. Upon hearing this explanation, Felix's worries evaporated immediately. He really didn't want to spend another 4 months journeying to another infested planet when the war was getting worse and worse for the Federation Alliance. 16 hours later, the void energy whirlpool had shrunk significantly from before. Since Felix had already absorbed his fair share during the past year and a half, the void energy blob was on the verge of getting exterminated. In this small, forgotten planet, millions of void creatures had been killed by a single mercenary. If the news of this ever gone out, the war news would be dethroned. Is it just me, or the whirlpool speed is slowing down? Thor mentioned as he narrowed his eyes at the whirlpool. You are right. When the others paid attention to this detail, they indeed spotted the difference in speed. It was so small anyone would have neglected it. Is the absorption going to end soon? Asna wondered. The moment she finished speaking, the whirlpool slowed its speed even further. In fact, the void creatures at the edges were released from the attraction and managed to escape for their dear life. This anomaly continued on happening until the whirlpool stopped affected the void energy blob, returning its quiet peace. Should I blink in? Felix asked nervously. Nemo might be hatching as we speak. Felix had no idea if Nemo would treat him as his father if he was the first to see him after he hatched. Still, he was willing to take the risk of getting near the egg to make sure that Nemo see him the moment he emerged from his egg. I say go for it, Asna encouraged. You can always blink back to safety if things gone south. They weren't afraid of Nemo killing Felix, but if the egg exploded or something. This was the first time they witnessed an egg of a potential replacement to a law guardian gets hatched. Naturally, they didn't have all the answers. I am going for it. Felix steeled his guts and got nude again. Then, he snapped his finger and blinked right next to the rotating pitch-black cube. But when Felix opened his eyes and focused on it closely, he was surprised to see the shell had fissures all over it. He was used to seeing the weird dark energy being in a liquid form. He forgot that its origin state was as solid as metal. The cracks are increasing. Asna folded her hands as she watched with held breaths in anticipation. She might have been always hard on Nemo, but she cared for that little glutton just as much as the others. She really wanted him to hatch successfully and join the family officially. There were many cute dresses she had yet to make him wear. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx was documenting this historical moment with an eager smile. She lived for billions of years and had experienced many things. Yet, this vast universe continued to surprise her and rekindle her curiosity about its secrets. It's happening. Felix's heart started to beat faster and faster as he stared at the cube breaking apart from within. It was already packed with cracks from every surface. One small hit or push and the shells would fall apart completely. Felix and the rest could see that Nemo was trying his best to break through the shell. They spotted his tiny arms and legs punching and kicking the walls. Come on, little glutton. Make some effort. Asna cheered on him. Just like Nemo have heard her bitchy voice that was engraved in his soul, his cute tiny black legs broke through the shell one after the other. That's it, Nemo. Felix cheered from afar as well, not wanting to interfere with the process. He knew that it was already safe to get close and help him out, but he preferred if Nemo did it on his own. In less than a second, Nemo's two tiny arms smashed through both sides of the cube at the same time. Immediately after they were freed, they started to flail around and hit the shell from above. He is attempting to free his head, but his tiny arms can't reach the top. Thor chuckled at the sight, just like he wanted to prove him wrong. Nemo stopped using his arms to hit the shell and began to headbutt it. That's what Felix concluded as he watched the top shell getting pushed from within. After a few attempts, the shell finally gave in and Nemo's head emerged into the real world for the very first time. Rumble! A deafening thunderclap boomed inside Felix's mind the moment Nemo was hatched, stunning him completely. Did you hear that? Felix asked with a weirded expression. Yep. Heard it as well. I believe everyone did. Lady Sphinx clarified calmly. Every time a unique being with such a superior status in the universe hierarchy gets born, the universe celebrate their arrival in this manner. Naturally, this happens for other occasions that should have been impossible by the laws of the universe. Though, the celebration varies depending on the gravity of the occasion. Lady Sphinx concluded. Upon hearing so, Felix recalled the thunderclap he heard during the first time he got bestowed poison manipulation. It didn't resound in his mind but actually in the sky above his head. For the first human to possess an elemental manipulation, it was a big deal that even the universe had celebrated it. Since we are the only ones in this planet, it seems as if it is a waste of a celebration for Nemo, Felix said as he watched Nemo struggling to remove the rest of the shells from his torso. Planet? It seems like you misunderstood my use of everyone, Lady Sphinx revealed calmly. I meant everyone in the universe. Who? Felix's eyes widened in disbelief at the sound of that. As Lady Sphinx mentioned, the thunderclap had resounded in the minds of every person and being in the universe. From little toddlers to old geezers on their deathbed. From the weakest bug to the strongest being in the universe. This meant that primogenitors, unigens, dragons, witches, humans, and even Queen AI have heard it. Such an inconceivable phenomenon had sent ripples through the universe. Everyone went to the network, wanting to share their experience but ended up finding that it wasn't unique to them at all. I almost died from a heart attack. I was watching a horror movie when a thunderclap resounded in my head. It seems as if it happened to everyone? The hell, how is this even logically possible? This is a bit too scary. Are we being controlled or something? The proof is finally here. I have always preached that we are living in a simulation. The entire universal network was buzzing due to this phenomena. It never occurred before during the SG Alliance era, where everyone was connected. It was too mysterious and unbelievable to be passed as nothing. It seems like they finally succeeded. Lord Cowes spoke composedly as he stared at the nothingness. Since he was one of the few ones knowing about Nemo beforehand, he easily concluded the source of the thunderclap. On the other hand, the other primogenitors had absolutely no idea about it. Right now, they were planning to set a meeting between them to discuss it. The 10 rulers of the SG Alliance were also hosting a meeting to find out what's going on. Not everyone had lived for billions of years to experience the birth of law guardians since they were born with the universe. Aren't we screwed? Felix expressed with a worried tone. The paragon of sins must have heard the thunderclap as well, since he knows that he was causing an imbalance to the universe structure. He can assume that the universe has given birth to his replacement. Felix ought to feel terrified by this notion. If he guessed correctly, then the paragon of sins would start searching for his replacement to get rid of it. Obviously, Felix would get killed in the process if that happened. No one could save him from the paragon of sin. He was a law guardian and a member of the Unijin race. Even if Lady Sphinx and Lord Cowes worked together, Felix doubted that he would be saved. You worry too much. Asna rolled her eyes. The paragon of sins must be in a deep slumber now as a punishment for abusing his powers. How are you certain? Felix wondered. Because I have seen some of my elders experience the same fate after abusing their powers. The duration of their slumber wasn't a joke. Asna informed. Although he heard so, Felix was still not fully sold. Did you forget that no one knew beforehand that the universe can actually make replacements for law guardians? Lady Sphinx proclaimed. Nimmo is the first of his kind to be hatched. I lived long enough to know this. Felix had nothing for a rebuttal. The only reason he assumed that the Paragon of Sin might assume that it was his replacement was because he knew that it was possible. But if Paragon of Sins was in the dark just like everyone, then it would not be his first guess. In fact, it would be the birth of a new race, the death of a superior being, or something else that warranted the universe's attention. You were out, little guy. Felix stopped worrying over the Paragon of Sins and smiled gently as he stared at Nimmo's adorable face. Nimmo got rid of the last bit of his shell and floated clumsily towards Felix with a happy look on his face. His shape was still that of a raccoon, but his size was as small as Kitty. Without a single ounce of fear, Felix extended his palm and held Nimmo gently. Then he placed him above his chest and rubbed his furry head lightly. Nimmo seemed to enjoy his touch as he kept snuggling with Felix. Do you think he still remembers us, or this sort of affection is simply because he considers Felix to be his kin? Asna asked Lady Sphinx. Probably both, Lady Sphinx answered hesitantly. Looking at his size and behavior, he looks like a newborn baby with a clean slate, unlike our Nimmo. Thor clarified Lady Sphinx's answer. Though, I believe that he feels attached to Felix due to the time they spent together, and also because he is the first one he saw. It did make sense that Nimmo felt attached to Felix even if he forgot about everything that had gone through the consciousness space. After all, they bonded on a spiritual level. Those kind of emotions were hard to erase. Let's get out of here first. Felix didn't want to stay within the void energy blob for even an additional second. He was sick of it even when the feeling was quite nice. However, because he had Nimmo on him, he didn't blink back to the spaceship. He wanted to avoid entering the void realm while holding into Nimmo. Who knows if the Paragon of Sins was actually awake and would spot them immediately when they enter his domain. It was too much of a risk. Plus, Nimmo was just born and he seemed as weak as a twig. Felix didn't know if he would be able to handle interdimensional travel. Stay here, I will be back in a second, Felix said faintly as he placed Nimmo a meter away from him. Nimmo didn't like it one as he swam towards Felix quickly. Too bad Felix had already blinked back inside the spaceship. The hell? Why did you abandon him? Asna scolded furiously. How am I supposed to enter the spaceship without my AP bracelet or a flight ability? Annoyed, Felix explained as he wore his AP bracelet. Queen send down an aircraft now. The moment he voiced his request, he removed his AP bracelet and blinked back next to Nimmo. Nimmo rushed to his embrace excitedly and snuggled with him again. This time, Felix swam to the surface of the void blob, knowing that an aircraft would be there to pick him up. Let's hope my life signals aren't strong enough to split void creatures from the blob and assault us. Felix was swimming slowly while checking around him carefully. Now that he wasn't going to blink back, he would need to deal with the void creatures on the blob surface. When he first dove in, he saw that there were thousands of limbs and heads at the surface. With his blink, he thoroughly ignored them and went deep within the blob. Now, he expected some resistance from them. Honestly, he was worried just about Nimmo getting hurt. If it gets too hard, just open a rift. Asna promised, trust me, the Paragon is definitely asleep. Felix didn't know much how the Unijin race and Guardian of Laws operate. But Asna did. She might not want to tell him about her race due to some reason, but he trusted her judgment. If she ensured that the Paragon of Sins was in a slumber, then he wouldn't doubt her any further. Fine. A rift is better than a blink. Felix nodded his head and continued swimming to the surface. After a short while, Felix reached the 100-meter mark between him and the surface. Why is there no movement? Confused, Felix titled his head after seeing that the surface was as stale as an ocean during a sunny day. This was quite abnormal. The surface was supposed to be packed with agitated void creatures who sensed his life signals and had no way to get to him. Maybe I am still too far? Felix continued swimming in a slow manner. Soon, he crossed the 40 meters mark and yet, No reaction from the surface whatsoever. It's probably Nemo, Lady Sphinx guessed while noting down. If he is truly the paragon of sin's replacement, then the void creatures are bound to act obediently in his presence. For real. A bit weirded out, Felix glanced at the tiny Nemo in his embrace and couldn't imagine that those nightmarish abominations being nice to anyone. Still, it was the only viable explanation to this anomaly. As Felix kept approaching the surface, his trust in Lady Sphinx's theory grew. When his head finally emerged outside the surface and saw how quiet the entire void sea, he was certain that she was right. Haha, look at you. Just born and already helping Papa. Felix grinned in delight while rubbing Nemo's head. Nemo had no idea what's going on, but he was happy by having his head scratched. Felix looked above and saw that the aircraft was descending towards him slowly. The moment his head popped out of the void blob, his face got scanned by his aircraft. After it reached Felix, he used electromagnetic manipulation to pull himself from the void blob and get inside the aircraft. Take us back, Felix requested while checking on Nemo thoroughly. Now that his vision wasn't completely hindered by the void energy, he was able to see his true appearance. Well, nothing much changed. He was still as dark as a moonless night. Danger! Danger! Abruptly, the aircraft alarm went off, startling both Felix and Nemo. What's going on? Felix activated all the cameras on the aircraft, wanting to locate the source. The instant he saw what's happening in the rear camera, his jaw was dropped in disbelief and horror. The peaceful, silent void sea was rising into the air in the shape of a humongous raccoon that resembled Nemo greatly. Although the void blob had been reduced significantly, the void raccoon still reached up to tens of kilometers in height. What scared Felix shitless was the fact that it was flying after them with a creepy happy grin. Will you look at that? Asna giggled. The little glutton is already making trouble. How are you doing this? Felix exclaimed while bringing Nemo next to his face. Yee? Nemo titled his head in confusion and started to lick his paws akin to a cat. When Felix glanced at the screen, he felt goosebumps at the sight of the giant void raccoon copying Nemo's actions. This is quite intriguing, Lady Sphinx said as she examined the giant void raccoon clearing his butt like Nemo started doing. Is Nemo controlling the void blob without him knowing about it, or what? Asna wondered. It's not like that, Lady Sphinx reasoned. Nemo is too young to pull something like this. I believe that the void creatures have mistaken Nemo as the paragon of sins due to having the same aura. Since Nemo wasn't giving them any type of commands, they keep copying his movements. I don't know if they see him, sense him, or something else. Lady Sphinx pondered for a few seconds and concluded, but if my guess is correct, then I believe that every void creature in the universe are subservient to Nemo by design. Upon hearing so, Felix was left absolutely speechless. He knew that Nemo would be a considerable asset to him during his journey. Just his spiritual pressure that could kill almost anyone with a single look was more than enough for him. Yet now, he was being told that Nemo was capable of commanding void creatures like the real paragon of sins? This was beyond his wildest dreams. Just in the Guardian Empire, it was infected with hundreds of millions. If he went and visited every infested place with void creatures, he could bring them with him anywhere he goes. Who would FCK with him then? Void creatures were abominations that were hated by everyone in the universe for a reason. No one had figured out the best method to slay them efficiently. If Felix had an army made out of tens of millions, he would be seen as a force to reckon with even by the 10 rulers in the SG Alliance. The war. Soon, Felix remembered the war and what would happen if he participated while having an army of void creatures behind him. He was always perplexed at what he could bring to the table in this galactical war, where individual strength didn't matter that much. He had signed a contract with the Anti-Royalty Alliance that he would be providing his efforts to the war, but he honestly knew that not much could be done by his side. He could not just go one versus a supernova fleet or infiltrate the capital planet of the royal family and assassinate the emperor. This wasn't a movie. The best thing he could offer was being Zosia's bodyguard or focusing on protecting Earth. But now, everything had been changed. If Nemo could truly control void creatures, then Felix was going to change the entire landscape of the war. Aya! I knew I did the appropriate thing when I almost killed myself to get you from the ruins. Ecstatic, Felix hugged Nimmo against his cheek with a wide, silly grin. Stop getting ahead of yourself, Asna chided. Nothing is conclusive yet. Not responding to her negativity, Felix merely pointed his finger at the giant void raccoon that was hugging the air just like Nemo was hugging Felix's face. In other words, what other explanation could shed some light on this anomaly besides Lady Sphinx's theory? So far, Lady Sphinx had never been wrong with anything she said. Even the fact that Nemo was the paragon of Sin's replacement had been confirmed after seeing the void creature's reaction. But how do we deal with this giant raccoon? Soon, Felix realized that if Nemo was too young to control the void creatures now, then it would be hard to bring with him the void creatures. His spaceship would be traveling at the speed of light while the void creatures weren't as fast. That's why most of them get taken care of in space. Felix could not travel through the universe effectively without having his spaceship going at its fastest speed. I can use my third active ability Void Rift, but how can I make them enter it? Felix pondered deeply. During his journey to planet Gamora, he stopped his spaceship many times to integrate with his void bloodline. So far, he had reached 76%. Enough to unlock 2 active abilities and 1 more passive. The third active ability he unlocked was named Void Rift. It allowed Felix to open a dimensional rift into the Void Realm with his Void Eye. If he didn't get the Void Eye mutation, Lady Sphinx ensured that he wouldn't have unlocked this ability. Instead of waiting until Lord Cows grace him and teach him a few utilities with his Void Eye, he got lucky and unlocked an ability related to it. Since traveling within the Void Realm was 100 times faster than traveling at the speed of light in the Matter universe, the Void creatures would be able to keep up. Felix saw this beforehand when Lord Cows's subordinate delivered the bloodline bottle to him. Lord Cows was situated in the edges of the universe. He was so far from Felix it would have taken billions of years to cross such a distance by relying on the speed of light only. Yet, the subordinate had taken a few months at best. Another example was Felix's blink. He could literally teleport from a place to another in a blink of an eye by traveling through the Void Realm. So, the best traveling method in the universe was actually through the Void Realm. Too bad. No one was able to utilize it due to the destructiveness of void energy. If Felix wasn't being held back by his AP bracelet and other belongings that he needed to ditch, he would actually take advantage of his space rift ability to cross long distances. Will they sense Nemo if they were in the Void Realm? Asna wondered. There is only one way to find out. Felix answered, we need to lure the Void Raccoon within the rift first and use my dimensional senses to see if they are still copying his actions. That will work. Asna agreed with his plan. This brings us back to our first issue. Felix knitted his eyebrows. How do we lure them in? Felix knew that the fastest method was by entering the Void Rift with Nemo. The giant Void Raccoon would follow them inside immediately. He could then exit and close the Void Rift. Though he really didn't want to put Nemo within the Void Realm. Even if he trusted Asna's judgment and threw caution out of the window, he wanted to keep Nemo away from the Void Realm for now. At least until he is a bit older when he could utilize his spiritual pressure or other innate abilities. I have an idea. Felix smiled after finding out a method that worked without endangering Nemo. But first, he needed to return to his spaceship and wear something. In a brief moment, Felix could be seen standing at the tip of the red plasma weapon, the Sword of Judgment. He appeared as tiny as a bean compared to its gigantic size. Meanwhile, Nemo was sitting on top of his head, turning Felix's hair into his nest. Let's begin. Felix lowered the headband from his void eye, exposing it to the world. Felix didn't care that everything had turned dark and swiftly activated his ability. Abruptly, his void eye had been engulfed in purplish flame before shooting a long ray in front of him. Felix controlled the ray by moving his head up and down, like he was lasering the space itself. A moment later, Felix deactivated his ability and pulled up his headband. When he saw the 100 meters long purplish line, he smirked faintly and extended both of his arms forward. He turned his hands into a claw and started pull them into opposite directions while gritting his teeth. As he was doing so, the long purplish line began to expand from the center akin to ripping off a piece of cloth from a tiny hole. Open! With one last shout, the space between both sides had been torn wide open, exposing the chilling darkness of the Void Realm. 100 meters void gate had been opened by a mere human. If news of this ever gone out, Felix would be mistaken as a void creature without a shred of doubt. You play too much. Asna rolled her eyes at Felix. He sure loves posturing. Jormungandr face-bombed. Lady Sphinx. Well, no one could blame them for their reaction. The rift was going to open automatically a few seconds after Felix finished drawing the line. So, using his hands to tear the space and gritting his teeth in struggle was just Felix posturing to look cool. I don't care. It looks more imposing this way. Felix shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner, not bothered with their criticism. He finally had a fantastic ability that allowed him to tear space and create an interdimensional rift. He would be betraying the dreams of all men in the universe if he didn't attempt to tear it with his bare hands. Now let's lure in that big boy. Felix's expression turned serious as he eyed the void raccoon, playing with his hands right below the void rift. Felix looked below him at the hovering aircraft and jumped from the tip of the cannon. Nimmo screamed in excitement while holding into Felix's hair strands tightly. Thud. After landing, Felix controlled the aircraft to fly near the void rift. When he saw that the void raccoon was now between him and the void rift, Felix flew in the opposite direction. The void raccoon flew after him like an obedient puppy, not caring that the void rift was in its way. So, it ended up entering the void rift just as Felix planned. As for the size difference, it didn't matter that much since void creature was flexible enough to turn into anything. So, the moment a single part of it went inside the void rift, the rest of its body got reformed into the size of the void rift and followed along. The instant Felix saw that void raccoon was fully within the void realm, he closed the void rift with a single finger snap. Good. It is still chasing after us, Felix commentated while staring into the void realm. He could see that the void raccoon remained consistent in following them even though they were in different dimensions. Just to make sure that it wasn't going forward on its own and had nothing to do with them, Felix held Nimmo and started playing with his limbs. Anything that he did to Nimmo was copied successfully by the void raccoon. This confirms it. Felix smiled in satisfaction while patting Nimmo in the head. Now he could travel at his fastest speed towards other infested planets and keep recruiting more void creatures into his side. Nimmo still had no idea how to control them, but he was teachable. It was better to keep gathering more void creatures while at the same time teaching Nimmo. Asna, will he grow back to his normal intellect with age or energy? Felix asked, having no idea how those superior beings grow old. Both, Asna answered. Feeding him pure void energy would merely hasten the process of him growing both mentally and physically. Aging was still the biggest factor. I see. Felix nodded. Felix didn't want to rush Nimmo into growing, but he did prefer getting him out of the toddler's year at least. He was weak and still clueless. Felix didn't feel relaxed letting him out of his sight for even a second. Let's get you some food, little guy. Felix smiled as he placed Nimmo back on top of his head. Then he opened another void rift, but it was smaller than the first one. Felix went in front of it and started pulling back slowly, guiding the void raccoon to go through it. Just like the first time, its body went through it in a slow manner after morphing to match its size. Only this time, Felix didn't wait until its entire body passed through. He closed the void rift the instant he was satisfied with the amount of void energy. By doing this, he had split a tiny portion of the void raccoon while still keeping the bigger version at the void realm. Time to dig in. Felix flew towards the blob of void energy that was beginning to shape up as a raccoon too. Then, he extended his exposed arm until his hand emerged inside the minimized void raccoon. Go feast. Felix placed Nimmo on his arm and pushed him gently, so he could walk on his own and start absorbing the void energy. Eee. Just like a little rat, Nimmo sprinted on his arm and jumped inside the void raccoon. Then he glanced at Felix cutely and took a deep breath. Just like that, there was no longer a minimized void raccoon in existence. He was eaten so fast, Felix was still smiling like a proud papa, who saw his child taking his first steps. Now, that smile was stiffened as he stared at Nimmo hovering in empty air without support. Ha ha ha! He is still a little glutton. Asna laughed in amusement as she watched Nimmo fly toward Felix with a satisfied expression. Nimmo ignored Felix's stunned expression and laid on his head again. Only this time he closed his eyes shut and went to sleep. Although he ate such a massive amount of void energy in a blink of an eye, he still needed to sleep to digest that energy properly. Is this even his daily content? Felix gulped a mouthful at the thought of Nimmo eating so much while still a toddler. He didn't dare to imagine how much he would need when he grew old. Who cares? Soon, Felix shrugged his shoulders in a careful manner after realizing that void energy was the only abundant resource in his disposal. After all, he could get it from void creatures or even the void realm itself. Since he had no competition on such an infinite amount of void energy, then he was going to make sure that Nimmo live a blissful life.
Queen, you can clearly see that the planet has been cleared out of void creatures by me. Do I still get my mission rewards? Felix inquired with a hopeful expression while sitting in the cockpit.
Nimmo was still sound asleep on top of his head, leaving him to take care of other matters. Yes, Queen AI approved. I can't believe it worked. Felix grinned widely in glee after hearing her confirmation. The guild and army missions that he accepted entailed that one needed to remove the void creatures from the planet without destroying it in the process. It didn't specify killing them. Because the void creatures had merged and were now Nimmo's loyal dog, the planet had been reclaimed safe and sound. Well, it was still damaged pretty badly, but still, he could be considered to have finished the job successfully.
Do you want to receive the rewards now? Queen AI asked.
The rewards for concluding the Black mission were a straight promotion to SSS rank, 10 million void points, and lastly, an official position on the main headquarters of the Void Guild. At this point, Felix cared only for the first reward. He realized that he had annoyed the guild leaders big time during their conflict with the army. But after getting a promotion to an SSS rank, he would be above them in authority. In fact, being an SSS rank mercenary ensured that he would be the sole leader of the guild branch in the Guardian Empire by the headquarters.
He just needed to accept the promotion and he would be holding the fates of the 5 assembly members.
This was the original structure of guild branches all over the universe. SSS ranked mercenary as the leader and 5 SS mercenaries as his advisors in the assembly.
Because it was almost impossible for a human mercenary to secure an SSS rank with the limitation imposed, the seat had been left open forever.
Accept them, Felix answered composedly.
Felix knew that his fake identity would expire in a few months at best. So it was much better to accept the rewards and become an SSS-ranked mercenary now.
After he becomes the president of the guild, he could easily hide his identity data from everyone. Even the 5 assembly leaders would not be able to override his authority and check his identity. He was committing to his fake identity for his safety and Nimmo's. He would feel more confident exposing his location to the rest of the universe when he creates an army of void creatures under Nimmo's control. Congratulations on getting promoted successfully to the SSS rank. For more details about the benefits of being in this rank, please visit the Void Guild's website or seek Queen's AI help. To apply to receive the official position in the headquarters, please reach out to the Human Resources Department with this ID, 48571H4, 17V. 3 notifications resounded loudly in the cockpit after Felix accepted the rewards of the mission. Felix ignored them and checked on his void points balance. He saw that a neat 10 million void points had been added.
It might come handy later on. Felix closed his guild account and checked his mercenary ID. It was still registered him as an A-ranked mercenary.
The only way to change it was by visiting the main branch and have the new rank and mission completions engraved on it.
But Felix didn't give a crap about this.
Now that I am a recognized president of the branch by the Queen, it's time to abuse my authority. Felix grinned widely while being taken towards his bedroom with the artificial symbiote. When he reached it and attempted to enter the VR pod, he remembered the sleepy fluff on his head.
Felix placed him in his bedroom and covered him with a blanket.
Then, he requested from the Queen to notify him immediately when Nimmo wake up. With cameras and motion sensors, it wasn't a problem for the Queen.
The first thing that Felix did after logging in was teleport to the capital city Craghorn.
While he was waiting for a cab to take him to the Void Guild branch, he had no idea that the mercenaries in the pub were staring at the mission board in utter disbelief. The cheerful and lively atmosphere was nowhere to be seen. Everyone had their eyes affixed on a black mission that was placed on a black mission in the completion side of the board. A small area that highlighted red mission completions and above with the names of mercenaries who had done it. It was meant to boost morale for other mercenaries and also give a sense of achievement to those who finished it. Within the sea of red papers, a sole black paper stuck out like a sore thumb. Felix's fake name Lancelot was written on it with a golden hue, a name that had gone missing for over a year and a half, a name that used to be the most infamous name in the Guardian Empire.
A name that no one expected to see again after such a long period of time.
Yet, here it was, claiming its glorious return to the scene in the most extraordinary and overwhelming manner. Is the mission board bugging or something? The bartender murmured faintly, breaking this deafening silence in the bar.
The mission board is processed by the Queen. That answer alone was enough to let everyone understand that the mission board could never have bugs in it.
So, Lance really reclaimed an infested planet all alone?
That's impossible, right?
The mercenaries glanced at each other with petrified looks, not daring to believe that someone had managed to reclaim an infested planet. Who could blame them? Infested planets had over millions of void creatures. When they get under attack, they split again and travel through the planet's crust, covering every inch of land. This meant that using spaceships and heavy weapons would be out of the question because the planet would be damaged heavily in the process.
As for landing on the planet, no mercenary was capable of taking care even of 100 void creature at once. Don't even mention millions.
This is big.
This is really fucking big. We have actually reclaimed a planet? A galactical war, a weird thunderclap that everyone heard, and now cleaning an infested planet? A mercenary shouted with an overwhelmed expression, I am losing my shit over here.
The mercenaries were just discussing the thunderclap caused by Nemo's birth before getting shocked senseless yet again.
If only they knew that Felix was related to every ongoing weird shit that happened in the past 2 years, they would have honestly be too numb to react anymore.
Wait a second. Look at the rewards of the mission. The mercenaries gasped loudly after noticing the insane rewards given to Felix at the bottom of the black paper.
Just the 10 million void points was enough to make their mouths water, not mentioning the other 2.
Lance is the first human to be promoted to SSS rank. Does that mean he will be the guild's president? A mercenary exclaimed out loud after recalling the true authority system in the Void Guild.
The mercenaries were used to seeing 5 assembly members in command. They totally forgot that SSS-ranked mercenaries were the true heads of every guild branch.
What came up in their minds after realizing that Felix would be their president soon was actually the 5 assembly members. They knew that the 5 assembly members must have gotten the news even faster than them. So, they wondered how would they react now that a president had appeared out of nowhere. Crack. Crack.
God damn it.
How the fuck can this happen?
The Fong wasn't taking the news well at all as he kept hollering with bloodshot eyes in his messy office.
He had already broken everything that was breakable to vent just a little of his overwhelming fury. A few moments ago, he was chilling in his office, reading about the ongoing development of the war.
Alas, his world had been turned upside down after being notified directly by the Queen AI that Felix had completed a black mission.
He didn't even know that he accepted it in the first place since Queen AI couldn't make such data public without Felix's permission, unlike after finishing the job. Motherfucker was scheming all along to claim the leadership of the guild from US.
He always wondered where Felix had disappeared for the past year and a half.
When others thought that he had bailed on the cause, only the Fong believed that Felix was coming back and more dangerous than ever. Sadly, not even in his wildest dreams could he have predicted this shocking twist. Fuck!
With one last howl coming from the deepest part of his soul, the Fong had finally fallen on his knees with a face filled with despair.
He didn't know how Felix managed to pull off what deemed impossible by every member in the Milky Way summit. But he knew that he was fucked big time as well as the other 4 assembly members. They treated Felix poorly when they sent his daughter Faye to frame him near the mercenary store. He saw that Felix wasn't pleased one bit by how he was treated, but he didn't really care at that time. In his mind, they had already fallen out of each other's favor. But now, Felix was the president,
and he had a good rapport with the commander, who provided him such insane benefits for no return. In his eyes, a small request from the president to make their lives hell was doable by Felix. Meanwhile, the other 4 assembly members weren't taking the news well too. Even Wilson, who didn't participate in Felix's matter. Having a president above their heads meant losing their absolute authority. This meant they would be a mere mercenaries just like the others. The only difference was that they could advise Felix. Queen, set up a meeting and invite the other 4 members. The Fong took a deep breath to regain his composure and said with a frigid expression, "We need to turn the guild against him if we want to retain a bit of control. Just because Felix was going to be the president, it didn't mean that all mercenaries were going to be loyal to him. In fact, he was an anomaly in their eyes, who was too mysterious and untrustworthy. The fact that he reclaimed an infested planet by himself just further emphasized it and worsened it for Felix to be accepted by them. Meanwhile, the other 5 members had been leading the guild into a bright future, even when the commander was hellbent on ruining them. It was clear which side the mercenaries were going to take unless Felix stepped up and changed their view of him. Sir Fong, the president has summoned you in the main conference room in the UVR. Please be there in 2 minutes. Before the Fong could prepare himself to accept the other 4 members, he received the most dreadful notification by Queen AI. Motherfucker! The Fong cursed hatefully. This was the first time in a long time where an authoritative pressure was applied on him. He understood that he couldn't miss the appointment lest Felix use it against him to punish him. Just like they could punish lower-ranked mercenaries if they went against their contract terms, Felix could do the same to them. So he prepared himself and logged into the UVR. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the atmosphere in the guild building was lively like always but for a different reason. The president is really generous. I drew a jackpot and received 50,000 void points. I envy you. I drew only a 1,000. I got 5,000. Exactly what I needed to gear myself from another hunt. The more the Fong heard, the uglier his expression got. He could see that no one was feigning happiness as he walked through the corridors. Both the staff and the mercenaries were grinning from ear to ear as they bragged about their lottery draw. From the bits and pieces of their speeches, he figured out that Felix must have designated a portion of his black mission reward as a lottery for all the guild members. To do such a thing, one needed to put millions of void points in the lottery pool to please everyone. After all, the guild had a significant number of mercenaries from all ranks. Not mentioning the staff. Bastard! He is already wooing them with his capital. The Fong rushed past the excited staff, who didn't even greet him like they used to. When he reached the main conference room, he pushed the door wide open barbarically and yelled out, "What's the meaning of this? Oh, Mr. Fong, I am glad you joined us." Felix smiled politely as he sat at the head chair of the table while being accompanied by the other 4 members. "Come sit down," Felix offered, not caring that the Fong was giving him a nasty look. "Fong, sit." Hamaru knitted her eyebrows at him. "Stop making a scene before the president. Nothing good will come out of this if we have a fallout with him at the very beginning." Hamaru sent a message to the Fong. I know. The Fong took a deep breath and sat next to Hamaru after he regained some of his composure. Seeing the staff and mercenaries' excited looks made him snap immediately, since he understood that as long as Felix kept giving such gifts to them, they would not oppose him at all. In the end, they were mercenaries who wanted money and riches more than anything. Good. Now that all of my advisors are here, I have an announcement to make. Felix smiled faintly. I will be focusing on reclaiming a few more planets in the following years. Everyone was startled by the announcement, not expecting that Felix would continue cleaning out the infected planets. In their eyes, he had already gotten the presidency and an invitation to the guild's headquarters. The rewards for the other black missions was the same besides the void points. Seeing how he had given them away to the mercenaries and staff like candy, they knew that he wasn't in need of them. Why? And if I may ask, how did you exactly reclaim Gamora planet? Hamaru took advantage of the subject to ask the most burning question in their minds. Everyone stared at Felix with a hopeful expression, hoping to copy his method and also get themselves promoted. I am doing this because I want to. Felix's smile turned cold almost immediately. As for the how?
That's none of your concerns. As the president, he had no reason to explain anything anymore to anyone in the guild. As for building a good rapport with those 5, they were the ones who should strive to please him, not the other way around. I want you to unite your forces with the army and send troops to defend the reclaimed planets from another invasion. Felix smiled, returned breezy again as he ordered.
Felix still cared for the galaxy to do this much with his given authority and method to reclaim infested planets.
As the great Stan Lee once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Although they were vexed that he refused to inform them of his method, they were still smart enough to avoid discussing this subject. Old dog Samuel will reject uniting with us even if we wanted, Hamaru replied.
Oh, the conflict.
Felix recalled that he didn't leave those 2 sides at peace with each other. I will deal with the commander. Just prepare to make missions to send mercenaries. Felix ordered. Planet Gamora is still salvageable even though it has a gigantic hole. The Fong and the others looked at each other and nodded their heads in understanding.
It seems like he isn't concerned about our last conflict.
Maybe he truly wants to help humanity against the Void invasion? If not else, why bother try to reclaim other planets? We can't know his motives yet. Just chill and obey him for now.
The telepathic conversation was ended sharply, not wanting to expose themselves in front of Felix.
Luckily for them, Felix didn't give a crap about them or their territories. He had too much on his plate to harbor a grudge against them for attempting to ruin his reputation in the Void base. Since he was planning to create an army of Void creatures by gathering them from infested planets, then it would be better to go all in and actually reclaim them. It would do the galaxy a big favor, and he wouldn't be losing anything.
That's all there was to it.
By the way, you will keep leading the guild as usual, Felix mentioned casually. When it comes to major decisions, make sure to run them by me first. Do this, and we will be cool with each other for a long time.
Upon hearing so, the 5 leaders showed an expression of astonishment.
Felix bringing this subject on his own was the same as easing their minds that he wasn't holding a grudge against them.
So, as long as they remained respectful and listened to his few orders, nothing much would change. They were still going to have their authority and their territories would remain unaffected by him.
Honestly, this was all they needed to hear to let down their guards against him. As veteran Origin bloodliners, they knew when someone was being deceitful or truthful. Felix was too nonchalant in his speech to be lying to them.
We will try our best, Mr. President. Toby bowed his head respectfully. When the others saw this, they glanced at each other and followed his footsteps.
Since Felix was calling a truce, then they would gladly accept it. That's all for today. Have a lovely day. Felix teleported away after excusing himself. His objectives had been concluded and there was no need to prolong his stay in the building.
He already used his authority to classify his Lance identity as confidential.
As long as he refrained from entering civilized planets that required identity check, he would be fine even after his ID expires. In a few minutes at best, the news of a mercenary completing a black mission successfully had gone viral in the Guardian Empire.
People had yet to finish discussing the universal thunderclap before this unbelievable news hit the network. While everyone wondered how he pulled it off, Mistress Candace was even more confused than them.
When did the imitators possess the ability to command those babies?
Only the wrathful creators and the Lord can control them.
Mistress Candace knew that the Void creatures could not be controlled even by her, one of the 7 unique and strongest Void creatures. Only the Paragon of Sins and the wrathful creators had the ability. Did he copy a wrathful ability to command them? Mistress Candace shook her head. That can't be right. He has already taken a human form and can only use abilities related to humans. Mistress Candace ruled out her guess. She understood that the imitators could not switch forms as they wished.
It would take a very long time until they get the option to copy another form. This was one of their limitations. So, how did he do it exactly?
Mistress Candace started to realize that she would be getting nothing out of Felix by simply waiting and watching from afar. At the start, she merely wanted to have fun by watching the imitator fool around. But this was a big deal.
Controlling or killing millions of Void creatures was a serious matter that needed to be addressed. It's time to pay him a visit and see his true motives, but first let's see what he discussed with my toy.
Mistress Candace snapped her finger and was immediately teleported into another dream.
In this dream, there was a colossal, colorful palace that was inhabited by thousands of breathtaking maidens. Mistress Candace walked past them and entered the throne chamber.
On a glamorous golden chair sat a man with a long blue hair and a scar on his forehead. He was an average-looking man with a big happy grin as he enjoyed the company of his harem.
"My queen,
You are back." The moment he saw Mistress Candace, he immediately shoved the women away from him. Then, he rushed towards Mistress Candace with a radiant eyes akin to a dog who saw his owner return from work.
I am not in the mood." Mistress Candace created a chair and asked after sitting, "Tell me everything you discussed in the meeting with him."
Wilson looked disheartened by her rejection. Still, he answered her truthfully and told her everything. "I see." Mistress Candace knitted her eyebrows. "He is setting out to restore more infested planets? Is he nuts? Just because the Lord is in a slumber, it doesn't mean that we are free to side with the living." After hearing Felix's plans, Mistress Candace was further pushed into her decision to meet with the imitator.
She quickly teleported outside the dream, not caring about Wilson, who was left rewardless after his snitching.
Just like Commander Samuel, he was also Mistress Candace's pet. The only difference between them was the time it happened. He was the latest victim to Mistress Candace, and it took her a reasonable number of years to finally crack him and make him her sex slave.
Just like the imitator having such a limitation, the void succubus also had one.
They had a limited number of targets they could enchant and turn into their sex slaves. Each time they add another person above the limit, they give up on the first person they enchanted.
The process gets more difficult based on the mental defenses of the victim. For example, she could never turn an official bee from the hive race into her sex slave. It would take eons and she would still fail.
Since he said that he will be reclaiming other planets, and he was just at planet Gamora, he must be heading to Nibiru. Mistress Candace reasoned. Nibiru was the closest infested planet to Gamora, so it was safe to assume that it was Felix's next target. But first, let's check planet Gamora.
Mistress Candace was a void creature in nature and was able to travel through the void realm.
So, the journey that took Felix months to cross, it would take her at best 20 minutes.
Unbeknownst to her, Felix was still near planet Gamora, waiting for Nemo to wake up.
15 minutes later,
Mistress Candace had reached her destination. By using her void vision, she was able to see through dimensions unlike Felix, who needed to rely on his passive to do so.
Is that him? Almost immediately, she noticed the dark deviant spaceship moving at a normal pace in Nibiru's direction. What? Naturally, she could not miss the gigantic void raccoon that was following them akin to their pet. At least I know what happened to the void creatures. I will deal with it later.
She blinked her eyes and was teleported instantaneously next to the moving spaceship while still in a different dimension.
The moment she was this close, she felt a familiar, intense, evil aura that was owned by one being in the entire universe. My lord! Mistress Candace was too stunned to speak. She knew that her lord was put in a long slumber the moment he created the 7 Sins' unique void creators and sent them to roam the universe freely.
The only request he had for them was to be themselves.
Since they were the embodiment of evil, they naturally weren't going to behave like model citizens in the universe.
I can't believe it, something must be wrong here. As much as Mistress Candace wanted to disbelieve what she was feeling, the facts remained unchanged.
This evil aura could never be obtained even if someone slaughtered trillions of innocent people. It was special.
It was unique.
No one but the Paragon of Sins could own it.
That's a universal truth that she could not deny.
Wait a second. His aura is too weak, Mistress Candace discovered. In her eyes, the aura was the same, but the intensity was a joke compared to what she sensed during her meeting with the Paragon of Sins. Maybe he was reborn to avoid slumbering for eons? Mistress Candace's eyes brightened up at the thought, feeling like she had just hit the jackpot. When she saw that the evil aura was coming from a tiny creature, she was more certain in her guess. She had seen the Paragon of Sins, and his real size was enough to make anyone feel like a spark of dust. Even when he minimized himself, he never took such a form.
I still need to be certain before making a move. Mistress Candace eyed Felix and decided, I can only question this imitator about all of this. Mistress Candace needed all information possible about her lord, so when she appears in front of him, she wouldn't do anything foolish. So, she created a tiny interdimensional rift and sent her main consciousness to infiltrate Felix's mind, knowing that the imitator would dominate her if she sent a mere wisp. She couldn't afford losing more, when she already had many of them keeping her sex slaves in check. The instant her consciousness touched Felix's forehead, she was transported into his consciousness lake. Gorgeous as always, she opened her eyes, expecting to see an empty, peaceful consciousness lake just like everyone's. Alas, Felix wasn't like anyone else. Welcome to paradise. Mistress Candace suddenly flinched after hearing a playful, pleasant voice coming from behind. When she turned around, she felt her soul leave her body at the sight of Asna, Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Jormungandr all sitting at a round table. All of them were staring at her with faint, gentle smiles while sipping tea and wine. Alas, those gentle smiles weren't enough to ease Mistress Candace's mind at all. How could she be relaxed when all of them had released their horrifying spiritual pressure, making her unable to even blink or take a deep breath? What have I done? Although late, Mistress Candace had realized that Felix wasn't an imitator after seeing those four monsters smiling at her. There was no way an imitator could harbor beings with such an overpowering spiritual pressure, especially when she focused on Asna and realized that her spiritual pressure was almost the same as her lord. Felix, get your ass down here. Asna called causally while pouring a cup of wine for herself. We have a guest. A guest? Felix's eyes brightened up, thinking that Lord Cows was the one finally deciding to join them. Alas, Asna and the others were too lazy to correct him. In a few moments, Felix fell from the sky and landed right next to Mistress Candace. The moment he opened his eyes, her frozen, enchanting face was the first thing he saw. She was wearing revealing clothes that highlighted her perfect assets, but Felix didn't even bother to glance at them. Fuck me. Is she a void succubus? Shocked and agitated, Felix pulled back from her, knowing exactly what she was capable of. He was told by Lady Sphinx all about the seven sins void creatures and their appearances. Mistress Candace was a full-fledged void succubus. She had a pink third eye on her forehead and her beautiful appearance was too unrealistic even for him. Not to mention her long black tail that had its tip shaped as a heart and her tiny hidden horns behind her lustrous hair. Everything about her screamed of a void succubus. Yep, Asna chuckled deviously. I think she is here to have sex with you. No, thank you. The moment Felix heard so, he backed away even further from Mistress Candace. Sure, she was breathtaking, and any sane straight man would want to do her. But Felix had been shown the real appearance of void succubus, an appearance that she shows only inside the void realm. All he could say was that he had never seen any uglier monstrosity in his life before. Even the nightmarish void creatures that would make anyone lose sleep for months were prettier than her. So he wasn't fooled one bit by her beauty, unlike her poor victims who had no idea that they were sex slaves to a hideous monster. Asna, you take care of it from here. Thor retracted his spiritual pressure at once after making his statement that no one here should be fucked with. The others retracted theirs, allowing Asna full control. Although her spiritual pressure was the only one remaining, Mistress Candace was still unable to even twitch her eyebrows. So, Miss Slutty Void Creature, what brings you to my humble abode? Asna placed a leg above another as she interrogated Mistress Candace. She lowered the intensity of her spiritual pressure just enough to restore Mistress Candace's voice. I am so sorry, madam. I made a grave mistake and intruded into your home. I thought that this body belonged to a friend of mine. I swear. Mistress Candace's arrogance and oppression was nowhere to be seen as she squealed with a pleading tone. Even her eyes started to water a little, appearing like she was about to cry at any given moment. Alas, Felix and the others didn't buy her bullshit for even a second as they stared at her with deadpan expressions. Friend? Care to explain? Asna was bored enough she decided to play along. Knowing that her life was literally being held in Asna's hand made Mistress Candace extra honest. After seeing Sir Lance using void abilities and absorbing energy from void creatures in the Scarlet Planet, I thought that he was an imitator, Mistress Candace confessed hastily. I decided to pay a visit now after hearing that he reclaimed a planet. I just wanted to hear his reasons for doing so. Everyone looked at Lady Sphinx, the lie detector in their squad. All the signs showed that she was being truthful, and she didn't come here with bad intentions from the get-go. She is telling the truth, but not all of it, Lady Sphinx informed calmly. If I were you, I will not be leaving any detail behind that might get you killed. Asna smiled cutely as she threatened. Asna's sadistic vibes were sensed by Mistress Candace even from afar, making her understand that she wasn't fucking around. So, she held nothing back and continued speaking with a scared tone. I changed my plans when I realized that my lord was with you. I just wanted to get the big picture from my friend before appearing in front of my lord. That's the truth, I swear. Lord, the fuck is she talking about? Maybe Nimmo? Did she confuse him with the paragon of sins just like the other void creatures? That makes sense. By the way, can she hear us talking telepathically? Felix suddenly wondered. Mistress Candace was in his consciousness space. Based on experience, anyone entering here was given full access to hear his thoughts. Don't worry, I blocked her from hearing anything, Asna disclosed. It's the same as cutting out my connection with you. I see. Now that he was relieved that she couldn't snoop in his mind, Felix rejoined the previous conversation. It seems like Nemo's aura is really too similar to the paragon of sins if even a void succubus ended up falling for it. Felix asked, is this a good thing or bad? Felix felt like he could be taking advantage of this and fool more unique void creatures to be his followers. But he recognized that it would be too risky to bring Nemo so close to those monsters who might have a connection with the paragon of sins. This was a decision that needed extensive information before making. No need to keep anything from her. Asna thought otherwise. She can't speak to anyone while she is under my control. So just be truthful and get as much information from her about the paragon of sins. Asna was right if Felix went on with his plan and decided to keep the misunderstanding that Nimmo was the paragon of sins for the sake of fooling her. Then he couldn't ask her about the paragon. No need to go through all of that effort when they hold into her fate. Agreed. Felix nodded. Tell us more about the paragon of sins. Asna asked, not bothering to address Mistress Candace's previous confession out loud. Why are they asking me this? Aren't they friends with my lord? Mistress Candace assumed that such great beings could only be in tight relationship with her lord. In her mind, she already connected the dots that they were protecting her lord until he regains his full power. Felix was merely a human vessel to keep them hidden. Maybe this is a test to see my loyalty to the lord? Mistress Candace concluded that if she confessed everything, she would be labeled as a traitor and gets killed. Her ability to create misunderstandings and jump into conclusions was truly top-notch. I am not telling you anything about my lord. Mistress Candace narrowed her eyes. I would rather die. Felix was speechless by her response as he didn't expect that void creatures were actually loyal to anything. I admire your response. Asna nodded her head in respect. I was right. Her response made Mistress Candace feel good about decision to remain silent. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Asna smiled kindly as she snapped her finger. The moment she did so, Mistress Candace's limbs were sliced simultaneously. PSSHSHSHS. A torrent of purplish blood gushed from her shoulders and thighs a split second later. Ha! Stunned, Mistress Candace glanced at her separated limbs on the floor and the puddle of blood beneath her, not knowing how to react. The agonizing pain had finally kicked in, freeing her from her confusion. Oh, way! She wailed loudly with a twisted expression and reddened eyes, making Asna's creepy smile getting wider and wider. Her sadistic nature wasn't gone forever. It was simply suppressed since she had no one to bully anymore. She fell for Felix, and she couldn't abuse her elders, lest they teach her a lesson. Your screeches are like music to my ears. Asna grinned wickedly and snapped her finger again, reattaching Mistress Candace's limbs like nothing happened. Before Mistress Candace could take a breather after the pain was gone, Asna ran a finger across her curvy hips. No, please. Alas,
Mistress Candace's terrified, pleading voice wasn't enough to stop her torso from separating from her legs. Damn. Do you need to be this hardcore? Felix gasped at the sight of Mistress Candace crying in agony while staring at her separated legs. Hardcore. Asna titled her head with genuine confusion. What are you talking about? I am just warming up. I still haven't increased her pain sensitivity to the limit and removed her tendons one by one. Besides Lady Sphinx, everyone felt chills at the sound of that. Especially Mistress Candace, who immediately forgot about her hellish pain and screamed in terror, I will talk. I will talk. Just stop torturing me. TSK. She must be faking it. Asna clicked her tongue in irritation. Let me play with her for a few more minutes. No. I will tell you everything I know. Seeing that Asna was rolling her sleeves made Mistress Candace almost piss herself in fright. She was an abusive sadistic too, but she did it only for sexual purposes. Meanwhile, Asna was a sadistic at heart who reeled in watching people's pain and sufferings. If she was the one causing it, that was merely a bonus. Stop scaring her, she might start thinking we are monsters or something. Felix dragged Asna next to the group, not caring that she was pouting at him. After Mistress Candace's body was restored, she didn't dare to speculate anymore. She kept her mouth shut and waited for their questions. Is the paragon of sins in a slumber or awake? Felix asked the most burning question in his mind. Ha! Mistress Candace was startled by their basic question since she assumed that they knew this much from her lord. Still, she kept her confusion to herself and answered. My lord has been slumbering from the moment he created us. I doubt he will wake up anytime soon. That's good. Felix was pleased by her response. He finally had a real confirmation that the paragon of sins was indeed in a slumber. This meant he could enter the void realm with Nimmo and feel safe about it. Why did he create you? Lady Sphinx asked. She already had the answer, but she wanted a confirmation to be certain. I don't know. Mistress Candace confessed. After creating us, he asked us to be ourselves. So, we all believe that he wanted us to create as much chaos as possible in the universe. But, I am not certain of his true motives. I see, thank you. Lady Sphinx nodded her head as she noted down her answer. How many unique creatures did he create? Thor decided to participate. 700. That doesn't seem like too moo. 700 unique creature for each sin. Mistress Candace clarified her answer. Felix couldn't help but take in a deep cold breath at such a horrific number. He couldn't imagine that almost a 5,000 unique void creature was spread out in the universe. It might seem like nothing compared to other races' numbers or the sheer infinite size of the universe, but they were not any race. They were void creatures capable of traveling through the void realm as they pleased. They were void creatures that were intelligent and strong enough even the top 30 races feared dealing with them. Lastly, they had a unique set of abilities that were extremely difficult to deal with. The wrathful creators were able to spew hundreds of void creatures each day without anyone able to stop them. After all, they were doing so inside the void realm and no one could enter it. The imitators could copy everything about a person, even their soul, making them undistinguished from the real person. If an imitator managed to reach the upper echelon of the SG Alliance, the damages he could cause were incalculable. Symbiotes were able to devour anything in their way and no one could stop them when their size was comparable to a planet or a star. The other four weren't any better to deal with. If there is this many, why haven't we heard about them more often? Felix wondered. Besides the world eaters, the dreamers, and the wrathful creators, most of us are lying low for now. Mistress Candace clarified it took us many years to master our Lord's bestowed gifts without his teachings. After we became confident about our strengths, the SG Alliance era had emerged. In other words, the SG Alliance era made it hard for them to cause ruckus without being found out and killed, unlike the Dark Ages. Those were simpler times when everyone was an enemy of each other and the UVR wasn't a thing. They could have started wars and ended civilizations without anyone giving a hoot about it. However, now everything was under close. The instant Mistress Candace showed herself, there would be a witch hunt her by the strongest races in the universe. The only carefree ones were the less intelligent symbiotes, the gelatinous cubes, and the wrathful creators. Aren't you defying the paragon of sin's order by hiding like this? Felix asked. I am not hiding.
I have been doing my own part by creating trouble in the Guardian Empire and other empires from different galaxies. Mistress Candace disclosed swiftly. She didn't want her lord to know that she was lazing around in a human empire like the others. She still believed that Nimmo was her lord even after everything that had happened to her. That's how similar Nimmo's aura to the paragon of sins. What did you do exactly in the Guardian Empire? Felix wondered with a surprised expression. Commander Samuel is a long-term slave of mine. Mistress Candace shared, I am the reason the army has been losing too many battles against the Void invasion in the Empire. For real? Felix was startled by her confession. Through both of his lifetimes, he always believed that Commander Samuel merely had gone corrupted and stopped going all out against the Void invasion. But this actually made more sense. It was hard to believe that a reputable and dignified commander would get corrupted out of nowhere. If you wanted to cause real trouble, why didn't you turn the 10 councilmen of the Bardo Empire, the 2 emperors, and the 5 guild leaders too? Felix was confused by this. In his eyes, the Guardian Empire was still handling itself just fine even when the commander was her slave. I already have 1 councilman enslaved and guild leader Wilson, Mistress Candace clarified. I can't do the same to the others since I have a limited number that can't be surpassed. I prefer not to give up on my slaves from other galaxies and focus purely on the human race. Makes sense. Felix nodded and then guessed, so the contract that the commander gave me was because of you, right? Yes. Felix always wondered why would the commander offer such an illogical contract without talking to him once. Now, it made total sense that it was fueled by Mistress Candace. Felix and the others spent at least 2 more hours getting as much useful information as possible from her. Felix could be said to possess more information about the 7 unique void creatures than Queen AI. Lady Sphinx, who had higher access to UVR than him, had assured him that Queen AI was pretty ignorant about the void realm matters. After all, the source of her data was people. In this case, even the 10 rulers struggled to gain intel about the unique void creatures. Unless Felix willingly sold his data to Queen AI, she would never add it into her database. I believe we got everything out of her. Asna smiled deviously. Can I kill her now? Wait, what? Mistress Candace's heart skipped a beat at the sound of that. She thought that they had hit it off in the past 2 hours and they would spare her after giving them everything they wanted. Alas, it seemed like Asna was still hell-bent on getting her out of the consciousness space. It was already getting pretty crowded in her eyes, and she preferred not to keep a void creature as well with them. Hold your horses. Felix thought otherwise. She is too useful to be killed. There was no way Felix would be giving up on the authoritative individuals that she enslaved. Just Commander Samuel was more than enough to keep her around. After all, Felix was now the president of the Void Guild. If he owned Commander Samuel, it would mean that he actually owned the Guardian Empire. He would be its shadow emperor, the one moving the strings. As for the Guardian Empire royal family, they were merely legacy figures with no power whatsoever besides owning a vote inside the Milky Way summit. Yes, yes, Mistress Candace promised sincerely, I will always be at your service. The Lord's friends are also my lords. Seeing that Asna was still on the fence, Felix smiled faintly. Don't you need a maid here? After Nemo left, you don't have anyone to serve you. Maid? Me? Mistress Candace's eyes widened up in disbelief. The thought of serving others as a maid had never crossed her mind once. Although she appeared wretched now and spineless before those monsters, she was still a proud being. It was even worse in her case since she was used to being served like a queen by her slaves. Yet, the worst part out of this wasn't even being a maid but remaining trapped here. What? Do you have a problem with that? Felix eyed her coldly. He might be in her side, but it didn't mean that he started to like her. In his eyes, she was merely a tool to further his agendas. If she refused to be one, then he would join Asna in slaying her personally. Seeing his frigid, merciless stare made Mistress Candace understand that even the human wasn't to be messed with. And, no, I don't have an issue. Mistress Candace lowered her head obediently. I am happy to serve you on daily basis. The moment she agreed, Asna snapped her finger with a wide grin and released her from the spiritual imprisonment. Although Mistress Candace could move now, she was still entrapped inside the consciousness space. Asna had locked down the place, making it impossible for anyone to leave it unless they could overpower her spiritual pressure. We know that ain't happening anytime soon. From now on, your name will be made Candace. Asna smiled as she created a white and black maid outfit. Lord, save me. Mistress Candace was on the verge of sobbing after seeing the horrid maid outfit. I just need for my lord to wake up. He will serve me justice. Mistress Candace hardened her will to be their maid for now only because of her trust in her lord. Just like her prayers were answered, Felix received a notification from the queen that Nimmo had woken up. Felix went out to check on him and saw that Nimmo was stretching while yawning cutely on the bed. Eee. The moment Nimmo saw Felix, he jumped into his embrace and snuggled inside his jacket. You are a bit heavier. Felix pulled Nemo out and weighed him on his palm. He noticed that he gained 3 kilograms. Yet his size remained as tiny as always. At least the food is impacting you. Felix patted Nimmo in the head and returned him inside his jacket's pocket. My lord! Meanwhile, Mistress Candace had just received the shock of her life after watching Felix and Nimmo's interaction. Not in her wildest dreams did she expect to see her lord acting like a little puppy. She knew that even if her lord was reborn, he would have retained most of his memories and personality. Otherwise, what's the point of doing it in the first place? I have been duped. Aghast, Mistress Candace fell into her knees near Asna and the others. She finally realized that Nimmo wasn't the paragon of sins even though they had the exact unique evil aura. Congratulations, you played yourself. Asna, being mean as always, didn't miss this chance to make fun of her. Mistress Candace couldn't even be mad at her since Asna was right. From the moment she noticed Felix, she created a false conclusion based on the little information she had. From there on, she was falling deeper and deeper into her own misunderstanding. If he is not my lord, then who is he? It's impossible that 2 law guardians exist in the same universe. Mistress Candace still retained a tiny bit of hope. You were right. The universe won't allow for 2 guardians of the same laws to exist. Asna smiled deviously. That's why my cutie Nimmo would be replacing your lord when the time comes. Replacement? That's impossible. Mistress Candace was stupefied by Asna's declaration. Putting the paragon of sins into slumber was merely appetizer. Thor sneered, the real universal punishment is to replace him. Mistress Candace wanted to retort over their preposterous statements, but she had nothing. She understood that neither Asna nor Thor had anything to gain by lying to her when they control her life. In addition, their reasoning was the only thing that made sense at this moment. Still, it was pretty hard for her to accept that her creator was going to be replaced. He was akin to a god to her. Gods should be untouchable and eternal. Wait a second. If this so-called Nimmo is my lord replacement, isn't better for me? Mistress Candace suddenly snapped her eyes wide open at the realization that she was standing before an opportunity that would never occur again. He will reach the same level as my lord eventually, and if I helped him during his journey, he might bestow some of his gifts to me. Mistress Candace had absolutely no loyalty to the paragon of sins. So, she was merely shocked by the statement instead of feeling heartbroken or depressed. As the embodiment of the sin of lust, she only cared about getting more abilities and gifts related to her sin. She might have said that she mastered her gifts, but in reality, she knew that there was more to it. The limitation on the slave's number was one thing that she hated. The only one who could get rid of it and the rest of her limitations was the paragon of sins. Now, another candidate had appeared. A candidate that wasn't slumbering and still too young to make an impact in his life. What's up with her creepy smile? Asna frowned her eyebrows after seeing that Mistress Candace was smiling from ear to ear like she just won a jackpot. She realized that it wasn't so bad to be with us. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly and returned to reading her book in peace. As Lady Sphinx mentioned, Mistress Candace was always thinking of ways to escape from this terrible situation. But now, she didn't hesitate to bow down before Asna and ask, Madam, do you want me to serve you some wine? Hee, I can get used to this. Asna gladly took her offer. Asna didn't care whether Mistress Candace was scheming something or not. As long as her main consciousness was trapped here, she couldn't threaten anyone. Meanwhile, Felix was facing his own issues. He wanted to travel at the speed of light towards the nearest planet.
but he was unable to do so while leaving Nemo alone in the spaceship. He wanted to bring him inside the UVR, but he was still too young. The only way to hasten his maturity was by feeding him void energy. But it seemed like Nemo had a limit to his daily intake. Felix attempted to feed him again, but Nemo refused to touch the void energy. He just wanted to hop around like a monkey.
This signified that Felix would need to keep traveling at a normal pace. In this infinite universe, that was the same as staying still.
It would have been wonderful if I could travel through the void realm with my spaceship. Felix sighed in frustration.
A chance to prove myself. Mistress Candace's ears perked up in interest after hearing his woes.
Sir Lon. Felix, I think I can help you with that. Mistress Candace offered with a pleasant smile while serving wine to the tenants.
How?
Felix and the others were all interested in hearing her answer. Traveling through the void realm was a hard problem to solve even for Lady Sphinx. How could you find materials that could resist the void energy disintegration when it was able to annihilate even energy itself? Simple. Put your spaceship inside a spatial card, and I will be your transportation method through the void realm, Mistress Candace informed.
Seeing the confusion of Asna and the others, she disclosed each unique void creature was born with bodies that were immune to void energy and flexible just like liquid. Just like symbiotes?
How will that help me, though? Felix wondered with a bewildered expression. I can transform myself into a giant enclosed sphere in the matter universe. Then Sir Felix and Lord Nemo can sit inside. Mistress Candace continued on her insane strategy. When I enter the void realm, the void energy will not be able to penetrate my skin and harm your belongings.
Felix was left totally speechless by her method. Yet no matter how much he thought about it, he felt like it would work just fine.
Have you ever done this before, Jay? Ramungandr asked.
Not personally, Mistress Candace admitted, but I have seen others doing it.
Upon hearing so, Felix slightly more relieved that other unique void creatures were already using this method. If you don't have a spatial card with a big dimensional pocket to place your spaceship, I have an extra one. She offered again, appearing like she was trying her best to please Felix. Her new obedient attitude didn't raise many concerns since Felix had heard their previous conversation about Nemo. He also realized that Mistress Candace was clearly planning on making herself as useful as possible, so she could be trusted by them and especially Nemo. If she had any bad motives or was being deceitful, Lady Sphinx would have spotted them immediately with her truth vision.
Okay, let's try out. Felix agreed to the plan. I need to communicate with my wisp of consciousness that I left behind in my body. Mistress Candace informed with a nervous expression.
Don't worry. She is just nervous that we will mistake her intentions of being bad. Lady Sphinx said telepathically to everyone. You better behave. Still, Asna warned her with a cold stare.
Then she allowed her to control her wisp of consciousness on her body. Mistress Candace didn't play any games and did as promised.
She opened a void gate in Felix's bedroom and stepped inside. Then, she closed it shut and bowed her head respectfully to show that she had no intentions of harming him. Mistress Candace was smart enough to understand that the instant she had a single thought of harming Felix, Asna would smite her main consciousness. Her other wisps would soon follow her since they couldn't survive for long without the main consciousness acting as their center. Only beings such Thor and Jay. Ramungandr were able to sustain themselves with just a wisp of their consciousness. Let's go outside. Felix changed his clothes into a spacesuit with a helmet and created a special pocket for Nemo, allowing him to be protected and also peek outside. In a few minutes, Felix could be seen suspended in the empty cold space with Mistress Candace. His spaceship had been stored inside his new spatial card that was 100 times bigger than his own. Felix knew that the price for this spatial card could reach up to 300 billion SC. That's if he managed to find out anyone who's willing to sell them for coins. So far, he was truly pleased with Mistress Candace's contributions even though she was a void creature. Are you ready? Mistress Candace asked. Go for it. Felix nodded his head. The moment he gave her permission, Mistress Candace's alluring body started to twist and wrap until it turned into a ball of dark goo. Then this ball started to expand bigger and bigger until it turned into a minimized version of his spaceship. Whoa!
Felix was completely awed by her transformation. I thought it will be too boring to be inside his sphere, Mistress Candace expressed while opening a door in front of Felix. Thank you for this. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and stepped inside the spaceship, feeling less weird about the whole thing. After getting inside, he floated to the front and sat on a chair that had a seatbelt. He put it on and gestured his readiness to travel. Mistress Candace closed the door and then created a small rift. She went through it and enclosed the rift behind her. Felix opened his void eye and looked around him. The first thing he saw was the void raccoon still hanging next to them. Just as he wanted to speak, the void raccoon disappeared from existence. Are we on the move? He wondered, feeling like they were standing still. Yep, Mistress Candace informed, we will reach Nibiru in less than 10 minutes. This is madness. A journey that was meant to take a few months was going to be crossed in 10 minutes. Felix realized that he would be creating his void army in less than a few months, if he kept jumping from an infested planet to another with this pace. It looks like the war will be concluded sooner than anyone expected. Felix smirked faintly. For months later, have you heard? The president has reclaimed another infested planet. Really? I stopped being surprised after he restored the 20th infected planet. I still can't believe that he has saved more than 50 infested planets in less than a few months. Two mercenaries were sitting at a bar, taking shots while discussing the latest viral news in the Empire. In front of them was a holographic screen showing an old freed planet from the clutches of the void creatures. The troops had just arrived and began rebuilding void bases in the least affected areas. The stream chat was popping off with an emoji that resembled Felix greatly. The citizens were more than happy about Felix's glorious victories against the void invasion. They had no idea how he was doing it, and they didn't care as much as the politicians. They were satisfied that Felix was looking out for them. For the first time in the Guardian Empire, the citizens were hearing victories after victories instead of a lost streak of failures. When the numbers of void creatures on those planets were published, everyone lost their minds and started to believe that Felix was sent by God to save them from the invasion. Who could blame them for reacting like this? The total number had reached 89 million void creature, more or less. Both the army and the guild were struggling to deal with just a few active millions in the entire empire. Yet, a single person had come out of nowhere and took care of 89 million void creature in a mere 4 months. In the eyes of simple civilians, this was a miracle that no man was able to achieve. The only reason everyone knew that it was him, Felix had accepted all the black missions available and actually completed them. Since the completed red and black missions appeared on the mission boards, the news had gone viral every time a black paper materialized on it. Felix didn't accept those missions to make himself famous but for the rewarded void points. He had no need for them, but the mercenaries in his guild could use an upgrade to their equipment. Since the void points, the equipments, items, and all the sellable resources were provided by the SG Alliance Guild headquarters, Felix had nothing to lose. He rewarded those void points to all the mercenaries in his guild and even the army soldiers. In turn, they used them to rob the stores clean and force the guild headquarters to refill them over and over again. Just like that, the human race's defensive line against the void invasion had been enhanced while the officials in guild headquarters were left to weep. But no tears came out. Who would have anticipated that someone was capable of finishing tens of black missions in less than 4 months? It was impossible even for dragons and the metal race known for possessing the most terrifying advanced weapons in the universe. After everything that Felix had done, how could he not be glorified in the Guardian Empire? All the mercenaries and army soldiers backed him after his wicked stunt with void points. The civilians were on the brink of worshipping him as their lord and savior, the chosen one who get rid of the void invasion once and for all. At this moment, his reputation in the empire was so high up, everyone started beseeching the Milky Way Summit to replace Commander Samuel with Felix. Too bad. The Milky Way Summit had made a new meeting, but not to do as the citizen wished, but to question Felix about his secretive methods. After all, Felix had demonstrated that he could travel from one edge of the empire to another in a mere few months without using any wormholes. This was more important to those leaders than the fact that he could get rid of millions of void creatures. Do you have any updates on what happened in the summit? Don't you know? The president has ignored their invitation.
It was funny seeing them calling for his name, but he never appeared. The mercenary said loudly and was followed with booming laughter from everyone in the pub, who heard him.
Haha, he really has the balls of steel to reject the summit.
In this galaxy, no one dared to say no to the summit. After all, the summit ruled the galaxy and everyone on it.
Offending those leaders signified that living in the galaxy would be a chore.
Yet, Felix didn't even bother to address them. Why would he do so? His guild presidency couldn't be affected by them, and Commander Samuel was on his side. Felix was smart enough to make Commander Samuel's relation with him a bad one. This way, he would not be replaced by the summit anytime soon.
In addition, Felix wasn't scared of anyone nowadays. He had recovered more than 50 infested planets in the past months.
This entailed that he had already created an army of void creatures that was able to bring ruination anywhere he pleased.
Tens of millions of void creatures were at his disposal, waiting to be unleashed.
The best part, Felix and Mistress Candace were capable of opening void rifts anywhere they wanted.
Imagine opening a void rift in populated capital cities, allowing millions of void creatures to gush out akin to a flood. The summit? What a joke!
Felix wasn't afraid of even the top 30 races in the SG Alliance. He finally found a shield that was strong enough to give him such confidence to confront at least those authoritative figures.
Why would he play ball anymore? Where to now, Sir Felix? Mistress Candace asked while standing next to Felix in his bedroom. Let's go home. Felix said calmly, I have more than enough void creatures to leave a mark anywhere I go. Felix could be said to have achieved everything that he desired from the Guardian Empire and more.
He hatched Nemo, he became the guild's president, he reclaimed 50 infested planets, he created a void army, he recruited Mistress Candace, he found a way to travel through the void realm, and finally, he left the best impression with the citizens, soldiers, and mercenaries.
He was more than satisfied with his experience in the Guardian Empire, and it was time to return home.
The war is getting worse and worse for the Federation Alliance. I need to prepare to join it before Royal Army spread out even more. Felix added. The rules to win the war were simple. Kill the 10 assigned leaders or force out a surrender. If none of this worked, then destroy 90% of the enemy forces. Since some 10 assigned leaders would be hidden discreetly and protected heavily, it would be impossible to hunt them down.
The only known assigned leaders from both sides were Zojia and Emperor Ravel. The other 9 could be anyone, even a random homeless person on the street.
Felix didn't want the Royal Army to spread out, even more so if his original plan didn't work. He wouldn't need to travel across the entire battleground to hunt down those fleets. Should we move now?
Wait, I will be feeding Nemo first, Felix said while pulling Nemo from on top of his head. He was already as big as an adult cat, making Felix's neck sour every time Nemo laid on his head.
Alas, it was already a habit, and it seemed like it would be a pain in the ass to correct it.
Nemo had grown this big only because Felix was feeding on each day consistently. It would have been hard to keep him well-fed without affecting his army if it wasn't for the Void Realm.
Felix created a small void rift in his bedroom and stepped inside with Nemo. Sup, fellas. Felix greeted the hundreds of colossal void raccoons in the area with a casual smile. Each one was made out from 100,000 void creatures to millions. Such a scene was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Yet, Felix chuckled as he made Nemo dance playfully.
All those horrific monsters began to dance with them, appearing like a choreographic dance crew.
That's it, move 'em hips. Felix laughed in enjoyment. Meanwhile, Mistress Candace's eyelids twitch at the sight, feeling emotionally abused by the image of Nemo happily dancing. After all, that's the future Law Guardian and her lord. Okay, enough fooling around. Felix patted Nemo on the head and sent him to eat. Nemo opened his mouth widely and began drawing the void energy in the area akin to a black hole. In a few minutes, Nemo burped with a satisfied expression and a bulgy stomach. Felix dragged him by the neck and returned inside his spaceship. He turned his clothes into a spacesuit and created a comfy backpack. Felix placed Nemo in it and nodded at Mistress Candace. It was finally time to return home, the Mother Earth. Felix had never forgotten the day he escaped from the planet like a coward due to his SG secret identity being found out. At that time, he was worried about backgrounds in the Mariana Empire catching him and extracting all of his secrets.
He was forced to escape to the Witch Empire and embark into a journey that had changed him mentally and physically for the better. Yet, he was still using a secret identity and hiding in the shadows in the Guardian Empire akin to a thief. That's because he wasn't strong enough to protect his secrets from the greedy hands of those backgrounds. But now, there was no need for Lancelot Kelly to exist anymore. He didn't give a shit that everyone would find out that he was Lancelot Kelly. He was Felix Maxwell from Earth. He would be returning to his home as such. If anyone has a problem with it, Felix smirked confidently, I am waiting patiently for their arrival. A few hours later, a small void rift was opened on an empty calm beach. Felix stepped outside the rift and was followed by Mistress Candace in her maid clothing. Asna wasn't forgiving enough to allow her to dress as she pleased in the real world. Ah, the smell of fresh air. Felix removed his helmet and took a deep breath in exhilaration. Nemo jumped from the backpack and started playing in the sand happily. Felix let him be and sat on the sand while facing the sea with a peaceful smile. Sir Felix, is this your home? Mistress Candace asked as she looked around her in wonder. When he told her that he was going home, she didn't expect that it would be on an island in this backward planet. Yes. Felix stretched his arms lazily and stood up. He knew that the Sky Pearl Island wasn't the same anymore. It was turned into a fortress for his family. They made sure to use their wealth from his grandfather chain pizzeria in the UVR and other successful side businesses to develop it extensively. The moment he stepped foot on the beach, he must have appeared on their radar. He wanted to avoid dealing with island security. So, he wore his artificial symbiote suit that he picked up 2 months ago from the cargo company in the Guardian Empire, and then he stepped inside a void rift. When he re-emerged again, he was standing in his empty hotel suite that was left untouched since the moment he left the island. His grandfather kept it empty for his return, and the rest of the family didn't dare to complain about it. I still need to get used to wearing it. Felix swiftly removed the suit. A second later, it was turned into a small dark ball. He beamed it back in his AP bracelet and took a deep breath. This was the second time he wore it since he got it. It felt somewhat stuffy and uncomfortable, like wearing 5 thick hides at once. But it was better than getting nude every time he needed to enter the void rift for quick travel like this. After getting comfortable on his bed, Felix dialed his grandfather. A couple of rings later, the call was picked up. Grandpa, where are you at? Felix asked. I am still in the Androxa capital. Robert complained it's hard to find a good location in the inner city to open another restaurant here. If you need any help with that, you have Mr. Igris's number. Felix reminded him. I can manage myself. Robert denied his help and asked, so, are you planning on visiting? I am already at my suite in Sky Pearl Island. Felix informed. What? Robert exclaimed. When? Why did no one tell me about it? In Robert's mind, there was no way for Felix to enter his suite without being spotted by the radar or someone. He invested a good deal of money on this island's security, making it the top 3 safest places in the planet. Just as Felix wanted to explain, Robert cut him off. Stay right there. I am logging off now. Peep. After he was hung up on, Felix wasn't left to wait for even a few minutes before his grandfather came barging from the door. Rascal! The instant Robert saw Felix lying on his bed with Nemo, his eyes brightened up in delight and rushed towards him. Still as lively as always, Grandpa. Felix chuckled as he hugged his grandfather tightly. Huh, calling me lively when you go around the universe, making trouble everywhere you step. Robert laughed as he patted Felix in the back. It's been years since they had met in real life, and Robert was really joyful that Felix returned sooner than he expected. Although they met a few times in the UVR, real life still had its own distinctive taste. Boss! I missed you. Out of nowhere, Eric appeared on the balcony window with an excited expression. He jumped inside the room and joined their hug without an ounce of shame. I am sorry, Sir Felix. I tried to stop him, but he is like a golden retriever. Just like Eric, Malik entered from the window akin to an angel with her flaming blue wings. She retrieved them and bowed at Felix respectfully. I don't mind. Felix smiled as he said, I miss you guys as well. Felix had sent his squad back to Earth the moment he realized that he was going to the Guardian Empire to hunt for void creatures. Instead of leaving them wander the universe without a purpose, it was better to use them as extra bodyguards to his grandfather.
After the last expedition, he realized that he needed to turn a few more of his squad into primogenitor's bloodliners, so they could handle the exploration on their own. He couldn't be always there, and he also didn't want to give up on those ancient ruins.
After all, he found Nemo in one of them. He might not be as lucky next time, but it was worth the try.
Unfortunately, so many things were happening at the same time. Felix wasn't given time to focus on making a few more primogenitor's bloodlines. Where are the others? Felix inquired as he released his grandfather from the hug.
They are spread out on the island. Malik answered, Eric and I are responsible for Sir Robert while the others are left to their own devices.
There was no point in having everyone guard Robert. The island itself was hard to infiltrate. Naturally, Felix wasn't counted.
I see,
Felix proposed. Gather everyone in the evening. Let's have dinner together. I was already preparing to hold a welcoming party. Robert asked with a serious tone. Unless you don't want everyone to know about your arrival. Robert understood that Felix had his own share of enemies, and he needed to remain on the low to avoid dealing with them. No, just do as you please. Felix permitted.
As he mentioned, he stopped trying to live in the shadows. If anyone wanted something from him, he would be waiting for their arrival.
Later that day, the island atmosphere had become festive and lively due to Felix's return being shared by Robert. The family elders, Abraham, Albert, Charlotte, and Carter were beyond thrilled by the news and went an extra mile to erect a magnificent party in the hotel and plaza in front of it. The news didn't take long to be leaked outside the island and cause chaos to arise in every continent. My idol is finally back.
I will pay anything to be on that island now.
Is the party exclusive? I really want to meet Sir Felix. This might be our only chance.
Tisk, so the king finally returned to his land.
I don't understand why people are worshipping him. He literally strong-armed our leaders to hand over our lands. He is just a dictator in a disguise of a hero. Fuck you and your greedy, useless leaders. The moment he took command, the planet has already experienced a booming development in many sectors.
I would rather have him as a dictator than 100 sleazy politicians who are looking merely for their own benefits.
The Earthling network was filled with discussions about Felix's return. The majority was excited to receive him, since they were smart enough to know that everything in their possession was only possible due to Felix's struggles. Just like everything else, there were sad, envious losers, who hated on Felix due to his successful life and the attention he was receiving.
Their angle of attack was always claiming that the planet was under a dictatorship ruling due to Felix.
They were right, but no one gave a crap. Felix had demonstrated many times that he never sought to harm his people, and he was already rich enough he could own tens of solar systems. In fact, they were happy that he didn't abandon them and joined another kingdom or empire. It was that easy to switch citizenship to another planet.
Late in the evening, Felix could be seen sitting with Mr. Rodriguez, Layla, Jack, his squad, and elders in his table.
The rest of the guests were sitting around them while taking a few peeks here and there at Felix. Mr. Rodriguez and some high-leveled staff in the association were invited by Felix personally to show appreciation over their hard work for the planet. Mr. Rodriguez was the one doing all the work while Felix was focusing on his own matters even though he owned the planet. We are missing just the Earthling team in this gathering. Mr. Rodriguez smiled. How are they faring in the camp? Felix inquired in intrigue.
We hear very little from their side. Mr. Rodriguez disclosed, but I am informed that Olivia, Noah, Sylvia are close to reaching peak 5th stage of replacement.
Already? Felix was slightly surprised. He knew that the training camp was known to be hardcore, but still, to reach such a high integration level in a few years was doable only by those desperate enough. He had a feeling that Noah and Sylvia might reach the 5th stage of replacement, but for Olivia?
He honestly was doubtful. It looks like little Ollie has finally matured. Felix smiled lightly.
She sure did, Mr. Rodriguez commented. All of them were inspired by you to become better versions of themselves. They vowed not to return until they reach peak 6th stage of replacement.
I don't know about that, but I am glad that they are getting stronger in this cutthroat universe. Felix nodded.
Still, peak 6th stage of replacement is nothing when dealing with other races.
Mr. Rodriguez sighed. We only need a few wins, and we will join the Universal Planetary Games. The Planetary Games scaled with the strength of its members and the win streak of the team. So, if everyone was at 6th stage of replacement, they naturally would not be placed against those at 3rd stage of replacement even though they had the same rank. They would be fighting against planets with equal strength even if their ranks were disproportionate with each other. Though, if they won, skipping ranks was a no-brainer. 3 or 4 games like this, and they would be fighting against teams made out of vampires, werewolves, orcs, and even dragons if their rank was high enough. Felix had never given up on planetary games. After all, they were the only method to climb the SG Alliance ladder and become an important member with a voice in the inner circle. As the owner of Earth, his plan all along was to use it as anchor to his advancement in the SG Alliance. I think it's time to turn the team into primogenitors bloodliners, Felix decided. Call back anyone from the main team who reached 5th stage of replacement. Felix informed, the organization will accept them as members and provide them with a mythical bloodline for their 6th stage of replacement. Are you being serious? Mr. Rodriguez exclaimed. The others were just as shocked as him. They didn't expect that the organization would have their eyes on the team when they could get anyone they wanted. There were rich backgrounds who were offering billions of coins to join the organization and obtain a mythical bloodline. I recommended them long ago and the organization agreed. Felix said, this is huge. I will contact the camp immediately. Although Felix had guaranteed their spots, Mr. Rodriguez still was worried that the organization might change their opinion later on. It was better to be through and take advantage of this extraordinary opportunity. Felix was always on the fence whether to turn his team into primogenitors bloodliners or not, especially Noah and Olivia. He understood that taking this road would mean they would be stuck at 75% integration level until he figured out a method for them to break through into the origin realm. It was quite risky since he might not find a way, but that was the disadvantage of using a primogenitor's bloodline. He was going to let them know about it, and if they still decided to commit, it would be their own choice. You want a crab leg? Felix wondered after Nemo's head popped out of his jacket and started staring at a crab. Everyone in the table stopped eating and gazed at Nemo with curious expressions. They knew that Felix wasn't into pets and that Nemo was something special. Still, they refrained from prying into Felix's matters. He might be sitting with them and being all chummy, but they didn't forget that he wasn't the same Felix from when he left. This was also why no one mentioned Felix's appearance that resembled Lance, one of the trending individuals in the universe. All of them had read about Lance's achievements in the Guardian Empire and how he reclaimed 50 infested planets heroically. It was a win for humanity as a whole, and the media made sure to portray Lance in the best light. The only reason they weren't that suspicious of Felix being Lance was the fact that another planet was reclaimed today. Yet, Felix was sitting with them here. It was simply impossible to travel from an empire to another in half a day. But again, Lance had demonstrated his ability to cross long distances at a horrific speed without restoring to wormholes. So, the suspicion was still there. Felix had noticed their suspicious looks long ago, even though they tried their best to hide them. Honestly, he didn't really care. The next morning, Felix had traveled outside the solar system without his spaceship. He came all the way here because he needed to bring his void creatures outside the void realm. If he didn't allow Queen AI to scan them, she wouldn't be able to replicate them in the battleground. Felix wasn't planning on joining the war without his void army. Let's begin. Felix nodded at Mistress Candace. Then he used his ability to open the biggest void rift he could achieve with his current energy. With Asna's emergency tank, he managed to open a half-kilometer-long void rift. Still, it looked tiny compared to Mistress Candace's void rift that stretched for many kilometers. Don't worry, Sir Felix. Mistress Candace winked. Size doesn't matter. It's how you use it. Shut up. Felix's eyelids twitched at her naughty joke. The more she was getting comfortable in his presence, the naughtier and playful she gets. After all, that was her real personality as a void succubus. It's your turn, Nemo. Felix brought Nemo in front of his face and made an okay gesture with his hand as we practiced. Make them enter the void rift. The moment Nemo saw the hand gesture, he automatically understood what Felix needed from him due to his teachings.
Nimmo commanded the void raccoons to move towards the rift by pointing his finger at it while squealing akin to a general. The void creatures did as they were ordered obediently and began to spill through the void rifts. Since there were almost 90 million void creatures, it was going to take a while for all of them to cross over. I have taught him well. Felix felt slightly proud by his work as he watched Nimmo acting like a little general. In the past months, Felix had started teaching Nimmo basic commands that he could give to his void creatures. So far, he taught him how to make them attack, retreat, split, move forward, backward, and to the sides. Nothing too complex. Nimmo was already as big as an adult cat. His intelligence was almost as high as he was in the consciousness space. If Asna was able to teach Nimmo how to serve wine and deal poker cards, then learning such a simple commands was nothing. With more time, Felix was confident that he would start commanding those void creatures akin to soldiers. Strategies, schemes, and tactics. Everything would be on the table. Felix could finally use those war books he spent days reading. A couple of hours later, the magnificent Void Army had finally crossed over to the Matter universe. Their sheer towering size and numbers were enough to cause calamity in every planet they target. Imagine 90 million void creatures attacking a single planet? Who had enough firepower to blow them all simultaneously? The Guardian Empire possessed the strongest army in the galaxy, and it was impossible for them to defeat even 10% of Felix's Void Army. Felix wasn't acting overconfident for no reason. Queen, I am willing to join the battlefield, Felix informed with a serious tone. Are you certain? Queen AI asked for a confirmation. Yes. Your participation has been registered, Queen AI informed. Since you own planet Earth, you can only join the Federation side. I understand. Have you read all the rules of the battlefield? Yes. Please choose a safe area to place your VR pod, Queen AI informed. This safe area will be your protected zone. As long as you remain in it, you are protected by the SG Alliance. In other words, no one would dare to assassinate Felix's real body while he was in the battleground. The SG Alliance and Queen AI were the insurance, and they had their own ways to keep their word. I will be picking it later. Felix delayed. Do you have anything you want to replicate inside the battleground? Queen inquired. Replicate everything in my AP bracelet and those void creatures. Permission to scan. Granted. Felix's AP bracelet was one of the latest generations. This provided him with a scanner that could reach up to a few kilometers. Still, Felix had to spend a couple of hours just to scan every void raccoon for the Queen. Are those void creatures your property? Queen AI asked. Can you verify your ownership over them? No, but since you scanned them, it means that they are registered in your private database now. Felix smirked and provided a signed holographic paper to Queen AI. I hereby claim that those void creatures are mine, and I will be responsible for their actions. Are you certain? Queen AI went silent for a second, and then warned, claiming ownership over void creatures means that every destroyed property or death caused by them will be on you. 100%. Felix nodded confidently. Felix wasn't the only one who attempted to claim legal ownership over void creatures. Many did it before him and regretted immensely. After all, everything caused by void creatures were placed on them as the owners. Since void creatures knew nothing but destruction and slaughter, it wasn't a deal worth taking. On the other hand, we got Felix, the sole person in the universe who was able to control them. I hereby declare you as the legal owner of those void creatures. Queen AI announced the void creatures have been replicated successfully. Unbeknownst to the royal family, their worst nightmare had just joined the battleground. They will be dispatched in the battleground based on your desire, though they can't be dispatched in the territory of the opposite side. Such a rule was implemented to avoid making ambushes. Imagine copying a supernova fleet and then dispatching it in a core region after sneaking inside. The results would be catastrophic for the opposite side. I know. Felix nodded. Should we send them back now? Mistress Candace asked as she eyed the void raccoons. Yes. There was no need to leave them here when they had been copied successfully. By the way, what will happen to them if they died in the battleground? Mistress Candace wondered.
She was new to this system of having wars in UVR and still was having trouble understanding all the rules. Nothing. Felix chuckled. Ha! Mistress Candace was bewildered by his answer. The rules works only for intelligent life forms or objects. Felix clarified, in the case of intelligent life forms, Queen AI takes care of them by execution. As for weapons, spaceships, and such, the owner is enforced to destroy them or the SG Alliance will take care of it. The rules have nothing against unintelligent life forms unless they wear AP bracelets. Felix added, it is done like this since there are races with cultivation systems that focuses on summoning and controlling hordes of unintelligent life forms. It would be a chore to kill them or enforce the owner to do so. Felix concluded, since they will be useless after their owner dies, no rule was implicated on them. I see. Mistress Candace nodded in understanding. She realized that Felix was taking advantage of this rule that was quite useless in wars between humans. Even the beast masters weren't that useful in those wars since they control a very limited number of beasts. Meanwhile, Felix was going in with 90 million void creature. No one knew that it was possible, and Felix believed that after this war, there would be new rules added due to him. After the void creatures were sent back to the void realm, Felix beamed a new AP bracelet. Nemo, come here. Felix called. Yee? Nemo stopped playing around in space and rushed back. Felix made him stand still and placed the AP bracelet in direct eyesight of Nemo. Queen, I would like to manually bind AP bracelet number 5471 4DH with my pet's consciousness, Felix requested. The moment Nemo had grown to the size of an adult cat, he stopped being considered as a toddler. So he was allowed to join the UVR. If Felix didn't feed him void energy and allowed him to grow naturally, it would have taken 2 years or more. To bind pet's consciousness, you need a proof of ownership. Just like with void creatures, Felix needed to be responsible over the actions of his pet inside the UVR. When Nemo's intelligence reached human standards, Felix would abolish his pet contract and free him. Here it is. Felix showed the contract to Queen AI. He had done it a month ago when he tried to test if Nemo was old enough to join the UVR. Naturally, it wasn't a slavery contract where Queen AI would execute Nemo if he dared to misbehave. Felix considered Nemo as part of the family, and he would never make him sign such a contract. It was the same as making your son sign it. Sometimes trust was more than enough to keep one at ease. Binding has been concluded. Queen AI informed. Felix stared at Nemo, who had his eyes closed shut, and requested, please log him out. In a few seconds, Nemo opened his eyes with a confused expression. You will get used to it. Felix smiled gently as he made Nemo wear the AP bracelet like a collar. Miss Candace, it's your turn, Felix said as he eyed Mistress Candace. My main consciousness is already trapped inside your mind. Mistress Candace shrugged her shoulders as she joked. Signing a slavery contract will just make it official on paper. I am glad you are seeing the humor in this. Felix chuckled as he offered her a contract to sign. Without a slavery contract that enforced Mistress Candace to give up on her identity and roots, there was no way that Queen AI would allow her to join the battleground. Only Mariana Empire native-born citizens were allowed or true permanent slaves. Felix couldn't use the Void Army properly without Mistress Candace's assistance. In addition, he would not be able to travel through the Void Realm without her help. His plans relied heavily on the Void Realm. Thankfully, Mistress Candace didn't mind. Honestly, she was unable to say no even if she wanted. Still, Felix preferred not to use force or threats. Inside the battleground, Felix had opened his eyes in his dark deviant spaceship. He had copied his spaceship as well and made it as his protected spot. Then, he requested the Queen to keep traveling through the galaxy nonstop. This was a simple foolproof plan that worked every time. As long as his spaceship avoided populated areas and space routes, it would be impossible to catch him in real life. Log in Miss Candace and Nemo, Felix permitted. In a few seconds, those two materialized next to him. Nemo swiftly rushed towards Felix and hid under his jacket, clearly still rattled by the whole experience. What now, Sir Felix? Mistress Candace asked. Let's dispatch the Void Army first.
Felix intended to go straight to the enemy territory. He couldn't dispatch them there.
Queen, can I dispatch my void creatures in the void realm? Felix asked.
It's possible, Queen warned, but you need a method to extract them on your own.
Leave that to me. Felix smiled. Please dispatch them in the void realm.
Queen did as she was told.
She might be having a non-existent connection with the real void realm, but in the UVR?
She could do anything she pleased with it. After all, the void realm wasn't that complex. It was just an infinite space filled with void energy.
Felix used his void vision and was satisfied that all of his void raccoons were placed around his spaceship in the void realm.
This saved him the trouble of putting them there personally. Let's see if there is any development to the war. Composed, Felix sat on his bed and created tens of holographic screens. Each one was for a news outlet that was responsible over the war. After watching the news for a half an hour, he recognized that the Federation Alliance needed help more than ever. Emperor Raval truly screwed them big time with his private wormholes ambush strategy.
The 10 captured regions had already become 15 and his royal army was still expanding to other regions nonstop. Since he was hitting multiple regions at once every time, it was hard to keep up with him. No matter how bright Zojia was, she could not command her alliance army properly in this condition.
After all, it was impossible to strategize when everyone in the alliance were worried about their own territories.
Unlike Emperor Raval with a firm control over his army, she needed to go an extra mile to convince a leader why they should send half of his troops to rescue the neighboring region.
Even then, generally she fails and gets forced to use the contract's terms against them.
In other words, she forcefully took over command of the region's armies to further her strategies.
When they fail to work, she gets criticized by hundreds of leaders.
When it works,
she gets nothing since it was her job as the great commander of the army. It was truly a rewardless job that was fraught with nothing but stress. They are really desperate.
Felix smirked after checking his email inbox and seeing that Maganda Chief and Zojia were hoping that Felix would join as soon as possible.
If possible, he could make the organization join the war as well. Their agreement was with Felix and not the organization. Still, they actually wanted the help from the organization instead of Felix.
After all, he was an individual in a galactical war. In their eyes, nothing much could be accomplished by him to turn the tides in their favor. Before meeting Mistress Candace, Felix would have agreed with their worries.
But now, let's see about that. Felix chuckled and closed all the holographic screens. Then he emailed Zojia, informing her that he is going to hold his part of the deal. Let's move. Felix grinned. Emperor Raval has been bullying everyone a tad too much. It's time for him to have a small taste of his own medicine.
Only Felix dared to claim that he was able to bully Emperor Raval. When looking at his unfathomable strength, Mistress Candace's assistance, and the void army behind him, no one would consider him as a bragger.
While Felix was preparing to start his travel through the Void Realm towards the Mariana Empire capital city, Zojia had just called over Maganda Chief and the others to her office. The reason?
Felix's email.
What does he mean by holding his part of the deal? Gabriel wondered. Most likely, he just joined the battleground. Maganda Chief informed. I have heard news from my subordinates that he had returned to Earth.
Should we send a small fleet to escort him to the core of the territory? Raka asked. No need, I believe he can manage himself. Barry added, plus, it's better for us if he ended up in trouble. The organization will be forced to extend a hand to assist him.
It's even better if he died, Gabriel said coldly. They might go all out to avenge his death.
After all, he is a very viable subject to them.
As Felix mentioned, friendship between him and the Alliance had already been extinguished. Now they were just business partners. So, it made total sense that Gabriel would say something like this even though Felix was here to help.
That's not guaranteed to work. Zojia sighed. We know very little from his organization. Who knows if they even have an army?
I think it's best to back up Felix. At least, having him with us means that the public will support us regardless of our decisions. Felix's public image was already at the pinnacle in the galaxy. He brought so much glory and honor to the human race in the SG platform, it was hard to hate on him anymore. Honestly, we need a miracle to turn the war around. Zojia shook her head.
We either go big and use a risky strategy that might lose us the war if we failed, or we can keep bleeding slowly like this. We know it's impossible for everyone to agree to the first option. In Felix's previous life, it was clear which decision had been taken. The war lasted for more than a decade, even though everything looked pretty grim from the first year. After all, the Federation alliance could not surrender, leaving only two options for victory: kill the 10 leaders or destroy 90% of the alliance's forces. Both of those options needed years of effort. If things kept going at this pace, the same outcome would be repeated. A couple of hours later. Sir Felix, I believe we have reached the capital city, Mistress Candace announced while observing the bustling, colorless city through her pink void eye. Felix exited his consciousness space and looked around him. After seeing the colorless building structure and the magnificent towering palace at peak of a hill, he realized that he was in the plaza of the city, the densest area in the entire city. You just strolled your way into the heart of the empire without triggering a single alarm. Asna giggled. Imagine opening a rift here and releasing the Void Army. No need for such unnecessary slaughter. Felix requested, take us to the palace. We just need to capture the Emperor alive and everything will be over soon. Felix wasn't planning on killing Emperor Raval, even though he could do so in the blink of an eye. After all, killing him didn't mean winning the war. On the other hand, if he captured him alive, Mistress Candace could extract memories out of him. As the Emperor and the strongest human in the Empire, he must be the only one to own information about the names and location of the other 9 assigned leaders. With Felix's horrifying traveling speed, he could hunt them one by one even if they were spread out through the entire royal family territory. Just like that, he could claim victory to the war without shedding too much blood or using his Void Army at all. Since he would be the killer to the 10 leaders, his contribution to the war efforts would topple everyone in the alliance. This would help him earn most of the royal family territory in addition to having the most authoritative voice in the Federation. It was all written in the Federation contract. Without owning planet Earth, it would have been impossible to achieve so much. A split second later, Felix and Mistress Candace had reached the throne chamber in the royal palace. Oh, are they holding a meeting? Felix wondered after seeing tens of holographic people sitting at the sides of the throne. Emperor Raval was sitting on the throne while Commander Haid was standing next to him. Those maggots have demonstrated that they are incapable of coming together. Emperor Raval smiled as he looked at his family and generals. As long as you don't lose focus, we ought to win this war in a few years at best. Clap, clap. The royal family applauded while the generals saluted respectfully to celebrate the news. Everyone was beyond delighted by the notion that their territories were finally going to be recovered. Anyone here as a hologram meant that he was contributing a good chunk of this victory. This signified that they would be awarded with those territories when it was all over. You were dismissed. Emperor Raval excused them with a wave of a hand. Soon, only Emperor Raval, Commander Haid, and 2 guards were left behind. The Federation are going to prolong this war as much as possible. Emperor Raval rubbed his eyelids. If only there was a way to end it sooner to mitigate the SG Alliance penalties. Greedy as ever, Felix scoffed. Emperor Raval had demonstrated many times that his greed knew no bounds. Felix had experienced it firsthand in his previous life when he switched his citizenship to the Empire. Everything was taxed to the max and overpriced as hell. It was hard to live in the Empire without a good-paying job. Even an SG bloodliner like him had struggled with money a few times in the Empire due to the tax rates. Should we make a move now or wait until the commander leaves? Mistress Candace asked. No need. I will kill him first. Felix said coldly. All right, I will hold the Emperor. Mistress Candace nodded and then approached them. Emperor Raval and Commander Haid were still speaking with each other, not sensing a single thing. Felix tightened his fists while activating Void Seekers. They engulfed his fists in void energy. Then he placed them exactly in front of the commander's face. Now! The moment Mistress Candace was given the order, she opened a void rift right in front of Felix's fists. The instant Commander Haid sensed the fluctuation in space. He recoiled his head away reflexively. His honed instincts were truly commendable, but Felix was way much faster than him. Boom!
Felix straight out punched Commander Haid in the face with the speed of light.
The sheer terrorizing force his fist carried was enough to blow Commander Haid's face into oblivion.
Due to the void energy on his fist, the flying tiny pieces were disintegrated while midair.
Absolutely stunned, Emperor Raval stared at Commander's headless corpse that was still standing next to him like nothing had ever happened.
Everything went so fast. Even a veteran Origin bloodliner like him wasn't able to comprehend what the fuck had just occurred in his chamber. He had experienced many ambushes in his life, but nothing was as inconceivable as this. Felix and Mistress Candace made sure to take advantage of his momentary shock to emerge from the void rift and kickstart their plan.
Mistress Candace used her spiritual pressure to freeze Emperor Raval while Felix used his overpowering physique to smack Emperor Raval in the neck. He made sure to control his strength so he wouldn't snap Emperor Raval's neck in half. Still stunned, Emperor Raval's eyes rolled at the back of his head and fainted immediately.
Knowing that Origin bloodliners were capable of regaining consciousness in a few seconds, Felix beamed a small bottle that was filled with a dark red liquid and forced Emperor Raval to drink it. That liquid was potent hypotension inducement that was able to keep Emperor Raval stay unconscious for at least 10 minutes. Mistress Candace turned into a spaceship again, and Felix didn't hesitate to throw Emperor Raval inside it akin to a sack of potato. Then he jumped inside and they entered the void rift. After they disappeared in it, the void rift was closed shut, returning the throne chamber into its quiet and solemn atmosphere. Well, the headless standing corpse and 2 dumbfounded royal guards would have disagreed with that statement.
Thud. A few moments later, Commander's headless corpse finally lost its balance and fell into the red carpet, staining it even more red with the never-ending gushing of blood.
The noise forced those 2 stunned royal guards to make a reaction. They turned to look at each other and saw the same horror in their eyes. One of them lifted his shaky finger and pointed at the throne. With great difficulty, he managed to stutter a single mind-blowing question. Did the Emperor just got kidnapped?
The other guard didn't know to respond. He wanted to deny it vehemently and believe that everything that happened was a mere bad nightmare. Alas, no matter how much he pinched himself, the pain kept reminding him that this was the reality.
A terrifying reality where the great commander of the army got killed, and the Emperor was kidnapped in the blink of an eye.
What do we do?
What do we do? What the hell do we do? The first guard was already starting to lose his shit. He rushed to Commander Haid's corpse and saw that he couldn't be any more dead.
Soon, he started to run around the throne frantically, thinking that the enemies might still be hiding here. In his eyes, the whole killing and kidnapping sequence occurred in less than a second.
He saw just blips of everything before the chamber returned to its peaceful atmosphere. He was a mere 6th-stage bloodliner. There was no way that his mind could track Felix and Mistress Candace's movements. Fuck. Let's inform the captain. The second guard finally remembered his protocol that he never needed to use. Whenever shit goes down, contact the Royal Guard's captain. While the Royal Guards were retelling the most shocking experience in his life to the captain, Felix and Mistress Candace had already crossed thousands of kilometers away from the capital planet.
When they reached an empty area, they entered the Matter universe and continued their journey on the Dark Deviant. "Are you all right?" Felix inquired after seeing Mistress Candace massaging her temples.
He was told by her that she didn't possess a much higher spiritual pressure than the Emperor due to being a mere wisp of consciousness.
It was barely enough to freeze him for a few seconds before she experiences a nasty headache.
If she had her main consciousness inside her body, Emperor Raval would have been played like a puppet. "I am fine." Mistress Candace moved next to Emperor Raval and said, "I will be starting now."
"Good luck." Felix moved back to give her some space.
Mistress Candace placed her palms on Emperor Raval's temples and closed her eyes.
Then she dove within his dream and picked a small hidden corner.
Next, she opened a mirror that was linked with his memories and began reading them quickly.
Usually, she would avoid reading her target's memories until they were already enslaved by her. After all, this was a violation of privacy, and if she didn't have them hooked on her, they would resist her enchantment attempts much harder. As she was browsing through the Emperor's memories, trying to find the names and location of the other 9 assigned leaders, Felix was measuring the Emperor's pulse.
He intended to pump more of his hypotension inducement into the Emperor's veins the moment he senses that his pulse was on the rise. This plan was the best one to extract information from the Emperor without any side effects. To use truth inducement, the Emperor needed to be awake.
As for using rank 4+ potions that were able to extract memories,
they were hit-and-miss potions. Typically, the extracted memories were useless. In case Mistress Candace failed to extract the needed intel, Felix would be using the other methods. Isn't better to just force him to surrender? Asna wondered. With his personality, I believe he will agree if you spared him. You are wrong. Felix shook his head. He might be greedy and have an inflated ego, but he isn't a coward. He will rather die than surrender and have nothing left.
Felix would rather leave that option as the last resort.
After all, there was always the possibility that Emperor Ravel would be crazy enough to blow up his soul. If Origin Bloodliner blew his soul, the explosion would be more than enough to cover 500 cubic kilometer. Felix didn't want to be in the center of that.
Back in the palace, the royal family and the generals were gathered in the throne chamber yet again.
Commander Hade's corpse wasn't moved at all.
The two royal guards kept their heads lowered while the royal family and generals kept eyeing the throne with bewildered expressions.
They had been called by the captain as an emergency. They thought that the Emperor was the one calling for them. But when they arrived and heard what happened, their brains were short-circuited. Commander Hade killed? Emperor Ravel kidnapped?
They would rather believe that the Federation Alliance had somehow breached their territory defenses and attacked the capital city than believe in that brainless crap.
Alas, Commander Hade's corpse was left there by the captain to make the situation more believable.
Queen Norfolk herself went to check on Commander Hade's corpse.
Although it was without a head, she knew that it was him. She was an Origin Bloodliner too and spent many millennials dealing with Commander. This is really happening.
Finally accepting this fucked up situation, the Queen turned to the two royal guards with a livid expression and hollowed at them, "Speak now."
The two guards had anticipated the royal family's boiling rage and were prepared to handle it. "Ma'am, I think it's better to see it personally."
The first guard forwarded a holographic screen that contained the recordings of what happened a few minutes ago.
His perception might be too slow to comprehend what happened, but his eyes still captured everything. Queen AI had recorded everything and turned it into data, allowing them to edit it as they pleased. This is the slowed version. The first guard played the recording and didn't speak again.
Prince Balin, Princess Alma, General Creed, Commander Edward, and the rest of the onlookers concentrated on the footage with serious expressions.
If what the royal guards claimed to be the truth, they knew that the repercussions were too big to stomach even for them. Alas, when they saw how Felix and Mistress Candace appeared out of nowhere and did exactly what the royal guards claimed, they were left with no choice but to believe it.
How's this even possible? Princess Alma's jaw was dropped at the sight of her father being thrown like a sandbag.
Who were those two bastards and where did they come from?
Are we still in the battleground?
Who's strong enough to blow a powerful Origin Bloodliner heads off with one punch? Commander Edward murmured with a baffled look. Silence. Queen Norfolk shushed everyone and ordered coldly, "Play it again."
After the recording was played again, Queen Norfolk paused it exactly when Felix and Mistress Candace's appearance were shown on the screen.
Mistress Candace's beauty had already made a few men in the royal family to lose their focus and start daydreaming about her. Yet, Felix's appearance attracted even more eyes since everyone was familiar with it.
How could anyone ever forget Felix's face when it was used to be popping off throughout the entire network?
Is that really Landlord? It must be him.
But doesn't his hair and that forehead's red eye resembles Lance's? Yes, it's almost identical. Soon, the onlookers had spotted the uncanny resemblance with Lance. Since he was being super active in the network for the past months, everyone had already familiarized themselves with his appearance.
So, is he Landlord or Lance? General Creed wondered. Or someone else entirely, who used a disguise to throw us off? That's your job. Queen Norfolk gave everyone a frigid stare and ordered, "Find out his true identity, so we can make contact." In Queen Norfolk's eyes, since they kidnapped the Emperor instead of killing him, they still had hope of rescuing him.
This is a joke. Prince Balin thought otherwise.
In his eyes, there was no such hope. It was game over for the royal family. Felix and Mistress Candace had demonstrated that they could kill and capture even the highest-ranked individuals in the galaxy within a second. All of this while being inside the most protected area in the Empire. Since they attacked the royal family in the battleground, it only meant that they were siding with the Federation. He had no idea how did the Federation manage to find or hire those two monsters, and he honestly wasn't planning to find out. Time to liquefy my assets to secure my freedom, he decided. In his eyes, the war had ended the moment the Emperor was kidnapped like a toddler. It was better to liquefy his properties and hid the money so it could be used to pay for his freedom. After all, when the war ends, everyone involved in the war would be imprisoned by Queen AI inside the battleground until the winning side decide what to do with them. Prince Balin wasn't the only one thinking this rationally. Many royal relatives and generals were preparing their exit strategy too. I don't want a single word of what happened here to be leaked outside, Queen Norfolk shouted. Now move! In such a crisis, time was everything. The royal family and generals started to disappear one by one until only Queen Norfolk and the guards remained. Forward the recording to me, Queen Norfolk ordered. The moment the first royal guard did so, he found himself flying in the air while the world kept spinning and spinning. A brief moment later, he fell into the ground and finally realized that he was decapitated. Thud thud. Not being left alone. Both the second guard and captain's head had fallen next to his. While their consciousness was slipping into the eternal darkness, the only thing they heard was Queen Norfolk's footsteps getting softer and softer. In consolation to their death, at least they managed to witness the greatest and most shocking assassination/kidnapping attempt in the history of the galaxy. Back in Dark Deviant, Mistress Candace was still reading the Emperor's memories while Felix continued making sure that he remained unconscious. It's been more than 20 minutes. Felix knitted his eyebrows. She said it will take at best 10 minutes. Give it time. Asna said it's difficult to read memories of someone who lived for tens of thousands of years without a clear filter. When Asna used to read Felix's memories, she always needed him to be exact on the date or the place where the memory happened. Otherwise, she would be there for a long time. Felix did give Mistress Candace a time frame where he believed that the Emperor must have picked the 10 leaders. But he might be wrong since he simply made an educated guess. This might have been causing the delay. After 2 hours, Mistress Candace finally opened her eyes. Are you all right? Felix asked after seeing that she was dripping sweat like a fountain. I am just a little tired. Mistress Candace wiped her forehead. It was an easy process and took way longer than I anticipated. Did you find anything? Sorry. I found only 9 names and locations. She apologized. The last name was the cause of my delay. No matter where I looked, I didn't see the Emperor mention it at all. It can't be. Felix was devastated by the news. Without the 10th name, it would be useless to have the other 9 as well. You either kill them all or don't bother yourself. It seems like this old sack of bones is still caution enough to distance himself from one of the 10 leaders. Asna said his subordinate or family must have been responsible for picking the 10th leader without informing him. No, it makes no sense. Felix refused to believe it. This greedy bastard's ego knows no bounds. There is no way he will believe that someone will capture him alive and extract memories out of him. Emperor Raval was one of the strongest bloodliners in the Empire. Killing him should have been impossible by another origin bloodliner in the Empire, don't even mention kidnapping him alive. That's why he wasn't able to react when Felix and Mistress Candace popped out of nowhere. It was just unthinkable in the battleground. In real world? Maybe because there were many mysterious figures from uncanny races. But this was the battleground, where every origin bloodliner was known and had his abilities studied. Well, I don't mind looking again after a quick break, Mistress Candace offered. No need. Felix shook his head. If you didn't find it in the time frame, then it must be either outside of it or not there at all as you mentioned. In both cases, it's impossible for you to find it. Just like Asna mentioned, without a clear filter, it would take ages to find what he desired from reading memories. I will be using my truth inducement, Felix proposed with a serious tone. With truth inducement, Emperor would cough up anything that he knows as long as the dosage was potent enough to affect him. After all, he was still a human and without mental or poison immunity.
The only issue with this method was the fact that the Emperor would be self-conscious.
If he managed to break through Felix's inducement somehow and blew up his soul, it wouldn't be pretty for Felix.
I have a plan to counter his soul explosion. Felix was always resourceful in stressful situations.
How so? We will make a void rift behind him, Felix disclosed. If we noticed any hint that he planned to blow up, we will kick him inside and close the rift.
That's a good idea. But his explosion might harm the void raccoons. Mistress Candace said.
You are right. Felix nodded. The explosion would be enough to wipe out a quarter of his army, and that's while inside the void realm. Not planning to risk it, Felix made Nimmo order the void creatures to travel away from the blast zone. In a short while, Felix saw that the coast was clear in the void realm. Let's begin. Felix pumped out a small white liquid sphere from his palm.
He made another one and merged them together. Instead of growing bigger, the sphere actually shrunk but got darker.
Now it resembled a gray golf ball. Soon, he mixed it with paralyzed inducement so the Emperor wouldn't be making trouble. I am always fascinated by your poison manipulation, Mistress Candace praised sincerely. She knew that for a human, any type of elemental manipulation was extremely difficult to master. After all, they weren't like the half-serpent with high affinity to poison, or red dragons with high affinity to fire, etc. So, to see Felix able to liquefy poison and condense it into a ball in less than a few seconds was a feat that should be celebrated.
Thank you. Felix smiled in appreciation while making another dosage for emergencies.
The tenants in his mind had a terrible high standard to be met, making it hard for Felix to earn a few praises over his hard work.
So it felt quite nice to have someone finally recognizing his immense efforts.
Can you make the void rift? Felix requested.
Mistress Candace opened one behind the Emperor without questions asked.
Felix made a small cut on the Emperor's arm and injected the full dosage of truth inducement. Then, he made him sit on a chair and retrieved his hypotension inducement from his bloodstream. With his external manipulation and close range to an open wound, it wasn't that hard.
After he detoxified his bloodstream, he noticed that his blood pressure was on the rise.
This entailed that he would be gaining consciousness soon. Be prepared to close the rift. Felix warned one last time before focusing on the Emperor's twitching eyelids.
A few moments later, the Emperor opened his muddled eyes and stared at Felix and Mistress Candace.
Alas, his vision was too blurry and shaky to see their faces.
Where am I?
Who are those two? What's happening to me? Emperor Raval felt like his head was about to split apart. The only thing he was able to do was ask questions in his mind like he wasn't in control of his body anymore.
What's your full name? Felix started the interrogation after seeing Emperor Raval's state.
Name?
Who are those clowns?
Why am I paralyzed?
My name is Raval Norfolk III. Emperor Raval stuttered an answer.
What? Why did I say that?
Am I poisoned? Emperor Raval's thought process was thrown into chaos after hearing himself.
It seemed like Felix's dose was enough to get answers but not enough to cause a mental blackout. Felix didn't care as much and continued asking basic questions. Emperor Raval kept answering truthfully against his own will. Because he was experiencing an agonizing headache due to the truth inducement, he was finding it harder to recall anything from his memories. If he couldn't even think properly, there was no way he could activate an ability.
Tell me the 10 names of the assigned leaders and their locations.
However, the moment Felix asked this question, the kidnapping memory was triggered forcefully. It's them. Emperor Raval seethed in his mind after recalling what happened. However, that anger was soon turned into fear. 2 individuals managed to kill his right-hand man and kidnap him in a second. No origin bloodliner in the galaxy was capable of doing that. Who are those monsters, and why are they even allowed to join the battleground? While he was questioning Queen's decision to let them inside the battleground, his mouth was giving out information about the 10 leaders akin to a professional snitch. Thomas Sinai, he lives in slums of District 9 in the entertainment hub. He is short, has a brown hair, green eyes, and crooked teeth.
And? Felix knitted his eyebrows after Emperor Raval stopped speaking after reaching the 9th assigned leader.
Samarmalan, she live. Fuck! Felix cursed in irritation after realizing that he was about recycle through the names again.
This signified that he truly had no idea about the 10th leader.
Why don't you know about it? Felix asked him with a pissed tone. Commander Haid advised that I let him pick the 10th leader. Emperor Ravel spoke truthfully with a dazed look. I didn't care too much about the 10 leaders and just allowed him to do as he pleased.
FCK. Felix wanted to punch the Emperor Ravel hard on his face for his retarded overconfidence. Emperor Ravel clearly never doubted for a second that he would lose the war. Since the 10 leaders was the worst possible method to win a war, he honestly didn't give too much of hoot about them.
He picked 9 trusted people and hid them thoroughly on location that only he knew about it. Unless the Alliance Federation managed to destroy those 9 planets or slaughter everyone on them, there was no way to find them. So, when his commander asked him to give him the right to pick a 10th leader, he didn't give a shit. Hell, he didn't even bother to ask him about the person he picked. Felix was right. Emperor Ravel wasn't caution enough to believe that someone could extract the intel out of him. But he did ruin Felix's original plan by simply being himself. God damn it! Remembering the blown-up head of Commander Haid made Felix even more pissed.
This time, he was pissed at himself for not kidnapping them both and being done with it.
Though it would be harder to achieve so without some struggle.
Felix didn't want to give Emperor Ravel even a second to activate any ability. Don't beat yourself up too much. Asna comforted him, who would believe that the commander knows a leader's name that wasn't known to this egoistic emperor. Felix still wasn't too pleased with himself.
It was such a small mishap, but it ruined his plan. He knew that Commander Haid wasn't the 10th assigned leader since he killed him and received no notification from the Queen. We can only convince him to surrender now, Felix said coldly.
Since finding the 10th leader was going to be impossible in such a massive territory, Felix wasn't planning on wasting his time on a wild goose chase.
Can't we force him to say the words with your poison? Mistress Candace wondered. No, Queen AI can see that he is under influence, Felix said. For the surrender to go through, the Emperor needed to say the words with clear mind. It will be hard to achieve so, Mistress Candace said. The moment you detoxify him, he will start making trouble.
Naturally, the instant Emperor Ravel regained his mental capabilities, he wouldn't hesitate to use his abilities.
Felix knew that he was a gem elementalist with many horrid defensive abilities. Felix didn't want to fight in his spaceship lest it gets ruined.
I came prepared for such. Felix beamed a crystal potion that was full of a glittering liquid.
Oh, elemental sponge potion. Hee. I like your style. Mistress Candace giggled after recognizing the potion immediately.
It was a 3-star rank 4 potion that was able to absorb elemental energy out of any life form or object.
Felix had concocted it personally months ago when he was gathering the Void Army. He didn't waste those 4 months reclaiming a planet after the other without working on himself and plan.
Drink up. Felix forcefully chugged the potion through Emperor Ravel's mouth.
No. Stop. Meanwhile, Emperor Ravel was crying out loud in terror. Who could blame him?
The moment the content of the potion entered his stomach, the glittering liquid began to absorb any elemental energy in his body.
The worst part, the more it absorbed, the gooier and bigger the substance gets. Since he was an origin bloodliner, his elemental pool was at least 10 times bigger than Felix without counting Asna's emergency tank. With so much energy absorbed, Emperor Ravel's stomach kept getting larger and larger, making him resemble a pregnant woman on her 8th month. After a few short moments of such an humiliating image to the Emperor, the sponge stopped absorbing the elemental energy and began forcing itself through Emperor Ravel's throat.
Oh, yay! Thud.
At last, Emperor Ravel managed to vomit it out forcefully even though he was paralyzed. The pain was truly unimaginable. Emperor Ravel could only vent some of it through screaming in his mind. Felix kicked the giant gooey substance inside the void rift and watched it disintegrate within a split second. Then, he turned to Emperor Ravel, who appeared to have lost his consciousness, and fed him just a tiny bit of elemental energy. Enough to keep him conscious during their conversation. In a short while, Emperor Ravel regained his consciousness. This time, he wasn't mentally impaired by anything and his vision was crystal clear.
Landlord. Stunned, he exclaimed after seeing Felix sitting in front of him while Mistress Candace was standing behind him. So many questions coursed on his mind, but at the same time he felt that Felix being the progenitor was the most logical conclusion. He always knew that he would be joining the war after finding out that Earth was protected heavily by the Federation alliance. Emperor Raval never underestimated Felix or his organization. In fact, he rushed to kickstart this war just because he was fearful of his future. Felix was about to start battling diamond-ranked players and no one knew whether he even reached Origin Realm or not. Such a variable was too big to be left alone. Yet, no matter how much he overestimated Felix, he never thought for a second that he was capable of kidnapping him in a blink of an eye. Just how? Emperor Raval forgot his pain, his anger, his fear, and everything else. He just wanted to know, how did Felix pull this off? I am the one asking questions. Felix ignored his inquiry and ordered him coldly. End this war and I might give you a peaceful and proud death. Emperor glanced at his AP bracelet and realized that it was taken from him. Felix's wasn't dumb to leave the Emperor's bracelet. It was traceable in emergencies and he wanted to avoid dealing with the royal army now. Emperor Raval couldn't help but chuckle in derision. His limbs were paralyzed by Felix's poison. His elemental energy had been sucked dry, and his AP bracelet was taken from him. He was as hopeless as a sparrow without wings. I can only speak and move my eyes. Emperor Raval snickered. You can do whatever you want to me. Yet, you prefer not to answer a single question of mine. You're afraid that by giving me time to think, I might just grow enough courage to blow my soul? Blowing one's soul truly took great guts. After all, most people believed in the spirit realm in the universe even though they have never seen it. The only way to enter it was by keeping your soul intact after dying. Who would say no to the afterlife? Felix sighed and said, You are still asking questions. Before Emperor Raval could talk back, Felix's fingers started to sizzle with thin lines of electricity. In a few moments, there were millions of those thin lines coursing through his arms. Then, they slithered towards Emperor Raval's arms akin to little snakes. They covered his entire body and even went inside through his orifices. Are you going to surrender? Felix asked again indifferently. You can't scare me with a bit of pain. Emperor Raval sneered, feeling just ticklish by those electricity lines. Boy, the pain I have experienced in my journey can never be compared to anything you do. Alas, his statement was cut in half by his agonizing high-pitched screech. It was such a harrowing screech, anyone who heard it would think that it came from a young woman. A young woman with zero tolerance to pain instead of an origin bloodliner with one of the toughest pain tolerances in the galaxy. What did you to him? Mistress Candace wondered in intrigue after seeing that Emperor Raval had passed out from the agony after a few seconds. Nothing much, Felix said nonchalantly while withdrawing the electricity snakes. I just teased every single pain receptor in his body directly with electricity. Mistress Candace shivered after imagining the same happening to her. Human bodies have 200 pain receptors for every square centimeter in their skin. To target all of them at the same time required uncanny precision and knowledge of the human body. Wake him up, Felix said. Mistress Candace stepped forth and slapped Emperor Raval a few times until he regained consciousness. This time, Emperor Raval's expression was as ugly as it could get. He was sweating all over and his heartbeats was that of a sprinting hound. The pain had finally set him straight. Will you surrender now? Felix asked calmly. Seeing that Emperor Raval wasn't talking, Felix snapped his finger and the same electrical thin lines appeared over his skin. The moment Emperor Raval saw them, he shivered and spoke hastily. I can surrender if my conditions were accepted. Speak. Felix decided to hear him out. I want to retain 20% of my territory and resources. My royal family will be spared. We will sign a contract that forbid you or the Federation Alliance from making a move on us for eternity. Emperor Raval proposed. He was a smart individual who already realized that his empire was done for the moment he got caught. Instead of getting tortured needlessly, better be done with it and make a deal to ensure his survival. Unfortunately for him, his conditions were laughable in Felix's eyes. Here is my counter-offer that isn't negotiable. You will get a single deserted planet at the outskirts of the empire, and you can't leave it.
You will retain not a single item or coin. You can decide whether you want your family to live with you or not. Felix offered indifferently. You serious? Emperor Ravel eyed Felix in disbelief. Dead serious. 20% territory? Retain resources?
Remain untouched for eternity?
In Felix's eyes, he must have shocked him brainless with electricity to believe that his surrender valued that much. Felix sought a surrender from him to end this war with less bloodshed than necessary. But it didn't mean that he couldn't stomach massacring the royal army. It was simply the last option. You want me to live like a dog away from civilization? Emperor Ravel yelled furiously. I would rather die than live such a humiliating life.
Is that your final decision? Felix eyed him coldly.
You are making a grave mistake, Emperor Ravel advised Felix when he saw him unwilling to negotiate the conditions.
I doubt it. Doubt it. Emperor Ravel snickered. I am the only one capable of ending the war with one word. If I died, neither my wives nor the rest of my family were capable of doing so. In ruleless wars, the option to surrender didn't get passed down to another after the supreme leader dies like in other wars. In fact, the leader chose if he wanted to use that system or simply take away the option with him. Concerning Federation Alliance, Zojia was the leader. When she dies, the right to surrender get passed over to the 5 elders. If they died as well, the right to surrender move on to Maganda Chief and the other 3.
At last, it would be passed over to the rest of the alliance leaders to vote on it. However, Emperor Ravel wasn't that democratic as them. From the get-go, he decided that unless he surrendered personally, no one had the right to do it. As an egoistic bastard, he would rather have the war continue raging on after his death, just to cause more chaos and bloodshed.
This was one of the many reasons Felix didn't want to be lenient with him.
He would never allow such a scumbag to continue living comfortably after losing the war. Based on your personality, I knew that you make such a decision, Felix shared causally. Wait. Then, you do realize that the only option left to end the war is dealing with my forces? Emperor Ravel was weirded out by Felix's casualness.
You might be strong and capable enough to take me down. Emperor Ravel sneered, but you can't do the same against my forces.
You need an army to deal with them, and the Federation army is a joke.
Emperor Ravel's confidence to reopen negotiations stemmed from this fact. He knew that Felix would be able to end the war eventually, but it would take years of constant fighting to take down 90% of his forces. No one would like to waste years of his time for something that could be done in a second.
You are right. The Federation Alliance's army is a joke. Felix smiled coldly. That's why I brought my own army.
Own army? Emperor Ravel laughed. Now you are just straight out bullshitting me.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. Felix asked one last time. Will you accept my conditions or not?
Your answer better be yes or no. This time, Felix aimed a void seeker right in front of Emperor Ravel's face.
Since it came to this, might as well take those 2 fuckers with me. Emperor Ravel's expression remained static, but his thoughts were extremely dark. He never believed in the spirit realm or any of that crap. If he believed in it, he wouldn't have done as many sins in his journey. Emperor Ravel wasn't joking one bit when he mentioned that he would rather die than live as a dog away from civilization. Fine, fine, I will accept it. Emperor Ravel sighed. Anything is better than death. He is lying, Lady Sphinx said causally without bothering to lift her eyes from her book. Bam! The instant Felix heard so, he didn't hesitate to kick him into the void realm. Ha!
Emperor Ravel wasn't given even a split second to react before he was engulfed by the void energy.
Mistress Candace closed the void rift immediately.
Wait a few seconds before staring into the void, Felix advised.
He knew that soul explosion took a few seconds to occur. The only way to see it coming was to be inside the consciousness space. So, if it wasn't for Lady Sphinx's warning, they would have been in a pinch. Emperor Ravel tried to buy time for the explosion to occur, not realizing that he just gave himself up. The void realm really is a beast, Mistress Candace commented. Felix lowered his headband and couldn't help but feel goosebumps course on his skin at the sight of nothingness. The explosion occurred just a few seconds ago, yet there wasn't any indication of it happening. The void energy was so potent, It absorbed even the light particles produced from the explosion in the blink of an eye. Such sights made Felix always grateful for having his void immunity.
Now that loser is dead, are you going to start your hunt? Asna wondered. Before that, we need to rattle their armies so it will be easier for them to give up. Felix brought out a recording of what happened here and then edited it.
The final version made Emperor Raval appear like a dick leader, who cared only about his survival and pride instead of his citizens and army. He didn't even beseech Felix to spare the generals or governors. Just himself and the royal family. You see, we don't really need to kill 90% of the royal family troops. We just to make them lose faith in their cause. So, when I appear before them, they will not attempt to fight my army to death. Felix said while publishing the video from one of his social media accounts that were managed by his agent Emma.
The fact that both the great commander and emperor were killed had already done 50% of the job for Felix.
When this video goes viral, another 30% would be added. The moment Felix shows up with his void army, no sane general or soldier would dare to continue fighting in this war.
As long as we promise them that they will not get executed after they surrender themselves, they will lower their weapons. Felix said.
Just like that, the war would be concluded with the minimum number of casualties.
Felix made a smart decision to release the edited video through his social media account.
Unbeknownst to him, he had over 1.9 active trillion followers throughout the universe. His agent Emma kept those accounts alive by memes, pictures, highlights, motivation sentences, and more.
No one knew for sure if he was responsible over the account or just an agent.
But after this video was released, no one bothered to think about it anymore. The entire galaxy was flipped upside down the moment the content of the video had been watched.
Commander! Zosia's assistant, who was known for his composed personality, rushed through Zosia's office like his ass was on fire. How impud! Before Zosia could scold him for breaking her focus, he yelled with an agitated expression, "Felix has killed both Commander Haid and the Emperor." Ha! Zosia was left stunned by his bold statement.
Watch this. It was released on Landlord's official social media account. The assistant created a hologram with the video on it. Then he played it and watched it again with Zosia.
The first thing that appeared on the video was enough for Zosia's heart to skip a beat.
Ow. In complete stupefaction, she watched Felix kill Commander Haid and kidnap the Emperor before the video skipped to the interrogation.
Everything that had been discussed between Felix and Emperor Raval was recorded until the negotiation fell, making Felix kick Emperor Raval inside the Void Realm.
After the Void Rift was closed shut, the video ended with a single statement written on a black screen.
The war is over.
This video is currently trending throughout the entire universe. Many professionals had confirmed its authenticity, even though its content is on border of insanity. The assistant's agitation didn't ease up one bit even after showing the video to Zosia. Zosia wasn't reacting any better than him. In fact, she took the shock much worse than him. She was just researching new strategies to turn the war around to their favor, even though she knew that it was a slim chance. Yet now, she just heard that her archenemy, the one responsible for the death of her parents, was kidnapped and killed akin to a hopeless weakling. She couldn't handle the news one bit. Adding her extreme shock to the mental exhaustion she was experiencing throughout the war had resulted in one outcome. Commander? Thud. Zosia Everglow, the great commander of the Federation Army and an Origin bloodliner, had ended up fainting in her office. No one would believe it if they didn't see it on their own. Commander!
Even her assistant was left dumbfounded on the spot, not knowing what to do.
While Zosia's assistant was trying to wake her up, the video continued making waves throughout the universe. Landlord's fans went absolutely berserk in the network after seeing Felix's new appearance and set of abilities. Only our Lord is capable of kidnapping an emperor from his throne. No wonder he was missing for over 2 years. He was disguising himself as Lance.
Glad someone saw through it as well.
It's pretty obvious with the hair and that weird eye. Is it just me who thinks that he is using void-based abilities? He kicked the Emperor through a void rift and closed it. Maybe it's that hottie with him in maid outfit? I will die just to spend a night with her. Is it even possible to use void abilities?
Not a single race in the universe can use that element besides the void creatures. Did Landlord become an intelligent void creature? Wow, this is huge if it's true. Most viewers easily managed to connect the dots between Felix and Lance. They shared great resemblance, their strength and unique abilities were just too mysterious, and lastly, both of them were connected to void realm matters. Although Felix edited the video to hide as much as possible, he couldn't hide the void rift behind Emperor Ravel. If he edited it out, the video would be tampered and it would lose some of its credibility. Still, Felix didn't care that his ability to open void rifts was exposed. He was bound to be seen using void abilities eventually, either in the war or the games. While the majority of the viewers were actually attracted to the void rift and its relation to Felix, the generals, soldiers, and citizens of the royal family focused on the real purpose of the video: the interrogation of their emperor and his unexpected death. They didn't give a crap about Felix's abilities or Mistress Candace's beauty. The only thought in their mind was that their emperor was actually dead. I can't believe it. He ruled for over 40,000 years. Is this how he died? Thank you, Lord. He is finally put down. What's the point of fighting anymore? That sadistic bastard refused to surrender even when he was given a way out. He really wants us to fight a losing war. Nothing is lost yet. That video is fabricated, and our emperor will appear soon to address it. Everyone had a different reaction to video in the royal family's territory. While the citizens were somewhat happy about his death, the soldiers and generals were left completely confused. Emperor Ravel was the head of the snake. With his death, the troops were thrown into disarray, having no clue what to do next. A few minutes ago, they were over the moon at their recent victories. Nothing seemed impossible when Emperor Ravel was behind them. His strategies were more than effective and boosted their morale to its highest. Yet, everything crumbled down with a single video. In their minds, if even Emperor Ravel ended up with such fate, they would experience something much worse than him. Shit. It happened too soon. Queen Norfolk was livid when she saw the video and its grave effects on their army. She was just preparing to take over Emperor Ravel command, hoping that when the news get leaked, she would have a tight grasp over the army. But now, it was a far-fetched dream. Most of the royal family members were liquefying their assets cheap in the market, hoping to get as many coins as possible. Generals had their hands full trying to pacify their soldiers while wishing that a new leader would be elected soon. The citizens in most of the royal family territories were celebrating in the streets over the death of Emperor's tyranny. The Federation army were mobilizing their forces like they were ejected with high dosage of adrenaline. They didn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation to engage in battles with any royal army forces on the way. Everyone could see that the tides of the war had been switched in favor of the Federation army. All of this was caused by a single person and a single death. This is not over yet. Queen Norfolk refused to accept this ending no matter what. She saw the video and understood that Felix had absolutely no intentions of negotiating with the royal family. As a proud queen and origin bloodliner, there was no way in hell she would accept being imprisoned in a deserted planet with her family. Queen Norfolk reached out to every general in the army responsible over the invasion and ordered them to attack the nearest planet to them without care about strategy or such. When the emperor was alive, the invasion was going at a slow and calculated pace. But now, Queen Norfolk threw caution to the wind and just wanted to create as much havoc as possible. In her eyes, this would ruin the rising momentum of the Federation army. TSK, can't she just accept our defeat and be done with it? Commander Edward clicked his tongue in criticism after receiving the latest orders. As a commander, he would be receiving a light punishment compared to the royal family since he was a valuable asset. He would simply be forced to sign a temporary slavery contract to ensure his loyalty to the Federation after the war. The rest of the soldiers and generals would be receiving the same fate more or less. You heard her, change our direction to Fedora. Commander Edward ordered. Although he wanted to surrender and get captured, he couldn't do so without a real threat to his fleet. Otherwise, Queen AI would consider it as a mutiny. Unbeknownst to him, he was just about to be given a reason. Out of nowhere, Felix and Mistress Candace emerged in the middle of the 5-star Nova fleet formation. Felix eyed the hundreds of warships surrounding him and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Mistress Candace nodded at him and then widened her void rift to its limit. Meanwhile, Nemo commanded a single void raccoon to cross over to the matter universe through the void rift.
What the hell is that? A warship's pilot, that was facing the void rift, couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the sight of a humongous void raccoon emerging from the rift.
It was so massive, tens of warships ended up inside its expanding body before it could even attack.
Commander, we are under attack.
Such a large ruckus wasn't gone unnoticed by the rest of the warships.
Dear Lord, is that a void creature?
Commander Edward was absolutely stupefied by the sight of the colossal void raccoon amidst their formation. How is this possible? How can void creatures be in the battleground? Void creatures were the last thing anyone expected to appear on a virtual battleground.
Commander, what do we do? It's attacking us. Should we fire? The radio was buzzing noisily with the warship's captains seeking orders desperately. They thought that the void raccoon was attacking them, but it was simply Felix playing with Nemo's arms.
The void raccoon was copying the same movement.
With his towering size, every time it moved its arms, 5 to 10 warships get engulfed within them helplessly. Some captains were already terrified out of their wits to wait for orders. They started to fire orange beams at Void Raccoon, hoping to cause some damage. Alas, to kill a void creature, the only known method was to overwhelm them with massive burst of energy. Those orange lasers weren't even enough to tickle the Void Raccoon.
Stop! Fucking stop wasting your energy and wait for my command to strike at once. As veteran commander, Edward swiftly restored his composure and began bossing the captains.
We need to retreat for now. Commander Edward ordered everyone to pull back.
There was no way they could win against a void creature with such a behemoth size in close range and without a proper firepower.
The captains didn't disagree with him at all. They swiftly turned on their main engine and traveled as far as possible from the Void Raccoon. When Commander Edward saw that they had created enough distance from the Void Raccoon, he stopped his warship and ordered the fleet to regroup again.
First the Emperor and Great Commander getting killed. Now a cosmic void creature assaulting us from nowhere.
Flustered and perplexed, Commander Edward exhaled a long breath, trying to regain control over his emotions.
I know, right?
Nothing is making sense anymore. Amen to the... Huh? Commander Edward wasn't able to complete his sentence before his blood went cold all of a sudden.
He was quick to realize that no one on his crew had such a voice. Yet it was too familiar, like he just heard it a few minutes ago.
Landlord.
Commander Edward was shaken to the core from terror. He wanted to turn around and check, but his head refused to listen to him.
When he eyed the rest of his crew, he realized that no one was speaking or moving. They were sitting in their positions akin to being frozen in time. Spiritual pressure. Commander Edward instantly recognized what's happening to him and his crew.
He was a knowledgeable old man, but he was still at mere 6th stage of replacement.
This made him understand that if Felix desired it, everyone's heads in the operation room would pop off immediately. How did you find my void pet? Felix smiled with an easygoing expression while sitting on the captain's seat right behind Commander Edward. Void pet? That monstrosity is yours. Commander Edward forgot about his fear as he exclaimed with an astounded expression.
Indeed. Felix turned his finger around, forcing Commander Edward to face him against his will.
Now that they were face to face, Commander Edward didn't know how to react after seeing Felix sitting on his chair while caressing Nemo's back. Nemo was sitting on his lap while staring at Commander Edward with his soul-capturing deep black eyes.
This raccoon looks similar to the one that attacked us. Commander Edward gulped fearfully and switched his vision back to Felix. He didn't know why, but he felt like Nemo was the evilest thing he had ever seen in his life.
I am just here to give you a reason to surrender. Felix smiled. I don't think you want my pet to make another visit again, right? It's not like I have any other choice here. Commander Edward chuckled in derision as he glanced at his frozen crew. Sign this contract and head to the nearest planet belonging to the Federation. Felix forwarded a contract to Commander Edward and added, You will be imprisoned there with the rest of the soldiers until further notice. I understand. Commander Edward signed the contract in a blink of an eye. I guess we are done here. Felix nodded and then disappeared into a void rift behind him.
Thud, thud, thud.
Everyone in the operation room were released from the spiritual pressure constraints simultaneously. Fucking hell.
I almost had a heart attack.
Did he leave? I am scared to look behind me.
Thank God he spared us.
The crew finally were given the right to express themselves from this traumatizing experience. Being in the same room as Felix was truly much scarier than anything they experienced in their lives.
I guess our direction is still Fedora. Commander Edward chuckled at the irony of it.
A few minutes ago they were going to Fedora for an invasion. Now they were heading there to be prisoners on their own will. The contract signed was for everyone in the fleet.
This meant that Commander Edward had just enslaved thousands of soldiers without their permission.
This was the reason a valid excuse must be given before a commander could surrender. He wasn't responsible for himself but for everyone in his fleet.
Felix's void raccoon that was capable of slaughtering them was all the reason he needed for his surrender to be accepted by Queen AI. If Felix simply attacked the cockpit and tried to force a surrender, the Queen would not have approved of it.
Just because a commander was being held at a gunpoint, it didn't mean that thousands of soldiers needed to suffer due to his cowardliness. Hence, the only ways to force a surrender was either by a large threat to the entire fleet, or a unified decision to surrender approved by the soldiers as well as the commander. Felix spent the next hour hunting a fleet after the other. In every time, he attacked them with a single void raccoon and then forced them to give up. In a mere hour, he managed to take down more than 3,000 warships that were spread out in the Federation's territory.
With the Emperor memories, it wasn't that hard to find their approximate location.
Because the war was streamed live, his actions hadn't gone unnoticed. The majority of the viewers were left absolutely speechless by his uncanny speed of taking down fleet after the other. Yet, nothing shocked them more than seeing a live void creature that was as big as an asteroid listening to Felix's commands. It's confirmed. Landlord is an intelligent void creature. It's simply impossible to travel through the void realm as a human. Don't even mention controlling an actual void creature.
You guys are dumb. Felix is clearly a human.
Ask Queen AI, and she will confirm it immediately. It's more believable that he must have found a way to harness void energy and control void creatures. With Felix's ongoing fleet hunt, everyone forgot about the video.
The shocking discovery of Felix being capable of traveling through the void realm and controlling void creatures was more than enough to steal the spotlight from any news in the universe. That's right, most of the races in faraway galaxies tuned in to watch the ongoing hunt.
Even the top upper echelon of 10 races in the SG Alliance had their interest piqued.
Traveling through the void realm was already a remarkable achievement that had never been accomplished before. But to control void creatures?
That was a whole different story. You better be prepared for the shitstorm coming in your way, Thor chuckled. You just displayed two things that the 10 SG Alliance leaders would pay anything to get their hands on. I am more worried about the primogenitors, though, Felix said as he traveled towards the Mariana Empire capital city. You don't need to worry about them, Lady Sphinx mentioned. Neither traveling the void realm nor controlling void creatures is of significance to them. It did make sense. Primogenitors had no use for void creatures or traveling the void realm unlike the mortals.
If it's like that, then there is no problem. Felix smiled. I can carry on my plan. While Felix was traveling towards the Mariana capital planet, the 5 Void Guild leaders were eyeing each other with horror-stricken expressions. They had already realized that Lance was Felix, and they had absolutely no problem with him being the president of the guild.
In fact, they were delighted since it meant having a close contact with the mythical Phantom organization. So, they were keeping up with the war news so they could offer their support to Felix if he needed it. However, the instant they saw the giant void raccoon assaulting the fleets under Felix's command, they all realized something that was overlooked by most people.
It can't be right? When Fried gulped a mouthful, we are talking about 50 infected planet. Nothing explains it better than this. The Fonk said Lance managed to reclaim 50 planets in 4 months. We sent many troops over there and found not a single void creature or any sign of battle. He must have opened a void rift just like he is doing and controlled the void creatures to enter it. Toby supported.
The instant those 5 saw those 2 abilities of Felix, they managed to connect the dots almost immediately. After all, they were the only ones who were truly invested in finding Felix's method to reclaim those planets. Dear Lord, doesn't that mean he is actually controlling 90 million void creatures? Spooked, Hamaru couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who knows? So far, he just showed a single giant void creature. The Fong murmured, maybe that's his limit? I don't think so. Toby sighed in sympathy for the royal army. He just never needed to add extra when a single giant void creature is more than enough. 90 million void creatures. If this is confirmed, then I believe that our president is probably one of the most fearsome individuals in the universe. Wilson commentated. The 5 leaders had the most contact with void creatures throughout their lives. They understood full well that 90 million void creature was more than enough to terrorize any empire or background in this universe. Even the top 10 races would struggle to deal with such amount at the same time. I have no idea how everyone will react if the president suddenly decided to show his true army. Winfried said. I think he won't. The Fong reasoned. It's better to hide them as a trump card. Unfortunately, Felix thought differently than the Fong. Why hide something that could bring trouble when it could be used as the ultimate deterrence? Are you sure about this, Sir Felix? Mistress Candace asked while standing with Felix above the bustling capital city of the Mariana Empire. Never been more positive. Felix grinned coldly. The instant she heard so, Mistress Candace opened thousands of small void rifts in the sky. Felix helped as well by opening at least hundreds smaller void rifts. Huh? Are those birds? Honey, can you see as well those black dots in the sky? They look like black holes to me. The sky was blue and clear of clouds, making those void rifts easily noticeable by the walking citizens. When one stood still and began pointing his finger at the sky, humans' basic curiosity enforced the others to look above. In a mere few seconds, loud chatter resounded in the streets as everyone was talking about those black holes. Just as their curiosity was about to die down, their eyes widened at the horrific sight of thousands of nightmarish void raccoons, filling up their sky every second. In a mere 30 seconds, the sun above the city was already hidden behind a pitch-black curtain. A curtain made out of tens of thousands void creature. With each passing second, the curtain grew wider and wider until only darkness was upon the petrified citizens beneath. During every apocalyptic happening, mankind had 2 reactions, flee or freeze. RUN. Get the fuck out of the way. It's void creatures. RU. Most of the citizens who joined the battlefield were courageous. Courageous in the sense they were able to break through their mortification and run for their lives. They didn't hesitate to push through the petrified citizens, hoping to get as far as possible from the all-encasing black curtain. Crash. Boom. The drivers were the worst of it. They didn't care about anyone but themselves. This ended up creating many accidents on the road both above and below. Some Hove cars fell into buildings, some exploded within cafes, while some straight out landed on escaping citizens. It was absolute chaos and disorder. Every man was for himself. Whenever there was action in the battleground, Queen AI makes sure to highlight the stream for the viewers. For those hungry viewers who were waiting for a Felix's next move. None of them had expected it would be this big. Oh Lord, this is the worst nightmare for anyone. He can even make thousands of void rifts and split void creatures? Just how? They just keep flooding through the gates. Is there a limit? I'm a landlord fan, and I am starting to feel a bit terrified of him. Kill them all, landlord. They agreed to join the battleground on their own. Oh? Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh. The stream chat flooded with hundreds of millions comments. It was impossible to read them individually. Felix's hardcore fans had absolutely no issue if Felix ordered his void creatures to slaughter the entire city. In their eyes, anyone in the battleground was considered as a soldier. Even if the citizens didn't carry a weapon, they assisted the army one way or another. Meanwhile, the other reasonable viewers couldn't help but feel chills at the thought of being part of such an apocalyptic scene. In their eyes, Felix truly resembled the devil. He was the only one in the universe able to open the gates of hell and send demons on a frenzied slaughter wherever he desired. Meanwhile, the Royal Army soldiers didn't know if they should sigh in relief that Felix appeared in their capital city or feel mad about it. The past hour was extremely stressful to them due to Felix's fleet hunt.
He left them wondering whether it was their turn next or not. At this moment, they just hoped for the royal family to give up so they could follow them. They were done with this war the moment it became a one-sided show of Felix. Meanwhile, the chaos in the city was getting crazier and senseless. The police weren't able to contain it even a little. The only thing they could do was report to their superiors, who already reported this happening to the royal palace. They didn't even need to do so. Queen Norfolk and everyone within the palace were staring at the black curtain and the chaos from the windows. The palace being built on a hill truly gave them the best viewing point to this apocalyptic sight. "Ma'am, what do we do? We need to act now." The advisors besought for commands with agitated expressions. "Act? What can we do?" Queen Norfolk chuckled in derision. "He will show up here any moment now. You sure quite capable." Just like a ghost being summoned, Felix entered the room from a void rift while wearing his symbiote suit. The advisors and guards almost pissed themselves from fright at the sight of a walking humanoid void creature. The symbiote suit made Felix appear as terrifying as possible. Before they could open their mouths, they found themselves unable to utter a single word or move. "The same applies to you," Queen Norfolk said with a pretty smile while looking at him. Felix exposed his head from the symbiote suit and walked towards her. Soon they stood together shoulder to shoulder. None of them seemed fazed by each other making a move. Felix knew that Queen Norfolk was a poison elementalist. In other words, she was a mere standing commoner next to him. She couldn't hurt him physically or with her abilities. Queen Norfolk recognized this as well. Everyone knew that Felix was immune to poison from his games. When she saw what happened to Commander Haid in the video, she realized that he could literally do whatever he wanted with her even though she was an origin bloodliner. As for spiritual pressure, it was below Felix's own, making her unable to affect him at all. "Are you enjoying the view?" Felix smiled causally as he watched millions of his babies covering the city from west to east. "Not really." Queen Norfolk crossed her arms as she eyed her citizens, creating an unprecedented chaos and crisis before the void creatures attacked them. "If you want to change it, I believe you know what to do," Felix said. "What if I don't?" Queen Norfolk asked calmly. "You really don't want to know that?" Felix said calmly. "You saw that I am capable of stopping this war simply by forcing a surrender from your forces. It will take me at best a week to achieve it." "Then, why aren't you doing it?" Queen Norfolk inquired in intrigue. This time she was truly curious about Felix's motives for appearing like this in the capital and trying to force her to surrender. She knew that if she surrendered, it meant that the royal family had decided to give up on the war. Queen AI wouldn't stop the war though, but the soldiers would vote to surrender as well. If even the royal family gave up, why would the soldiers continue fighting for them? Just like that, more than 90% of the forces would be considered as taken care of, and Queen AI would have no choice but to end this war in favor of the Federation. So, she understood his reasoning for coming after her. But why couldn't he simply avoid dealing with her and continue hunting down fleets? As he said, it would take him a week at best. "That's an entire week wasted," Felix said nonchalantly. "I have other more important matters to attend than this." "Matters more important than a galactical war?" Queen Norfolk was speechless by his answer. Knowing that he had no reason to lie to her made it ever harder to accept his reasoning. "I have given you the best stage to surrender." Felix extended his palm at the millions of void creatures and said, "No one will take you as a coward if you surrendered to save the lives of your citizen." Felix already realized that the royal family cared more about public image than anything else. Emperor Ravel would rather die than live a disgraceful life. Queen Norfolk was no different from him. Now, Felix had given her the best stage to retire. If she still held firm in her choice to carry on the fight, then he would make sure that she regrets that choice immensely. Queen Norfolk also realized that it was finally time to put down their weapons. Felix had demonstrated that the entire empire wasn't his match. A war that was supposed to last for more than a decade, he could end it in less than 7 days at his worst. "So, what's the point anymore?" "I want to keep all of my assets outside the empire. I will live with my son in the Bardo Empire. We can sign a contract that will ensure I never cross path again with the Federation." Queen Norfolk enlisted a few terms with a hardened expression.
For a queen to an ancient empire that lasted for eon, this was the hardest decision she ever had to make in her life. Seems responsible. Felix agreed to the conditions.
I thought you will fight me over them. Queen Norfolk still was a bit traumatized over what happened to Emperor Raval. You aren't as important as you think to me, Felix said.
You won. You don't have to be a dick about it. Queen Norfolk's eyelids twitched as she said, just give me the damn contract to sign. I am just being honest. Felix murmured as he forwarded a contract with those terms written on it.
Queen Norfolk read it carefully and then signed it with shaky fingers. The instant it was approved by Queen AI, Felix turned around and walked away. Just as he was about to enter the void rift, he said calmly, you know what to do next.
Queen Norfolk glanced one last time at the chaotic streets in the capital city and closed her eyes. The Norfolk family era has come into an end in my hands. Queen Norfolk smiled bitterly. Then, she turned to her freed advisors and ordered, set up a media conference. We have an announcement to make. Felix teleported next to the void rifts.
He met with Mistress Candace and Nimmo, who were watching the void creatures continue to flood through the gates.
It's done, Felix said.
Should we withdraw the army? Mistress Candace asked.
Not yet, Felix smirked. I didn't bring them here to get a simple surrender. It's bigger than that. It might seem foolish to expose his army on such a massive scale without a clear threat, but Felix knew what he was doing. The instant he displayed his ability to travel through the void realm and control over void creatures, it made him a wanted target by the SG Alliance leaders. Every populated galaxy was under constant invasion from the void creatures. This made Felix's method to control void creatures extremely enticing to those leaders.
Felix didn't doubt for a second that they were conducting a meeting on how to deal with him at this moment as a dangerous individual who needed to be respected and treated politely or simply a weakling that could be pushed around. Felix understood that a single void raccoon wasn't enough to paint a dangerous image in the eyes of the SG Alliance leaders. However, 90 million void creatures? That's a number that would send chills through their spines and make them recognize that Felix shouldn't be antagonized without a reason. When Felix said that he created the perfect stage for Queen Norfolk wasn't really the case. He built this stage for himself to demonstrate to everyone in the universe the dreadful consequence of going after him. Indeed, it's stupid to hold back after showing a little of your capabilities. Thor supported Felix's decision. You either hide everything or go all out. Teasing their greed will just screw you over. The viewers' reaction in the stream was the best proof to Felix's decision. No one was commenting freely anymore after more than 20 million void creatures had crossed over. 20 million void creature was more than enough to cover the entire city from every single corner and spread out to the suburbs outside. Even the royal palace lost its luster when the void creatures submerged the sky above it. 40 million void creature later, the chaos in the city had been quenched forcefully. The citizens realized that regardless of where they run, the void creatures would get to them always. So they just fell into despair and began beseeching the queen to save them. Little rascal. You really have grown too big for your grandpa to understand. Robert smiled bitterly as he watched the live stream with the elders. 40 millions and still increasing. Dear Lord. He could wipe out the entire planet from existence in less than a year. Queen Allura was left absolutely shell-shocked by her junior's capabilities. She knew that Lady Sphinx took care of him, but she had no idea it would be by this much. In her eyes, Lady Sphinx was the only one able to figure out a method to control void creatures and hand over command to her student. Felix's friends and enemies at the academy felt goosebumps at the thought that such a monster was studying with them. They knew that he was different, but no one expected it to be by this much. 15 minutes later, more than 60 million void creatures had crossed over. Queen Norfolk had already made a swift media conference and announced that the royal family had decided to surrender. Then, she requested all the soldiers to do the same, so the war could end peacefully without any more bloodshed. Just like royal pardon was given to them, the soldiers didn't hesitate to vote for surrendering. The 60 million void creature that encased a quarter of the planet's sky had turned their knees into jelly. They just wanted to log out from this hell as fast as possible. In less than 10 minutes, more than 90% of the forces had surrendered and allowed themselves to be captured. The instant 90% was reached, Queen AI sent a galactical-wide notification through the minds of every person in the battleground. The Federation Alliance had successfully taken down 90% of the opposite side forces. By the authority vested in me, I now proclaim that the Federation Alliance has won the war. This notification resounded 3 times to ensure that it was the real deal. Yet no one seemed to care about it or was shocked to hear it. Zojia, Maganda Chief, Gabriel, Barry, Raka, the 5 elders, and the rest of the Federation allies were all focusing on a single stream. A stream that was showing more than a quarter of the planet had been painted dark. Even after the Queen had declared the end of the war, Felix didn't stop the void creatures from crossing over. He just stood with his hands in his pockets above a small void rift, making him appear like he was hovering midair. He did nothing but watch his void creatures consume the sky until the horizon wasn't seen anymore. Until the sunlight was completely blocked from reaching the city, making it as dark as the void realm. Literally. The stream viewers had their fingers frozen on their screens, wanting to write something but finding no words to express what they were seeing and feeling. When the headcount reached 80 million, most viewers stopped asking Queen AI about the count. It just seemed like they would be flooding from the void rifts forever and ever. At this point, no one dared to write a bad remark or a joke about Felix. The battleground would be closed in 7 days. Please conclude all hung matters before its closure. The Federation Alliance and Royal Family citizens are free to log out. Queen AI notified everyone again 3 times. There was no point in keeping the battleground up and running when the war was over. The data it consumed was unfathomable. This should be enough. Felix snapped his finger and closed his void rifts the moment he heard the notifications. Mistress Candace did the same, causing the void creature's flood to halt abruptly. Our work here is done. Felix nodded at Mistress Candace and then logged out. When he opened his eyes in the real world, he requested the Queen to stop his spaceship and also to log out Nimmo and Mistress Candace. Felix's disappearance didn't go unnoticed by the public. Everyone realized that he logged out because the 80 million void creature began to disintegrate into particles. The sun rays started to penetrate the black curtain that placed the citizens into a state of fear and despair, which would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. In a mere few seconds, the capital planet had returned to its sunny, bright atmosphere, making everything seem like it was just a bad nightmare. But the citizens, viewers, and leaders all knew that in real life, it wouldn't be as easy to remove 80 million void creatures like this. Queen AI wouldn't be there to remind them that they were in the UVR, and they could just log out. In real life, those 80 million void creatures were more than enough to devour a planet in less than a year. 7 days later, the battleground was officially closed shut. Everyone logged out, leaving behind them everything. The Federation's victory wasn't celebrated as heavily as some would think. At least, the Federation leaders didn't have the stomach to celebrate when the war had been ended up by a single person in a single day. Literally. It made it appear like the Galactical War was just a fight between 2 kids, and of the kids called for his big brother when he was being beaten to the ground. What's even worse, the contribution to the war conclusion had almost gone to Felix alone. Queen AI rated Felix's contribution as 99% of the job done by him. If Felix wasn't late by a full year, the Federation wouldn't even be getting that 1% since all they did was have their asses handed to them. Because Felix was the legitimate owner to Earth, which was considered as one of the allies, it meant that Earth had won everything. Based on the Federation contract rules, the loot would be split based on contribution of each background. Since Felix had single-handedly ended the war, it meant that the royal family territory and all of their assets were his to grab, besides 1% of it that needed to be split among hundreds of backgrounds. In normal cases, this should have risen a revolt. However, after Felix's demonstration in Mariana capital city, not a single background dared to complain about the distribution. In truth, they shouldn't be complaining even without that demonstration. If Felix didn't take matters in his own hands, they would have never won the war. The past would repeat itself. At least, they now still possess what they originally owned. On the other hand, Earth had skyrocketed from being a backward planet to the most important planet in the Mariana Empire. All of this with a single statement by Felix in his social media account. From henceforth, Earth is the official political capital of the Mariana Empire.
If any other leader announced such a significant decision online without being approved by the new Federation Council, they would have been scolded and punished.
But when it came to Felix, not a single leader dared to question his decision.
All of them were on board with turning Earth as the political capital of the Empire.
Such an overwhelming support by the Allies made it crystal clear that the Federation's democracy was a hoax.
The Federation was now owned by Felix Maxwell indirectly, whether they liked it or not.
When the public realized that he was the Void Guild president in the Guardian Empire and had high reputation to be the great commander of the army, they started to feel like he was quite close to owning two empires.
Unbeknownst to them, Felix was already owning the Guardian Empire through Commander Samuel. This meant if he managed to conquer the Bardo Empire, he would own the entire Milky Way galaxy.
If that ever happened, the dream of humans' unification wouldn't be far-fetched.
Did he agree to join the council meeting? Zojia asked nervously in her office. No reply. The assistant shook his head. What is he up to? Zojia sighed. We already held 6 meetings to start working on our Federation structure and management. Without him there, it feels meaningless. Verver. Wait. He just responded. The assistant exclaimed. He said that he will drop by.
Finally, some good news. Zojia murmured, I haven't even thanked him personally for killing that greedy dog. Although Zojia didn't get her revenge with her own hands, she was still appreciative that Emperor Raval had been dealt with properly.
The video of the interrogation was cherished by her greatly. After all, it wasn't that often to see Emperor Raval getting tortured and screaming like a little girl. Still, she was more appreciative of the fact that he saved her ass from the war. She had no idea how to continue this war for years without losing her mind. A few hours later,
Zojia, Maganda Chief, Gabriel, and the rest of the Federation members were all gathered inside a crystal dome in the Mariana capital.
The royal palace of the Mariana capital in the UVR was the first thing to be demolished.
In its place, this crystal dome was built.
It was called the Federation Council, which would be used to discuss all important matters related to the Federation. With the fall of the royal palace, the empire fell with it. Now, the Mariana Empire was called the Mariana Federation. Naturally, all of those decisions taken were forwarded to Felix even though he didn't attend any meeting for the past 6 days. Without his approval, the Federation members wouldn't have committed to anything. Sir Felix will be here shortly. Zojia informed the ANSI members below the podium. Zojia could see that most of them were disgruntled by Felix's treatment to the Federation. They knew that he won the war single-handedly, and without him, they would still be fearing for their territories being the next target for invasion.
Still, it would be nice to join the discussion as the highest contributor and the true decider of every decision. If it wasn't for Felix's Void Army, some of them would have spoken by now to denounce him. Alas, no one was retarded enough to end his career and ruin his background over a bit of disrespect.
Thankfully, they weren't left waiting for too long. Felix appeared with Mr. Rodriguez at the highest seating in the council. There was only 6 of them, overlooking the rest of the members below. Even the members below were degraded in a small but noticeable manner. This highlighted a hierarchy within the Federation.
Just because Felix contributed 99% to the war's victory, it didn't mean that 1% wasn't split fairly based on the others' contribution.
The 5 original anti-alliance members had the highest percentage of that 1%, giving them the right to at least be seated behind Felix. I apologize for the delay. Felix nodded his head politely at the Federation members and sat down. Sir Felix, where do I sit? Mr. Rodriguez felt like a kitten in a den of lions as he looked below him and saw that everyone was giving him a creepy look.
He didn't even get used to managing Earth before it was turned into the center of the Federation.
Naturally, everyone here believed that he wasn't worthy to be with them at all. He was just a commoner, who struck the jackpot by being Felix's subordinate.
Sit here. Felix patted the seat to his right side that was reserved for Zojia. When Zojia saw this, she bit her lips and remained silent.
She didn't like it, but she understood where Felix was coming from. He trusted Mr. Rodriguez over her due to their falling relationship from being friendly to mere business partners. If she wanted to sit on his right side, it wasn't going to happen unless she demonstrated her absolute loyalty and trust in Felix.
After Mr. Rodriguez sat down, Felix spoke to him telepathically, keep your head up always. You are representing me in the Federation. So, don't get intimidated by anyone here, even Zosha.
I understand. Mr. Rodriguez nodded firmly. He knew that no one would dare step over his line when Felix was backing him.
Hence, as long as he didn't falter and wasn't pressured by anyone, he would be doing just fine in the council. If it wasn't for grandfather Robert being disinterested in politics, Felix would have actually appointed him as his representative.
Is everyone here? Felix asked while eyeing the hundreds of leaders below him.
Yes. Maganda Chief inquired, do you want to address something?
Felix nodded his head and shared indifferently. Our first agenda will be to recruit the rest of the backgrounds to the Federation. I want the entire Mariana territory to belong to the Federation. Agreed. I second that. As expected of Sir Felix.
The leaders' eyes brightened up in delight at the sound of that.
They thought that Felix didn't have a sense of politics and would be just messing things up for them. But it seemed like they were wrong.
Felix knew exactly what needed to be done. We already have received many applications to join the Federation. Zosha informed we haven't accepted anyone since we didn't discuss yet how to deal with them properly. In other words, how to rip them off as a payment fees to join the Federation.
After all, those backgrounds were given a choice to join the Federation before the war started. But they decided to stand and watch. Now, they wanted to enjoy the same fruits as those backgrounds who risked their territories and armies. Not in a lifetime. Although those backgrounds were almost useless to end the war in their favor, at least they had the balls to stand up against the royal family. Felix respected that. To join the Federation, they will need to give 25% of their yearly taxes to the Federation's treasury for the next 500 years. Felix asked, anyone has a problem with this requirement?
Cough, not at all. It's more than fair.
I second it. The leaders grasped loudly in surprise after hearing this atrocious condition. They thought that Felix would be soft, but he actually was even more excessive than them.
The backgrounds who joined the war were required to give only 10% of their yearly taxes to the Federation's treasury.
That was already pretty steep. Still, everyone agreed on it since that treasury would be used for advancement of the entire Federation and serve as a good economical boost. If the economy of the entire region was risen, all backgrounds would benefit from it and would start to earn even more. If they don't agree to this condition, then they will be labeled as unfriendly to the Federation. Felix proposed, to our unfriendly neighbors, we will cut off all trades and lock down borders to their citizens. Some leaders felt the pinch from this proposal since some of them had significant trade contracts with those backgrounds. Canceling them would hurt their economy greatly.
I can see that some of you disapprove of this decision due to your relation with those backgrounds. Felix suggested calmly, but have you not got adapted yet to being within a federation? You can now make new trade deals with each other and won't have to worry about anything due to the council being here.
Enemies of the past are now friends. Felix advised, the faster you adjust to this mentality, the more opportunities you will harvest from being part of the Federation. When the leaders heard so, they realized that he was right.
They were used to being a single entity with a few allies and many enemies.
But now,
it was the opposite.
Their enemies were part of the same Federation, and if they could let go of their differences, they would truly rise within the Federation's hierarchy. Our second agenda is to turn Earth into the political landscape of the Federation. Felix said, I know it will take some work to achieve it. Hence, I am planning to liquefy 20% of my earned assets and donating those coins to hasten the process. The leaders were delighted to hear so immensely. When Felix proposed to turn Earth into the Federation capital, many of them felt that it would be just an unnecessary hard work. There were plenty of advanced planets that could be turned into the capital if Felix was compelled to change it. A capital planet meant the heart and soul of the Federation. Earth still lacked far too much to paint a good reputable picture for the Federation. But now,
it didn't feel that bad.
If Felix liquefied 20% of the royal family assets, he would be getting at least 5 trillion worth of coins. That amount would be more than enough to erect new wormholes in the solar system connected with the Federation territories, build tens of space elevators, stations, artificial continents, and turn the Earth into one of the most advanced planets in the entire Federation. After the initial push by Felix, the planet would be able to take care of itself due to being connected with hundreds of kingdoms, countries, bloodline clans, and more. This was the reason Felix wanted Earth to be the capital city. He could not waste such a free opportunity to turn his planet into the Federation's hub.
The third agenda will be adding a new incentive system to encourage all members of the Federation to work hard for its development. Felix proposed I will be placing 20% of the royal family territories and assets into this incentive program.
The leaders' jaws were dropped in shock at the proposal, not daring to believe that Felix would go this far for the Federation. 20% of the territories and assets reclaimed from the royal family were priceless.
You just can't place a price on a space territory in this universe.
Felix was willing to separate permanently with 20% for the sake of the Federation progress. He is truly intelligent. Zojia approved of Felix's program. The Federation is already under his rulership. The faster it progressed, the more he would be earning. This isn't a donation but an investment. The other leaders were smart enough to understand that Felix wanted to make them compete to further his agendas. Yet none of them intended to turn down this program. The details of the program were given to the Queen. You are welcome to familiarize yourselves with them, Felix shared. The leaders swiftly asked the Queen about them and were given a long spreadsheet detailing all the rules of the program. There were hundreds of them to avoid getting awarded a territory or an asset per fluke or loophole.
So everything has been separated to create as many rewards as possible.
Maganda Chief nodded after seeing that the 20% of the territories and assets had been split into thousands of smaller rewards. For example, a reward could range from a small elemental mine and companies to an entire solar system or a civilized planet.
For each reward, there was a target that needed to be reached. The first background to hit the target earns that reward without conditions attached.
Those targets were easy at all. Some of them might take decades of work to conclude.
This should have taken a lot of time to make. Maganda Chief believed he must have spent a few days working on this program. Meanwhile, the leaders couldn't help but feel motivated to see some rewards that were crucial for their territories. There were backgrounds that had territories almost void of high-quality mineral mines, making them heavily reliant on importation. If they managed to snug a couple of mines, they would relieve some of that pressure.
This program truly changed many leaders' opinion on Felix. It was apparent that he truly cared for the Federation and wanted to turn it into a superpower that could rival the Bardo Empire. In the span of 3 hours, Felix had added more than 10 agendas that were going to define the Federation. There was a youth program that encouraged bloodliners into participating in competitions within the Federation.
There would be a 4-year competition for 5th-stage bloodliners, with the reward being an actual 75% mythical bloodline bottle. This was more than enough to move even those leaders into planning to invest heavily in this competition.
After all, mythical bloodliners were worth at least 60 billion SC if they were available in the market. So far, Felix hadn't sold more than 3 bottles, making them one of the rarest items in the galaxy. There was an agenda to help citizens in need by lowering the taxes, giving them stimulus checks, easy access to loans for projects, etc. All of those agendas were meant to turn the Federation into a better place to live in compared to the royal family's era.
In turn, this would attract the rest of the backgrounds to make the leap and join the Federation, even though it would hurt them in the short run due to the penalties.
I believe this should be all for now. Felix rubbed his eyes and stood up, planning on leaving.
Just as the leader wanted to applaud for a successful ending to this assembly, Felix turned around and said indifferently, "You better treat Mr. Rodriguez in the same manner as me."
In other words, if anyone mistreated Mr. Rodriguez or discriminated against him due to his commoner status, then they would be dealing with Felix.
After lying down his threat, Felix excused himself from the council.
He had given them agendas to be carried out, and he wasn't planning to micromanage everything.
He knew that Zojia, Maganda Chief, and many other leaders were capable enough to keep things on track without his supervision.
If something happened that was beyond their capabilities, he could always be reached by Mr. Rodriguez. "So, what do you think?" Felix asked as he sat in front of Mr. Igris, the manager of his Primo company. "It will take at least a few months before we can turn all the companies and projects into subsidiaries for the company." Mr. Igris responded while glancing at several holograms that were filled with details about Felix's newest assets.
Since Felix had gotten 99% of the royal family assets, he needed to filter what he wanted and liquefy the rest to use the cash into other important matters. With the help of Mr. Igris and his capable subordinates, Felix had already filtered all the assets. Both the ones in the real world and the UVR. The assets that had been liquefied or placed in the incentive program were all unnecessary to Felix. As for the ones he kept, I am certain if we turn them into subsidiaries, your Primo company will be the biggest conglomerate in the galaxy. Mr. Igris informed with a wide smile. Ever since he joined Felix, he was always shooting upward in the business ladder. He was already a big shot in the Mariana Empire before Felix brought in hundreds of different assets. Now, he was going to be one of the biggest names in the entire galaxy. This was a dream that could not be achieved with hard work and luck only. A miracle needed to happen and Felix made it happen. That's good. Felix inquired, how much revenue do you project in the upcoming year? It's hard to determine without concluding all the data. Mr. Igris said, but if my guess is right, our collective profit will be at least $500 billion on a yearly basis. Felix's eyebrows rose a little at such a mouth-watering figure. $500 billion a year that would enter his pockets passively, that's the dream. Felix knew that he could sell everything and get at least 40 to 50 trillion SC, but Queen AI would not allow him cash it out as he pleased. Such massive amounts were managed by Queen AI on a universal scale to keep the economy intact and avoid unnecessary inflation. Everyone was under her management, even the 10 rulers. $500 billion from assets and another half from my share of taxes. Felix smiled. 1 trillion yearly passive incomes isn't bad at all. Felix was talking about taxes in the real world from his earned territories. As for the UVR, unfortunately, all the cities there belong exclusively to the Federation as a whole. The taxes earned from those cities would be the second main source to fill up its treasury. Still, Felix wasn't complaining one bit. 1 trillion a year was already sweet enough to assist him into pushing through the devourer marks. Soon, Felix excused himself from the meeting with Mr. Igris and logged out. Dealing with the aftermath of his war was harder than the war itself. Now that he had mapped out the Federation's future and dealt with his earned assets, it was time to refocus on himself. It's been a while since he integrated with Lord Kauza's bloodline. He was stuck at 94% and needed only a few more pushes to reach 99% and unlock Lord Kauza's peak ability. When he reached 75%, he had unlocked another passive. Alas, he was unfortunate to get an ability called Void Pulse. It allowed him to emit long-distance pulses that could attract void creatures. It was useless in his case since Nemo's existence was the perfect attractor to those void creatures. Well, that's how Bloodline system works. It was hit and a miss with abilities. It was no better for Felix even though he was using Primogenitor's bloodline. Can anyone guess Lord Kauza's peak ability? Felix asked while arranging the tools and materials on the ground. Maybe turn himself into void like when we saw him? Asna wondered. That's a good one. Felix was pleased by the ability. If it was any other element, it wouldn't be as good since they had a counter. Turn into plant and fire would teach you a lesson. Turn into fire and water will put you out. But for void, it was uncounterable. I won't be complaining if I go. Verver. Felix's sentence was interrupted by his AP bracelet. When he looked at the caller, he smirked. They finally decided to act. Cluck. Little Junior, you have been summoned to the Supreme Court. Queen Allura informed the moment the call was picked. The Supreme Court. The name was more than enough to strike terror through everyone who heard it. Who could blame them? It was a court managed by 11 members. The 10 rulers and Queen AI. Anyone summoned to this court meant that he either fucked up on a universal scale and harmed the SG Alliance, or he was about to do so. Felix had a feeling that he would be summoned for a discussion about his 2 terrific abilities. In fact, he was weirded out that it took them a week to summon him. There was no way the SG Alliance leaders wouldn't contract him when they saw his ability to summon at least 80 million void creatures. In his eyes, such an army was a big threat to the SG Alliance safety and specifically some 10 rulers' safety. For example, with Felix's ability to void travel and command void creatures, he could appear in the middle of the palace inside the Witch Empire. Then kill Queen Allura, who was helpless without proper protection. The same could be applied to the dwarf race, sage race, space worm race, and other utility-based races. It wasn't known whether he could achieve such an assassination or invasion, but there was still a big possibility.
Should I be worried, senior sister? Felix inquired, wanting to get a feel of what he would be dealing with.
Were the 10 rulers going to be aggressive or not? I apologize, Junior. Queen Allura sighed. I am bound by a contract to not divulge anything discussed in the court to outsiders. If it wasn't for so, Queen Allura would have already laid down everything to him. I guess there is no point in asking whether I will be summoned straight to the peak or get placed at the bottom. Felix smiled. All I can tell you is to be yourself, Queen Allura promised. I will be having your back in the meeting, so don't get intimidated to do something you don't feel comfortable with. Much appreciated, senior sister, but you don't have to worry too much. Felix chuckled. I have been dealing with primogenitors for years now. I won't be faltered or pressured by those leaders. Good. Keep that confidence with you. Queen Allura said one last time before hanging up. I will be waiting for you there. She left behind an invitation link that would expire in 5 minutes. If Felix didn't accept the invitation link, it would translate to rejecting the summoning. Since Felix didn't commit any grave crime, he could totally bail on the summoning without consequences. Though the other 9 rulers wouldn't like that one bit.
It wasn't smart to antagonize them without a reason.
You finally are going to have a personal meeting with the other 9 rulers of the SG Alliance. Asna asked lazily, How do you feel? Never better. Felix gave an easygoing smile like he wasn't on his way to meet the most authoritative individuals in the universe. For minutes later,
Felix accepted the invitation link and got teleported before a super colossal gate that was already wide open.
Milky white stairs were connected to the gate. They were angled at 45-degree angle, making the staircase seem like it was connected to heaven.
Even with Felix's excellent vision, he couldn't pinpoint what's on the other side of the stairs besides utter darkness. Another desperate soul has arrived.
Heh, he looks too pretty. He must be rich.
He seems familiar.
The leveled, spacious platform behind the gate was filled with many people from different races. Felix heard the chatter from the ones beside him and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. It seems like my statement in the Mariana City wasn't loud enough. Felix shook his head.
He was familiar with the wishful staircase.
It was known throughout the entire universe as the only connecting bridge to a personal meeting with the 10 rulers simultaneously. It was open for everyone. Still, only desperate people dared to attempt and climb it.
That's because the staircase's length would truly put anyone into utter despair.
Felix knew that any method to climb the stairs was allowed as long as external items weren't used.
Still, only 2 individuals throughout its history managed to climb it and meet the 10 rulers personally.
Their meeting had sparked a legend that was still effective until this day.
The legend goes that the 2 figures had been asked to make a wish as a reward for their achievement.
A wish that was approved by the Queen AI.
A wish that could be anything within the 10 rulers' authority.
A wish that could change one's life upside down.
No one knew exactly what happened to those 2 individuals, and the 10 rulers refused to comment on this matter. This shouldn't be enough to make this legend believable, but desperate people wanted to cling into anything to keep going, even if it was just a myth.
Felix watched thousands of people of all shapes and sizes, climbing the stairs in their own unique ways. Some were walking, some were flying, and some were getting a piggy ride by hired workers, profiting of people's desperation. Speaking of the devil, a 5-meter giant with a long gray beard and a bulky physique approached Felix. He was wearing a large cubic transparent backpack that had cushions inside.
Sir, do you want a ride?
I have great endurance and thousands of 5-stars reviews in my profile. The giant inquired with a polite smile.
Before Felix could glance at him, an elephant-sized blue turtle with a lion's head approached from the side and started to sell himself. I am more comfortable to sit on, and my prices are reasonable. For a mere 5 million SC, I can cross 1,000 kilometer.
If you take a bundle offer, you can pay 10 million SC for 3,000 kilometers. Not interested. Felix dismissed them with an irritated expression. Not in the mood to listen to a scam. No one knew the exact staircase's length, but it was assumed it would take 1 year to climb it if someone traveled with the speed of light.
If it was converted into kilometers, that would be a 13-figure number. Without vehicles capable of traveling at the speed of light, one should forget about reaching the other side. Yet, Felix was still summoned to the bottom of the staircase instead of the peak. Felix knew that the 10 rulers never did that with anyone else. After all, even by traveling at the fastest speed known, it would take years. On the other hand, Felix was able to travel at a speed that was 100 times faster than light. Clearly, they want you to travel through the void to study everything about it. Asna commentated. I had a feeling they will be doing so. Felix sighed. If he traveled through the void, every little action of his would be studied up close by the 10 rulers. Since he wasn't accompanied by Mistress Candace, it meant that he couldn't travel through the void for an extended period of time unless he got full nude. Felix wasn't planning on getting nude before those leaders, who were probably watching him from afar. Whatever, I guess I am not as welcomed as I thought. Felix made a peace-out gesture with his hand and teleported back to his bedroom. There was no way in hell he would let himself get tested like this. The moment he allowed it, he would lose his negotiation chips when he meet them. What a waste of time. Felix sighed. You might as well restart your integration. Thor said. Let's do that. Felix nodded and logged out. On the other side of the wishful staircase, 5 individuals were sitting on magnificent chairs that were placed above towering white pillars. There were 10 pillars on total, but 5 of them were empty. Still, the 5 beings exhibited such an otherworldly feeling. It made them resemble gods overseeing earthly matters. Not a single commoner would dare to lift his head and make eye contact with those individuals, especially when some of them didn't seem that delighted. How could they be delighted when Queen Allura was scolding them with an irritated expression? I have already told you that he will react like this. We could have simply brought him to the peak and had a fruitful discussion. But now? Don't bother me again with summoning him. Queen Allura waved her hand in disapproval as she teleported away. Did he leave because he felt disrespected or because he couldn't use void travel? A unique pleasant voice was emitted from a spherical white hologram. There were no facial features on the hologram at all, making it resemble a normal holographic sphere for ads above buildings. Anyone would mistake it for such, not knowing that they were in the presence of one of the most intelligent beings in the universe. The Empress of the Metal Race O15XL, or Emily. She didn't take a humanoid form since she had no need for it. A simple holographic sphere was more than enough to establish her presence. What do you mean by the latter? A short, bulky old man with an ash-gray beard asked. His wrinkles and grayed-out hair would fool anyone into believing that he was an old man with a few years to live. But his bold, rough voice and toned-out muscles that were bulging out of his fine leather armor would make them think otherwise. This was Local, the Emperor of Verdoral Empire, the only empire in the Dwarven Galaxy. I have analyzed all instances where he used void travel before camera. Empress Emily spoke calmly. 65% of the times he traveled far, he was accompanied by that female. 56.5% of the times he traveled short distances, he was alone. To fully conclude my analysis, I need more data, Empress Emily said. Since there were instances where Mistress Candace didn't leave Void Rift even after long travel, it wasn't a concrete proof that Felix required her. What's important is that both of them are capable of void traveling. We need to find out if there are more of them. An irritable voice resounded in the court, coming from a silver shimmering worm. Instead of sitting on the chair, it was entangled with it, akin to a serpent capturing a prey. Space seemed to flicker around the worm like it could collapse at any moment. This was High Chieftain Lokaka of the Space Worm race. His tribe was the current head of all the Space Worm tribes, making him the representative of his race in the court. Unlike Empress Emily, who was eternal in her position as a leader, most of the leaders here were replacement. The only thing that mattered was the race itself being unreplaceable as one of the 10 rulers in the SG Alliance. Why? So you can kill them all to not harm your transportation business? A blue-skinned humanoid middle-aged man chuckled. He had a long silky black hair and 4 arms that were crossed underneath long artistic sleeves. His entire outfit was a piece of art as it was filled with breathtaking sentences made out of a bizarre language. Those words were shimmering faintly while moving across his outfit. Sporadically, They clash and separate from their sentences just to be reunited in a different sentence. If Felix saw them, he would recognize them as runes that were meant to be written on scrolls.
In this universe, the only race capable of writing runes on scrolls besides the Taoism race were the sages.
For armed Arthur, watch your words. High Chieftain Lokaka warned with a faint but dangerous voice.
Am I wrong, though? Sage Arthur shrugged his shoulders. Empress Emily joined this meeting because she was curious. Queen Allura did so because of her connection to the subject. Emperor Lokil is forced to be here since it's his turn to represent us in the court. I came because I am too bored.
The only reason you joined us is due to your fear of what void travel could do to your transportation business. Felix thought that he would be meeting the 10 rulers together, but he was dead wrong.
In their eyes, one of them could handle the discussion and find what they need from him.
The dragon race president was too proud to waste his time on a matter related to a human.
The Hive race Empress Scarlet wasn't interested at all about void-related matters.
The heavenly turtle race king was most likely sleeping somewhere. Hive Elves race queen believed that her presence wasn't required in the court.
The last one shouldn't even be mentioned.
If it wasn't for reasons mentioned by Sage Arthur, Felix would have been meeting only with Emperor Lokil and Queen Allura. In a sense, even after everything that he demonstrated, he was still not deemed as important in the eyes of most 10 rulers.
Was it pride? Confidence?
Or something else? Whatever it was, Felix still required more work to fully attract all rulers simultaneously. My race transportation system won't be brought down by 2 void jumpers, High Chieftain Lokaka said before breaking into light particles.
He wasn't interested in wasting his time arguing over nothing. He heard what Sage Arthur said.
He came here because he was bored. Now that Felix didn't play ball and joined the court, he wanted a new target to play with. Tisk, if I knew this will happen, I shouldn't have pushed to make that brat use his void ability. Sage Arthur clicked his tongue in annoyance after High Chieftain Lokaka logged out. He wanted to see Felix traveling through the void up close for his enjoyment.
Meanwhile, Empress Emily and High Chieftain Lokaka approved of his decision due to their curiosity.
When the 3 of them voted to go with it, Queen Allura couldn't do anything to change it. It was 3 votes against 1. Whatever, Queen Allura already vouched for that kid. Emperor Lokil shrugged his shoulders. If he makes trouble for us with his abilities, Queen Allura and her sponsor will take the burn of it.
So, you guys aren't planning on summoning him again? Sage Arthur inquired.
I doubt he will accept it. Emperor Lokil suddenly smiled with a frantic expression. I have left my baby on hold for a long time now. I can't waste any more time on this matter. The moment he finished, Emperor Lokil teleported away, not bothering to say goodbye. That creepy old man and his improper use of words for his artifacts. Sage Arthur shook his head and turned to Empress Emily. Tea. Alas, he found only an empty chair.
Empress Emily left the moment Sage Arthur chuckled, knowing that what was about to come would be a waste of her time.
Good. It all worked out and nothing has been exposed. Sage Arthur sighed in relief after he was left all alone in the court. His bored expression was nowhere to be seen. When he said that boredom was his reason to join this meeting, he wasn't being truthful. In fact, since the moment Felix had shown his void abilities to the public, Sage Arthur had a bigger interest in him than all other 8 leaders combined. That's because the subject was impactful to him on a much deeper level than anyone could understand. So, he wanted to sabotage the court meeting. Those 2 idiots are running rampant and are going to ruin everything. Sage Arthur narrowed his eyes dangerously. It took great efforts and time to finally stabilize myself as the supreme sage and represent my race. I won't allow anyone to jeopardize it. By now, it was clear that Sage Arthur was in fact an imitator.
One of 700 imitators spread out throughout the universe.
Imitators were born from the sin of envy, making them able to copy anything they envied.
From personality, body, abilities, elements, everything was on the table.
How an imitator managed to reach such a high position was a wonder on its own with his identity as a void creature. What's even scarier was the fact that he managed to fool the other 9 rulers and his own race. Just like void succubus were dangerous, the imitators were just as frightening even if they never used violence in their entire life. Sage Arthur clearly thought that Felix was an imitator while Mistress Candace was a void succubus making an idiotic havoc.
The only thing he was struggling to understand was their ability to control void creatures.
He knew that only wrathful creators and the paragon of sins had such an ability. Both options didn't make any sense. No one could communicate with wrathful creators, and he knew for sure that his lord was still in a slumber.
The others must be as interested as I in this matter. Sage Arthur schemed, I just need to keep my eyes on those two and lie low. They will be approached eventually by them and everything will make sense.
Sage Arthur had no plans to put a target on Felix in public and bring suspicion on him.
Enmity needed a reason. In public eyes, he was the last one to have a problem with Felix.
What if they joined them, though? Sage Arthur suddenly thought of a frightening possibility.
I am overthinking this. Sage Arthur gave a hollow laugh before teleporting away.
The mere thought of more unique void creatures making a scene in public was enough to give him nightmares. He knew that the moment imitators get exposed, it would be all over of him. So, he would rather avoid thinking of such a scary possibility.
Unbeknownst to Felix that he had made out an enemy out of a big shot, he casually took a shower after his integration went through.
Now, he was at 96%. In 2 days, he intended to go for a single push and unlock Lord Cow's peak ability. But for now, a new journey needed to be set. It's time to increase my poison affinity. Felix opened a holographic list that he made after Jormungandr gave him all his secret spots that were filled with thick poisonous energy.
Most of those spots were in Jormungandr's galaxy that was somewhat close by to the Milky Way.
Naturally, Jormungandr's galaxy was owned by the Half-Serpents, even though they had been on a steady decline ever since Jormungandr's disappeared on them. The Darkin faction forces didn't exterminate them but made sure that it would be near impossible for them to recover back to their former glory. Let's start with Molten Poisonous Swamp. Felix picked the closest one and gave the coordinates to Mistress Candace. It will take us a day to reach it, Mistress Candace disclosed. Good. Let's begin the filtration. Felix smiled in satisfaction while wearing a spacesuit. When Jormungandr gave Felix those coordinates, he explicitly told him that he wasn't sure whether they survived the passage of time or not.
He might have many locations in his disposal, but it would be worth celebrating if a single one was still in shape.
Billions of years was more than enough for stars to born and die. Don't even mention a landscape. Oh, I forgot the bloodline bottles. Before Felix departed, he recalled that he had yet to order for Tier 5/Tier 6 bloodlines. He wasn't joking when he said that he intended to turn the Earthling team into a mythical bloodliners as well as his squad.
The royal family assets had been a great help since many of them were bloodline shops. In fact, Mr. Gowadi's shop that was in the capital city was one of those assets.
It seemed that Mr. Gowadi had sold out his shop and moved on. Another small result in Felix's manipulation of the timeline. Anyhow, Felix took a mere few seconds to secure all the bloodlines bottles that he needed. He gave the order to Badadai, who was beyond thrilled that Felix had finally made a delivery order. Knowing that it would take Badadai 3 days at max to bring him his staff, Felix decided to hold on into his trip. The moment he leaves the galaxy, Badadai would be unable to deliver his stuff. 2 days later, Felix closed off his communication outlets, wanting to get into the zone for his final push in his integration.
It wouldn't be easy process with 4% at once, but Felix had experienced much worse. So, after a few hours of peaceful meditation, Felix began the integration process.
After a few heart-wrenching screeches and a couple of sadistic laughs from Asna, the process ended without Felix losing consciousness. The instant he finished, Lady Sphinx closed her book and bowed her head respectfully. Good day, Lord Cows. The other tenants didn't know what to do since they weren't able to see Lord Cows or sense his presence like Lady Sphinx. Thankfully, Lord Cows wasn't into being mysterious for no reason. To you as well, Lady Sphinx. Lord Cows appeared out of nowhere as he greeted. He was still a personification of a humanoid void.
If it wasn't for the glimmering lights within his body that resembled stars, he would be mistaken for a void creature. Jormungandr, Thor, and Asna all followed suit and greeted back, leaving only Mistress Candace.
She was standing still with a petrified expression like she just saw a ghost. She was already finding it hard to accept that 3 primogenitors and a unijin were living here. Now, a bigger boss was planning to join them? Excuse our maid's manners, elder. Asna spoke politely. I assume that you are Asna, the origin of laws. Lord Cowes didn't even bother glancing at Mistress Candace. Yes, nice to meet you. Asna nodded. Lord Cowes sized up Asna for a few seconds before resting his chin on his palm. He appeared to be thoughtful of something, making Asna somewhat nervous. Just because they became few and went into hiding, it didn't mean that they disappeared forever. Lord Cowes advised with good intentions, don't expose yourself unless you mastered your powers fully. Even then, I doubt you can beat them. I know, Asna said softly while lowering her head. Before they could continue on this subject, Felix interrupted them by falling from the sky. The moment he landed, he drew near Lord Cowes and bowed his head respectfully. Welcome, elder. Lord Cowes nodded at Felix and praised calmly. Good job on hatching the egg. Thank you. Felix's eyebrows rose in surprise, not expecting to be praised. I have been watching over you lately. Lord Cowes said, try to make less trouble with void abilities. We don't want other primogenitors to find out about the Paragon's replacement. I will try, Felix promised. Felix was told by Lady Sphinx that the primogenitors were on lookout for the cause of that universal thunderclap. They may not care about void creatures' control or void travel, but Nimmo? They would not hesitate to move personally to take him from Felix. I believe that's all. Lord Cowes nodded at everyone and then disappeared. Huh? Did he leave? Felix was left baffled. He thought that he would be making a house and renting a place like the rest. Yet, he just came to chat a bit and leave. I can still sense him, Lady Sphinx said. He will awaken his consciousness wisp when he needs to. Lord Cowes is a loner. Thor yawned as he created another jar of wine. He will not hang out with us no matter what. Yep, I am already expected as much. Jormungandr nodded. Can he still hear us, though? Asna asked. No, his consciousness wisp is in a slumber. Lady Sphinx answered. Phew, that's good. It will be stressful being too formal all the time. Asna stretched her arms happily. What about me? Felix felt cheated for some reason. He thought that when Lord Cowes start living in his consciousness space, he would give him some pointers on how to use his void eye efficiently. It will take you more than having his bloodline to make Lord Cowes interested in teaching you. Thor shook his head. I see. Felix smiled confidently. Then, I just need to show him that I am worth it. Felix dropped the subject for now and exited his consciousness space. The first thing he did was check on his unlocked peak active ability. A few seconds later, Felix opened his eyes in utter disbelief. Void domain? Is this even possible? Felix didn't dare to believe that an ability like this existed. It was just too powerful to be real. The details entailed that Felix would be able to create a void domain in real life, turning everything in that domain into void, Felix included. This domain could be stretched as big as Felix wanted as long as he could fuel its expansion. It was clear what happens to anyone who steps into Void Realm without Void immunity. Now, Felix possessed the ability to bring the Void Realm into the real world. Insane. Lord Cowes already reached this level in his Void mastery. My respect has just grown 10-folds for him. Even Thor, Jormungandr, and Lady Sphinx were startled by the ability and couldn't help but praise Lord Cowes. You sure won the jackpot on this one. Thor spoke with an envious tone. You guys don't have the same ability? Asna asked with a curious tone. We wish. Jormungandr shook his head. But, isn't simple to make a void domain? Mistress Candace inquired. You just need to pump void energy around you and a domain will be created. Right? Her reasoning made sense. As long as one had void manipulation, he could keep emitting void energy until it consumes everything around him. If only it was that simple. I would have already created a poison domain of my own. Jormungandr chuckled. Lady Sphinx closed her book and eyed them calmly. The moment she did so, everyone quietened down, knowing that a lecture was on the way. Domain concept transcend elements and touch upon laws. Laws that primogenitors should have never been able to touch in their lifetimes. Lady Sphinx said, so, any primogenitor who managed to make a domain, he should be treated with utmost respect. It was an established fact by now that primogenitors rule over elements while unigens rule over laws. Queen Allura had explained the difference between elements and laws. In summary, Felix could create poison as long as he had poison energy in the area. That same poison would disappear after losing the energy that fueled its existence. But laws? Laws are different. Laws are real. Laws are everywhere and what keeps the universe from falling apart. Real liquid poison in a bottle will remain in a bottle for eternity as long as it wasn't exposed to external elements. How? This understanding made it difficult for Felix to comprehend how exactly did Lord Cows pull off such a transaction. It was the same as jumping from using magic to using science. It just didn't make sense. That's why I said he touched the void laws, not actually used them to make a domain. Lady Sphinx clarified. If he managed to make a void domain truly from laws, that domain wouldn't require elemental energy and would be a permanent addition to the universe. It's more like a copying the same characteristics of laws while using elements. Thor simplified it. I get it now. Felix nodded in understanding. Don't underestimate its difficulty even though it's not the real deal. Jormungandr shared. As far as I recall, only death, life, creation, and illusion primogenitors managed to reach that mastery. How do you think illusion primogenitor managed to create that illusion world that was 99.99% an exact copy of the real world? Lady Sphinx mentioned without touching the laws of illusion he would have never been able to make an illusion of the universe's laws. This helped him to fool even the minds of primogenitors, making them fall into a slumber for billions of years, while in real world only a few 100 million years went by. The more he heard, the more stressful Felix got about possessing your void domain ability. Don't sweat it. You got permission for his inheritance the moment he gave you his bloodline. Thor chuckled. Just enjoy winning the jackpot. I can't wait to see other primogenitors' expressions when you use your void domain. Asna chuckled in amusement. Let's try it first. Felix gave a forced laugh. I have a feeling that my elemental tank will screw me over again. 5 minutes later. Felix could be seen sitting on the ground with a deadpan expression, staring into the ceiling like his life had lost its meaning. Bohahaha. I can't take it. Meanwhile, Asna was laughing her ass out as she pointed at a golf ball-sized dark sphere on top of Felix's head. I never thought it will be this bad. Thor facepalmed. Void domain was the ultimate ability of void abilities. Its consumption wouldn't be a joke. Look at the bright side. Jormungandr smiled. You have an entire realm full of void energy in your disposal. Felix's ears perked up after being reminded of the void realm. He realized that his elemental tank might be an embarrassment, but he had the void realm backing him. Without further ado, Felix swiftly opened a void rift and placed his arm in it. Automatically, his body began absorbing the missing void energy. In a few seconds, his tank was full again. Still, Felix didn't withdraw his arm from the void realm. Instead, he extended the other one in front of him and activated void domain again. At the time of his finger, a tiny sphere emerged and began to expand bigger and bigger. Felix's void energy kept reducing rapidly, but at the same time, it was being recovered from the void realm. Good. Felix kept grinning wider and wider, matching the expanding size of the void domain. 5 meters. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The moment the radius reached 100 meters, Felix realized that the absorbed energy was just enough to sustain the void domain. So he stopped trying to expand it. So cool. Mistress Candace commented with an odd expression. Although she wasn't there in the training room, she could feel that the void domain was actually as terrifying as the center of the void realm. She knew that the center was filled with the most purified and potent void energy in the universe. Even unique void creatures get overwhelmed and devoured by it if they remained for too long within it. Whoa! I feel like I can sleep here forever. On the other hand, Felix experienced an entirely different feeling. It was a warm and pleasing sensation like he was being welcomed to home. Queen, place some Origin Bloodliners dummies here. Felix requested. Felix waited a few seconds and saw no one. Did he frown his eyebrows and asked, Queen, where did you place the dummies? 10 meters in front of you. Huh? I see no on. Wait, don't tell me they already got disintegrated?
Felix's eyes widened in disbelief after being hit with this horrifying realization. To confirm it, he asked again for more dummies. This time, he specified the distance to be a meter in front of him. Yet, just like before, he didn't manage to see or sense the dummies. Still not convinced, Felix asked for a statue made out of the toughest material in the universe as well as some dummies from other races. He picked orcs, giants, werewolves, and even an exact copy of Wowf's Nero. Regardless, he couldn't spot a single thing inside the void domain. Even Wowf's Nero, who possessed remarkable defenses, weren't able to remain for even a millisecond within the void domain. Do you understand now? Lady Sphinx said, pumping void energy and claiming that it was a real domain is a joke compared to the real deal. If I made the real poison domain, anyone who stepped inside would turn into black ash immediately due to poisoning them on a microscopic level. Even primogenitors will experience the same fate. Jormungandr said. Same with lightning domain. Thor supported. Domains are a whole different world of abilities that shouldn't have been possible for primogenitors to possess. Lady Sphinx sighed, I tried my best to make my own, but I never found out the method. So, in the case of void domain, anything that gets placed inside will disintegrate immediately without questions asked. Felix gulped a mouthful as he asked, will it work against primogenitors? If you manage to place a primogenitor inside it, then it will kill them instantly. Thor approved but broke Felix's bubble immediately. Don't dream about it, though. Primogenitors are almost impossible to be killed in battle even against each other. Just because Felix possessed a gun that could kill anyone, it didn't mean that he would be able to. A tool is as useful as its user. I kinda want to feel being at the other end. Seeing how everything and everyone was disappearing the instant they touch his domain made Felix curious about the sensation. So, he requested the Queen to keep the void domain active automatically. Then, he walked outside and stared at its pitch-black spherical walls. Queen, remove my void immunity, Felix said. Done. Upon hearing its confirmation, Felix extended his finger slowly towards the void domain. The closer he got, the slower his finger moved. It was like his instincts were attempting to force him to halt. Felix fought off the feeling and touched the pitch-black wall. Then, there was no then, Felix disappeared instantly. Literally. All it took was a single tap to erase his entire being from existence. A few seconds later, Felix was brought back a few meters away from the void domain. Huh? What just happened? Still confused, Felix kept staring at his arms. Everything happened so fast, he didn't even feel a thing before he died. It was the most merciful death he had experienced in his life. Try it again, you must have failed to touch the void domain. Asna egged him with a faint grin. Fuck off. This is too creepy. Felix swiftly requested Queen AI to restore his void immunity. Felix would have actually preferred having a painful death than dying like this. He didn't even know that he died and was revived. If void domain is like this, I wonder what life domain does? Felix speculated. Does it revive someone from death or something? Yes, Lady Sphinx confirmed. Felix was left speechless by her confirmation. He speculated in the spirit of a joke but ended up being right. You know what, I prefer not to know anything about it. Felix shook his head and refocused on what matters. He still needed to master the use of his void domain. For example, if it was possible to make it in the void realm and transport it into the real world. Or could he create smaller void domains and shoot them as projectiles? There were many possibilities to use such a fascinating but horrifying ability. Felix was going to make sure that he bring its full terror in his upcoming Diamond ranked games. 5 days later. How much is left? Felix asked while chilling inside Mistress Candace's spaceship. We have already arrived. Mistress Candace spoke with a baffled tone, but I don't see anything near me. For real. Felix lifted his headband and examined the surrounding area. As Mistress Candace mentioned, they were standing in the middle of nowhere. I guess the planet has been destroyed or something. Felix concluded with a heavy sigh. Should I head to our next target? Mistress Candace asked. Please. A few days ago, Felix had received all the bloodline bottles that he ordered. To not waste time, he filtered them out and made more than 10 primogenitor bloodline bottles. Some were for his team and some were for his squad. The rest were kept with him in case he needed them. As for the bottles for his team and squad, he had given them to Malik. The moment Olivia, Noah, and Sylvia reach Earth, Felix would meet with them in the UVR and see whether they wanted to take them or not. This was much better than waiting a few months on Earth until they arrive. Now, he was in Jormungandr's galaxy, searching for one of the poisonous areas on his list. Unfortunately, he was out of luck most of the time. This was the 5th area already, and he ended up not finding the entire planet. In the span of 7 days, Felix had managed to eliminate more than 15 areas from the list, leaving him with only 10 more. They were all situated at the outskirts of the galaxy. Still, Felix hadn't lost hope yet. Right now, Mistress Candace was taking him into the furthest one from their position. In a short while, they reached a dwarf planet that was 3 times bigger than the moon. Its sky was dark green and moving like it was hidden behind poisonous clouds. Felix didn't get too excited about finding the planet since most of the areas he eliminated were all ruined by man-made interventions. "Oh, I remember this place," Jormungandr smiled. "It's filled with the worst poisonous gases in the galaxy. I used it as a spa from time to time. Let's hope it's still the same." Felix wished as he got closer to the planet's atmosphere. After Mistress Candace passed through it, they were met with a deserted green land that was brimming with gooey swamps. Those swamps were emitting large bursts of gases and bubbles from different colors into the atmosphere. Jackpot! Felix's eyes brightened up in delight after seeing such a hair-raising scene. He swiftly exited the void realm and jumped into the ground. The moment he landed, his feet were submerged deeply like the ground was made out of tofu. What's worse, his nano-spacesuit that was meant to protect him from the worst hazardous environment was taking a beating. Fortunately, it seemed like the planet wasn't fully deprived of oxygen, making Felix decide to give up on the spacesuit. He quickly stored it inside his spatial card and beamed his symbiote suit. His AP bracelets and symbiote suit were made out of the same material. The potency of the poison was still not enough to break through it. Knowing that he needed to experience poison through skin contact made Felix turn his symbiote suit into an underwear. He was still not comfortable enough to expose himself fully before Mistress Candace, especially when she was being naughty and teasing him from time to time. "Elder, should I practice here or is there a better spot on this planet?" Felix asked while touching the gooey green swamp. "I believe that the best spots are underground." Jormungandr guided. "Head north. You will find a mountainous region." Felix nodded his head and began his journey. In a short while, he reached a black mountain range that was stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Felix jumped into the sky and inspected the mountain range with his perfect vision, wanting to check for any caves. After repeating the process several more times, he found a hidden cave behind a large boulder. Without further ado, Felix entered the void realm. When he emerged, he was already deep within the cave. "This is the good stuff." Felix smiled in satisfaction after finding a small dark green liquid pool that was bubbling from time to time. It was surrounded by rocks, making it resemble a hot spring. Felix removed the symbiote suit and swiftly jumped inside before Mistress Candace could tease him. "Oh, I feel like my body is being massaged." Felix closed his eyes in enjoyment. "No wonder you called this place a spa. Open your eyes, you are not here to relax." Jormungandr said you need to begin increasing your affinity as fast as possible if you still want to master the second stage of poison manipulation and learn about the conversion. Understood. Felix broke free from a crippling laziness that was seeping through him and refocused on his objective. Mastering the conversion technique was a must before he participates in any individual game. If he learned it for poison, it meant that he wouldn't need to fill his tank with poison energy anymore. He could simply absorb neutral energy around him and convert it into poison energy. If he did the same for lightning element, he would leave his elemental tank exclusive for his void energy. Because he had an infinite source of energy from the void realm, he would never find trouble being out in the games. With that, he would be solving his elemental tank issue temporarily until he figured out a method to increase his elemental tank significantly. Now, sit properly and close your eyes. Jormungandr taught, remember your training in the UVR. It might be a virtual environment, but it still helped you experience a trance for a few seconds. Try to recall that sensation, Jormungandr said. I believe it will be 100 times easier when you are in a truly rich poisonous environment. As Jormungandr said, Felix did indeed find it much easier to feel the poison particles around him than in the UVR. In fact, he was already starting to see them. They were so many, his entire line of sight had turned green. When he looked beneath him, the green particles were stacked to the point they appeared to be solid. Naturally, a liquid poison pool would have more particles than poison in a gas state. Felix extended his arm forward and waved it slowly through the green particles. Then he tried to grab some, but the particles just seeped through his fingers. Not wanting to waste such an opportunity, Felix focused on the green particles that were on his hand and started to imagine turning them into a small cube. Just like magic, the green particles began to attach themselves akin to Legos before turning into a smooth, shimmering green cube. Felix opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile in gratification at the sight of the revolving cube. "You are right. It's 100 times easier here," Felix said. "Congratulations on reaching the second phase in your external manipulation." Jormungandr smiled. "Now the real fun begins." Thor chuckled. It might seem weird to celebrate making a small cube, but they knew that it was 10 times more difficult than replicating Jormungandr's body in the last Keykeeper game. That's because Felix had made Jormungandr's body from his own poison energy that was released from his body. He might have created the copy externally, but the energy was still his own. On the other hand, this cube was created 100% from external energy that didn't touch Felix at all. This was the true external manipulation. Having the ability to manipulate poison from a distance without needing to interact with it physically. Soon, Felix tried to create the same poison cube but without closing eyes this time. Alas, he ended up making air. One step at a time. Jormungandr advised, creating a connection with poison particles is not an easy process and depends heavily on talent. Since you are a human, you need to be patient with it. "I understand." Felix nodded and closed his eyes again, wanting to establish the same connection. Without connection with the invisible particles around him, he could forget about creating anything. A month later, Felix could be seen sitting on the same bubbly poison pool fully nude. He had his head lowered and eyes closed shut, appearing like he was in a deep slumber. Around him were 100 of different floating objects with diverse sizes and shapes. There were minimized vehicles such as cars, planes, tanks. There were dragons, humans, snakes, furniture, and more. Those objects were all made out of poison and weren't static at all. Each second that passes, objects get destroyed and more emerge in place. Some of them get reshaped on the spot and then split into different minimized versions of the same shape. All of this was happening at the same time, creating a sense of mystique beauty within the chaos. This was the result of 1 month of constant training, from a small cube to a free control of hundreds of objects. "He might not be born with a great affinity as my descendants, but he will surpass even the best of them in no time." Jormungandr smiled with a pleased expression. "That's to be expected from my student." Thor snickered as he gulped a mouthful of wine. If he can't even master poison, there's no point in teaching him the glory of lightning. "Go be envious somewhere else." Jormungandr shooed him away, knowing that he was just being a prick since Felix was going to spend the next months focusing only poison element. Another month went by and Felix was now able to create poison object with his eyes wide open. He didn't need full concentration to sense the poison particles around him. This was considerable progress since he couldn't close his eyes during battle to use external poison abilities. When he got comfortable making any poison object to his own desire, Jormungandr began teaching him the methods to liquefy and solidify poison. Since it was going to be happening externally, the method wouldn't be the exact same as doing it internally. Still, Felix didn't find it troublesome or harder than the internal method since he was already used to manipulation poison now. Learning a new thing as a complete newbie wasn't the same as a veteran. Regardless, Felix took another month and 2 weeks to finally master the method. Now, he was capable of liquefying and solidifying poison without being in contact with it. This would create many possibilities in his future battles. Although he made such a noteworthy progress, Felix refused to stop his training. He continued learning other techniques and abilities that were available only after mastering external manipulation. Jormungandr emphasized that he wouldn't be teaching him anything about third stage of manipulation if he didn't master at least the most important abilities and techniques in the second stage. Hence,
Felix remained within the poison pool for an additional 3 months until Jormungandr was finally satisfied with his mastery.
You can leave the pool now. Jormungandr said the third stage of manipulation requires an environment that is filled with neutral energy.
I see. Should I just return to Earth then? Felix wondered.
He knew that Earth was filled with neutral energy due to not having extreme environments for elemental energies to be born.
Do as you wish. Upon receiving a confirmation, Felix stood up from the pool and began stretching his limbs. He was sitting in the same place for months now. Nice. Not missing the chance, Mistress Candace winked at Felix from the Void Realm as she peeked at his crotch. Shut up. Annoyed, Felix quickly got dressed and joined her in the Void Realm. Thanks to Mistress Candace, the journey took merely a day and a half. Felix emerged from the Void Realm and entered his suite at the Sky Pearl Island. Robert, Malik, Eric, and the rest of his squad came running the moment he notified them of his arrival. After greeting each other, Felix asked, "How is it going for Earth? Is anyone making trouble?" When Felix headed the Federation, he requested from Malik and Eric to observe the situation in the planet. He knew that turning it into the capital city of the Federation would mean countless new immigrants would be switching their citizenship as Earthlings. Naturally, this would create a divide between native Earthlings and the immigrants.
Felix really wished that both sides wouldn't discriminate against each other, but he knew that was a far-fetched fantasy. It's not good. Malik sighed, the more immigrants gets accepted, the worse it gets. Most natives are feeling threatened by the immigrants and keep making trouble for them even though they aren't harming anyone.
Indeed, there are too many protests happening simultaneously. It's getting out of hand. Nikki added with a worried voice. Mr. Rodriguez and Madame Zoja are trying their best to quench the protests as peaceful as possible. Jones shook his head. But nothing much changed.
Sigh, I brought them an opportunity to change their lives for the better, and this is how they treat it? Felix smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat disappointed that the majority of Earthlings were failing to see the big picture.
Earth being the capital Federation meant that the entire planet had been risen in value by thousands of points. Just a tiny land in the desert would cost millions of coins if they desired to sell it.
Homeowners could also rent their place for tens of thousands a month.
Felix made sure to impose some beneficiary rules for Earthlings since he understood that they were still adapting to such a galactical expansion. Just a few years ago, they were still using internet. Now they had aliens as their neighbors. It wasn't that easy to adapt.
Regardless of his efforts, Earthlings still felt threatened by the new immigrants and wanted it to stop. Unfortunately, it wasn't up for them to decide.
For the planet to develop faster and join the ranks of the most influential planets in the universe, it needed capable immigrants.
Felix wasn't going to halt immigration just because the natives were too insecure about themselves and decided to turn their hate into innocent immigrants.
He had given them an opportunity that would have never occurred in their lifetime. Felix knew that many intelligent and ambitious Earthlings were already taking advantage of it and climbing through the social ladder. Since it's my planet, I might as well do something about it. Felix brought out an empty hologram and began filling it with a new set of rules.
As the legitimate owner of the planet, he could add any rule he wanted as long as it didn't involve something illegal. In a short while, Felix requested the Queen to apply those rules effective immediately. Are you sure about this, boss? Eric gulped, there will be riots.
Let's see if they dare. Felix sneered. Anyone who doesn't like the new rules can fuck off to another planet.
Agreed.
We had the same rules in my planet, and they worked just fine to keep things in order. Malik supported Felix's decision. The rules that Felix added weren't really that complex or limiting. They simply ensured that no one would actively protest without a legitimate reason.
If you don't want immigrants to be here, simply provide a reason that made sense instead of crying that they would be stealing jobs or such.
Earth was now a capital hub for the entire Federation, and it wouldn't be called as such if it was filed with only native Earthlings.
In case someone tried to hold a protest even without offering a good reason, they would be warned by Queen AI the first time. If they did so again, they would be fined and thrown in jail, depending on how big their protest. Enough of this, tell me about your integration with the mythical bloodlines?
Felix referred to Nikki and Jones, the last human bloodliners in his squad without a mythical bloodline. He had given them mythical bloodlines after explaining the difficulties and consequences to them. As expected, none of them rejected the bottles even though it wasn't conclusive yet if they could enter the origin realm by using them.
For Nikki, he had given her Yggdrasil bloodline, the plant/nature primogenitor.
Lady Sphinx had assured him that Yggdrasil might be still alive in the Elves' galaxy. It wasn't concerned with matters related to mortals one bit. She was as shut in as Phoenix, who was most likely still asleep above a star somewhere in the universe.
On the other hand, Jones was given Fenrir bloodline. Since Fenrir was in a hibernation, Felix didn't find using his bloodline as an issue.
As long as all the bloodline bottles never reached 75%, no one needed to worry too much. I am at 30% now. Jones coughed. I am integrating with 1% every 5 days. I am at 31%.
Nikki shivered.
I am integrating with the same percentage as Jones. You will get used to the pain. Felix chuckled after hearing their abysmal integration percentage. He knew that his pain tolerance shouldn't be compared with theirs since he was used to getting tortured from the very first bloodline he got. Where is little Ollie, Noah, and the others? Felix inquired suddenly.
They are staying in the Earthling team headquarters. Robert replied, you should pay them a visit. Olivia has been asking about you ever since she got here. All right, I will be heading there. Felix turned to Malik and requested for the bottles. He had given them to her, believing that it would take him a year or two to master the second stage of manipulation.
Fortunately, he underestimated his capabilities. After getting the bottles, Felix moved through the void and reached the Earthling headquarters in the blink of an eye. It sure got more magnificent than the last time I saw it. Felix praised with a surprised expression after emerging from the void realm at the plaza.
The half-built island had already been finished and was now at its brightest hour. Everything looked futuristic and advanced like the small island wasn't meant to be on Earth.
The only thing that remained the same was the drop in the middle of the island. The transparent dome where the Earthling team lives and trains.
Is that Felix? It can't be. Is it really him?
Felix walked towards the dome, not bothering that his appearance had stunned the staff members silly. After reaching the door, Felix allowed his bracelet to be scanned just like always and got permission to enter. The moment he stepped inside, he was startled to see Noah approaching him on his hover platform.
His appearance had been almost completely changed due to his bloodline path mutations. But Felix recognized him immediately because of his known cold and distant expression. When Noah reached Felix and nodded at him silently, he was even more certain.
Is that all I get? Felix said speechlessly. Noah frowned his eyebrows as he stared at his hand. Then he suddenly offered it to Felix awkwardly. Ah, whatever. Felix chuckled and shook Noah's hand. Nice to see you too, I guess.
Felix was now certain that regardless of what happened to him, Noah would always be the same.
A healthy mute who cared only about his sister's well-being. Where is little Ollie and the rest? Felix asked.
Noah turned around with his hover platform and gestured with his hand for Felix to follow him. Felix jumped on his hover platform and they went together towards the cafeteria.
When they reached it, Felix was surprised to see that most of the main team members were eating breakfast together. He thought that he would be seeing only 4 or 5 at most since he told Mr. Rodriguez to bring back only those who reached peak 5th stage of replacement. It seems like no one is lazing around. Soon, Felix spotted Olivia laughing while sitting with Sylvia and Hina.
Immediately after seeing her oval cute face and plump cheeks, a wide grin couldn't help but get affixed on his face.
You are really a shameless bully. Asna rolled her eyes after reading his evil thoughts. Felix ignored her and entered the void realm in a sneaky manner under Noah's curious eyes. He might be distant and silent, but it didn't mean that he wasn't fascinated by unique abilities. When do you think Felix will be returning? Hina asked while drinking orange juice. I don't know, but Grandpa Robert said he will be contacting us soon in the UVR. Olivia replied while munching on cookies akin to a squirrel. She is really adamant at eating cookies like this. Felix chuckled while extending a finger at her back.
Then he opened a tiny void rift and poked her.
Who is it? Olivia dropped the cookies at once and turned around with a vicious expression. When she saw no one, She jumped away and began floating in the air by standing above 2 hovering purple lilies flowers. "What's the matter, Ollie?"
Sylvia and the rest of the team stopped eating at once and entered a battle stance using their own abilities. "Someone poked my back," Olivia shared while examining the area carefully.
The others had gotten even more serious when they heard so, knowing that Olivia wouldn't joke about such a thing. Not a bad first reaction. Felix nodded in satisfaction. He thought that Olivia would scream ghost in fear and jump away, but it looked like he was selling her short a bit too much.
Might as well test them all and see if they have gotten any better. Felix changed his plan from pranking Olivia to examining his teammates' improvement.
"Let's start with you, Miss Vice Captain." Felix pointed his finger behind Sylvia's back and fired a thin lightning arc. CLZLZ.
When Sylvia sensed danger, she knew that evading would be impossible. So, she concentrated on her back, activating one of her newest ice abilities, Icy Skin.
Ice formed on her back instantly, protecting her from the lightning arc. However, before she could warn the others, she realized that all of them were being under attack simultaneously.
Lightning arcs were flying everywhere. The only one who appeared carefree in such a situation was Baldy Ronaldinho, the only lightning elementalist in the main team.
However, soon enough he was forced to defend himself as poisonous arrows began raining down on him from every direction. "Show yourself," Zhang Wei shouted furiously while being bombarded by both lightning and poison arrows.
He didn't even attempt to dodge them as his skin was turned into metal, enhancing his defenses greatly.
Unfortunately, when Felix saw that his attacks weren't causing much trouble to his teammates, he decided to strengthen them a little. Now, everyone was being attacked by lightning spears and thin poisonous needles that were hard to be spotted. "Allow me!" Hina clapped both of her hands together, managing to create water bubbles that encased her teammates without touching them. Water was perfect counter to both poison and lightning, as long as no one touched the bubble.
Now that the water bubbles were taking care of the bombardment, the team were given a few seconds to communicate properly. "The attacks are literally coming out of nowhere. I don't sense a single soul around us." William informed. "Should we inform Mr. Rodriguez?"
"Wait, we are being attacked by poison and lightning abilities." Sylvia looked around her. "They are coming from nowhere. Doesn't this remind you of someone?" The moment she put it like this, everyone was stunned when a picture of Felix manifested before them. "Felix! You prick!"
"I know it's you," Olivia immediately yelled out. "Took you a while, slowhead?" Felix emerged next to Olivia in the air and patted her head with a faint smile. When Olivia felt his warm hand above her head, she turned around slowly and stared at him with widened eyes.
"It's really you," she mumbled in disbelief.
Felix was gone for so long, it was hard for her to accept his sudden appearance. "No hug?
Are you going to shake my hand like that, mute no?"
Before Felix could finish his sentence, Olivia embraced him tightly while tearing up, "You prick, I missed you."
"I missed you too." Felix patted her back gently and looked at the rest of his team. "Same applies to all of you."
"Welcome back, Captain." Thrilled, Leo and Ronaldinho broke through the water bubble immediately and rushed towards Felix. "Did you really need to test us like this?" Sylvia commentated while eyeing Felix in annoyance.
"I am the captain after all." Felix coughed, not wanting to expose that his first intentions were to prank Olivia. "We are glad that you came back." Zhang Wei nodded at Felix. "Yes, we might have gone offline in the camp for a couple of years, but we caught up to everything that happened in our journey." William smiled bitterly. "You really made our struggles in the camp appear like a joke." In the span of 3 years, Felix's MMR was already high enough to participate in Universal Diamond Games. He graduated from the Royal Witch Academy in a single year and became a Master Potioneer. He went to the Guardian Empire and became the Void Guild's president and most reputable person in the Empire. He joined the Galactical War and ended it in a single day, which allowed him to become the unofficial leader of the Federation. He turned Earth into the capital city and was boosting its development into new heights.
All of this while still increasing his strength at a phenomenal level.
On the other hand, his teammates' achievement was reaching peak 5th stage of replacement in the same period. Such a comparison was truly too brutal and hard to stomach.
When it was brought to light like this, even Olivia felt ashamed to boast about her integration before Felix.
Worst of all, most of the team were still back in the camp, having not even managed to reach peak 5th stage of replacement. Kenny, Sarah, and more teammates with low affinity rating had their struggles doubled.
Why so down all of a sudden? Felix pulled Olivia's cheek playfully and said, if you keep comparing yourselves with me, you will just hurt your motivation. You know that, right?
My starting line was thousands of kilometers ahead of you, so don't feel bad about not being able to catch up. Felix eyed all of them. Even the most talented human in the universe will fail to do so.
Felix would rather be straight with them and destroy any kind of fantasy they had about reaching his level than lie to them and encourage them to do the impossible.
Felix knew that his progress would be nothing without the help of Asna and his masters. That's just a fact.
For them to catch up, they needed their help too more than hard work and talent.
Seeing that most of them were still finding it hard to accept it made Felix smile in satisfaction. This just proved that Olivia and the others were extremely competitive and ambitious individuals. They weren't going to stop trying just because he told them so. Their motivation might be affected a little but not killed completely. They are worthy of primogenitor's bloodlines. Felix was certain more than ever that he needed to help them. Just like he found a way to break through human limitations, they might also find their own path, no matter how impossible it seemed.
Felix had never forgotten that one of his main goals was to lift the human race as a whole by breaking limitations in their cultivation system.
If he was going to start somewhere, might as well start with his own teammates. Let's gather in the conference room. I got something that will cheer you up. Felix smiled as he patted Olivia's head. When everyone gathered in the conference room, Felix looked at Sylvia and asked, "By the way, where's Coach George?"
He remained behind with the rest at the camp. Sylvia answered.
I see. Felix nodded his head and beamed 8 bottles with different colors. I have recommended you to join the Phantom organization as well. Felix extended his hand to the bottles and said, the moment you accept being recruited, you will be given a mythical bloodline that matched your element. For real? Leo exclaimed with a thrilled expression. The others were just as excited as him. Even Noah had his eyebrows risen in surprise, not expecting that they would be given mythical bloodlines. Isn't this too much? Sophia asked with a worried tone. 8 bottles can net more than 500 billion coins in the market. Is it really worth it to invest that much in us?
Upon hearing so, the team's excitement died down slowly. All of them wanted a mythical bloodline bottles, but at the same time, they preferred not to create trouble for Felix in the organization.
In their eyes, recommending them was the same as vouching for their capabilities and worth to the organization. If they screwed up or failed to live up to the organization's expectations, they would be ruining Felix's image and name. They are worrying about ruining my image from myself. Felix wanted to laugh but held it in at their unwarranted worry.
He appreciated it though and made sure to ease their minds about accepting the bottles. The organization is investing heavily in the Earthling team. So, if you really don't want to ruin my image, take the bottles and get as strong as possible for the games. Felix said while forwarding a contract to them. Now sign the recruitment contract so we can begin.
Sylvia and the others read the contract and found it was more of an advanced NDA contract. No one could expose anything about the organization or the bottles. If they went and did so, the consequences wouldn't be too pleasant.
Felix did them a favor by giving them a mythical bloodline. So if they screwed him over, they wouldn't be treated politely.
No one thought anything weird about the penalties since they believed that the organization wrote them, not Felix. After a few minutes, everyone signed the contract and could be considered as official members to the organization.
We can't expose that we are members of the Phantom organization, right? Audiv inquired. Naturally. Felix nodded while picking 2 bottles that were filled with a blue chili liquid. Then he called for Noah and Sylvia to come upstage.
Without fanfare, Noah and Sylvia climbed the stage shoulder to shoulder. Everyone seeks a mythical bloodline, since it's the ultimate bloodline rarity in the universe. Felix spoke with a serious tone. You will be able to unlock 9 abilities instead 6. Those abilities are beyond your imaginations. Your enhancement boost will be incomparable to anything you experienced. I dare claim that mythical bloodliners are much stronger than even pure-blooded Origin Realm descendants.
The more he said, the more excited everyone got.
Alas, Felix had to burst their bubble immediately, so they wouldn't blame him later on. However, there is a considerable disadvantage for using a mythical bloodline. Felix said truthfully, "You will not be able to break through the origin realm." "What do you mean?" Arno asked. "What I mean is that no method has been discovered yet to enter origin realm by using mythical bloodline." Felix informed, "Maybe it will be discovered in the future, or maybe it will never happen. Before making your decision, you need to keep this risk in mind." Olivia and the others glanced at each other, wanting to see how their teammates feel about all of this. On the other hand, Noah didn't even bother to glance at the others. He simply extended his hand at Felix, gesturing him to hand over the bottle. "Are you certain?" Felix asked for confirmation.
Noah nodded silently and took the icy blue bottle. He beamed it in his spatial card immediately and returned to his seat. It might seem like he made a rash decision, but in Noah's mind, there wasn't much choice to make really.
He understood that breaking through origin realm took centuries to millennials of effort to build the perfect mental state. Even then, there was a tiny chance of succeeding. So, what's the point of denying such a God-sent opportunity for a slime chance to break through?
Especially when it wasn't certain yet that breaking through with mythical bloodline was utterly impossible.
Noah might not have said anything, but his swift and decisive actions had shown everyone that they were thinking too much. The answer was clear. "Thank you for the recommendation. I won't forget this debt." Sylvia bowed her head in appreciation and took the bottle.
Soon, Felix called for Olivia and the rest, giving them each a bottle of their own.
Unfortunately, when Leo and William Turn had arrived, Felix had to disappoint them.
"I am sorry, but there isn't any bottle for earth element or sound element." Felix shook his head.
"What? Why?"
"It can't be."
Both of them were heartbroken by the news, feeling like fate was pulling a joke on them.
Felix couldn't be truthful and tell them that sound and earth primogenitors were alive and active.
There was no way Felix would be extracting their bloodlines and giving them to others without their approval.
He would be just asking for trouble. Worst of all, he would be embarrassing his masters.
The organization still haven't made bloodlines for those elements. Felix tried to comfort them. "Though, you can use bottles for other elements if you have a secondary one." Upon hearing so, William and Leo felt like their souls had returned to their bodies.
It wasn't the perfect route they hoped for, but they would rather use mythical bloodlines for their secondary element than none.
How could they keep their heads up when the rest of their teammates were mythical bloodliners?
"My secondary element is fire. I have 45% affinity rating on it." Leo sighed in relief. "It's not as high as my main element, but I can manage myself." "My secondary element is light. It's 39% affinity rating." William nodded. "I will be slower than the rest in integration, but it will be fine in the future."
Switching an element was a big move since they needed to relearn everything from the start again. In addition, there could be conflict in abilities from different elements. Thankfully, their secondary elements actually supported their main just fine and vice versa. "I had a feeling that you will be making this decision." Felix smiled as he beamed 2 new bottles for those 2 elements.
"Haha,
Captain. I want to kiss you so hard right now." Leo gave a heartful laugh as he jumped on Felix, trying to kiss him on the cheek. "A thank you is sufficient." Felix pushed Leo's face away in annoyance. Now that everyone had a mythical bloodline bottle, Felix had to warn them ahead about the incoming painful experience. "I suggest that you start integrating with 1% to get a feel for it," Felix advised. "The integration duration will be 15 minutes and the pain would be at least 10 times what you are used to." For real. No one thought that it would be this difficult since they had seen Felix's integration speed being on par with them during the old days. This meant he was integrating with 5% and more during each attempt just like them, while his difficulty was 10 times harder than them.
Now it made sense to them why Felix had reached this far in his journey. They couldn't help but admire him even more for it.
"If we integrated with 1%, it will be hard to get a mutation," Ronaldinho murmured. "Should I risk it and go for 3% at least?" Noah and the rest thought the same. This was a mythical bloodline and their last integration. It would leave a bad taste in their mouths if they pussied out and integrated with just 1%, denying themselves from a fine mutation.
At least Ronaldinho thought about doing just 3%. Noah was actually thinking of doing a whole 10% at once. In his mind, if Felix was able to take it, he could do it as well.
If you are still not convinced about the difficulty, we do a test run in the UVR. Felix grinned. You will go through the same pain as I did during my third replacement when I integrated with 13%. 13%. Everyone was left speechless at such a horrific percentage. During their time in the camp, they were replacing bloodlines with 11% at best. Only Noah was capable of doing 12%.
This was while the integration process took only 5 minutes.
They didn't dare to imagine doing 13% for an entire 15 minutes. Especially when the pain was 10 times stronger. Your pain tolerance is truly too freakish. Sylvia and the others didn't know if they should feel awed or terrified by it.
15 minutes later.
So, what do you think? Felix asked with an easygoing smile while staring at his teammates lying on the floor with deadpan expressions.
Only Noah and Sylvia were standing next to him with disappointed looks.
You are a monster.
Captain, you must be a masochist to handle such a pain every 2 days.
I am starting to reconsider using a mythical bloodline. Olivia and the rest gave Felix a look meant for monsters, not expecting that the pain would be this agonizing.
No one even attempted 13% like Felix mentioned. Instead, they started with 10% like they were used to.
Yet, not a single one of them managed to survive for a single minute. The instant they give in to the pain and faint, it was all over for them.
Realizing that they needed to go through this hell for 15 minutes made them understand how laughable their previous integration compared to this. The second time, all of them reduced the percentage to a reasonable number, 5%.
This time, most of them passed the 5 minutes mark, but it was still not enough. From there on, they kept reducing the percentage to 4%, 3%, 2%, and lastly, 1%.
The shocking part, only Sylvia and Noah managed to finish the integration successfully.
Still, they didn't take pride in it at all. Don't get discouraged too much. Felix clarified. The pressure of real death plays a considerable role in integration. No matter how realistic the UVR, it would be hard to go all in with integration while knowing that you can stop at any given moment without consequences. Death was a major player in pushing bloodliners into finishing their integration no matter what. Upon hearing so, Olivia and the rest felt a bit comforted, but still, they weren't too pleased with their performance. Failing to integrate with even 1% made it seem like the time they spent in the camp was useless, especially when there was a monster next to them with the same age. Felix. Nimmo is throwing a tantrum after waking up. Mistress Candace suddenly contacted Felix. He wants to be with you. Okay. I am done here anyway, Felix said.
He turned to his teammates and informed them, after you cross at least 60% in your integration, we will be doing a planetary games marathon.
Marathon? Leo lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, we will play all of our placement games in one day. Felix added, I won't be playing those games with you. I believe that you can handle dealing with 5th stage bloodliners when you become full-fledged mythical bloodliners. Felix wasn't planning on wasting his team fighting against 5th stage or 6th stage bloodliners. He trusted that Sylvia and the rest would be able to win against them with flying colors. When they reach games against other races, he would be joining them then. Felix understood that this Earthling team would end up facing a barrier when he climbs to Platinum Games. After all, the players there would be as strong as Origin bloodliners. Though he ignored this matter for now, preferring to seek a solution for it when the time comes.
Don't worry, we will not disappoint you or the organization, Sylvia assured with a serious tone.
You can rely on us, Felix, Olivia promised. We will see about that. Felix waved his hand and logged out. He informed them that he would be training on the island for a while and that he shouldn't be bothered unless it was important. Then, he teleported inside his bedroom that was left untouched since the moment he departed. The first thing he did was bring Nimmo from the Void Realm, allowing him to explore the room to his desire. To learn the conversion method, you need to understand first what are those inscriptions on your body, Jormungandr requested. Summon them and expose your chest.
Felix did as he was told with an eager expression.
After his body got completely covered in those green inscriptions, Jormungandr began speaking. No one knows exactly what are those writing,
but everyone is referring to them as the language of the creator or the universe. You don't know? Creator. Felix was startled by his answers. He expected that Jormungandr should have already understood everything there was to know about those inscriptions. After all, he spent billions of years having them on his body. It's hard to translate those inscriptions. Lady Sphinx admitted. Without the maniacal monolith's existence, we wouldn't have been able to decipher even 1%. Even Lady Sphinx was admitting her inability to fully comprehend them. I never thought their origin will be this mysterious. Felix murmured as he touched the inked writings. I believe that the creation primogenitor is currently the only one who is still fully devoted to deciphering those writings. Thor mentioned. Yes, he never resurfaced again after telling us about it. Lady Sphinx nodded in agreement. I believe it's been more than 2 billion years now? Jormungandr wondered. More or less. 2 billion and he still hasn't cracked the code yet? Felix was left at loss for words. Most of us believe that our meaning in life lies behind the secrets of those inscriptions. Thor chuckled. But the majority already gave up on trying to understand them. Everyone is hoping for the creation primogenitor to figure out and grace us with an answer. Lady Sphinx shook her head, but nothing has been heard from his side. Are you collecting the monoliths to discover their secrets as well? Felix asked. No. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders. I am just curious what will happen if they were all gathered at the same place. Cough, I see. Lady Sphinx's obsession with intriguing experiment truly never failed to amaze Felix. There is another reason why those inscriptions are significant to primogenitors. Jormungandr disclosed with a strict tone. They are believed to be a treasure trove of unfathomable techniques. The conversion technique that define us primogenitors has been gotten from deciphering a single sentence. Thor added, it is believed that the written inscriptions are made from hundreds of unidentified sentences. The more Felix heard, the more his astonishment grew in those inscriptions. The conversion technique was an ability that allowed primogenitors to transform neutral energy into their desired element. Such a technique made sure that one would never run out of energy as long as he was within a space filled with neutral energy. It was that overpowered. Yet, he heard that there were actually hundreds of techniques that were just as amazing written on his body. Felix felt like he was a walking treasure chest. Did you decipher any other techniques? Felix wondered in intrigue. You don't understand, we didn't decipher anything. Lady Sphinx shook her head. It was the creation primogenitor who found the technique and learned it. Then he shared it with us, wanting to see if those techniques were applicable to everyone. Ever since he gave us the conversion technique, he never bothered to share with us another technique. Jormungandr said, we all tried to find out how exactly did he decipher the technique, so we can get more techniques, but no one ever succeed. I see. Felix sighed. That's a shame. It was much worse to have a treasure but no key to open than not having the treasure at all. Now, Felix was going to experience the same discomfort as the rest of the primogenitors, knowing that he was carrying with him hundreds of techniques that could change his life upside down but unable to figure them out. Asna, you don't know anything about this, right? Felix restored to Asna. Nope, Asna replied lazily. You sure? Felix narrowed his eyes. Fuck off, I am being truthful. Asna flipped him after seeing that he was not believing her. How about you? Felix turned to Mistress Candace. This is the first time I hear about this. Mistress Candace replied. Don't bother yourself. Lady Sphinx chuckled. All paths and methods have been attempted by primogenitors over billions of years, but to no avail. Just forget about the other techniques and focus on learning what's in front of you. Ah, I know. It just feels bad. Felix sighed. You will get over it soon. Thor chuckled. Let's hope so. Felix asked, how do I learn conversion technique? I believe the sentence is written on your left chest. Jormungandr said. Felix glanced at the inscriptions on his left chest and didn't know what he was looking for. The words appeared just like a bunch of gibberish attached to each other. Seeing his dilemma, Jormungandr gestured for Mistress Candace to get closer. Then he wrote the sentence in the air and told her to point it out for him. Since Mistress Candace's main consciousness was connected with her whisk that was operating her body, she understood the assignment perfectly. It's this tiny long line. she said as she placed a finger on a sentence that appeared as such. Poo-oh. Without Felix needing to ask, Jormungandr translated it for him. It means, poison is in all things and all things are in poison. What's that supposed to mean? Felix was baffled. Who knows for sure? Lady Sphinx added. All we know is that the same sentence repeat in every inscription. The only difference is the element. Yep, in my case, it says that lightning is in all things and all things are in lightning. They're agreed. The creation primogenitor has found out that if you pronounced it successfully, your body will start absorbing the neutral energy around you and transform it into your elemental energy. That's it, Felix said speechlessly. He thought that the technique would be insanely complex and would take him at least a couple of years to master since it was in third stage of manipulation. Who would have known that it would be the same as using a magic spell? Learning the technique is easy, but mastering it? That's a different story. Jormungandr scoffed at his belittling. Just like absorbing elemental energies from objects, every person has his own speed based on his affinity. Thor explained. In the case of the conversion technique, your affinity will be playing a massive role as well. The technique enables you to convert neutral energy to elemental energy, but the speed, the quantity, and the quality are on you. Lady Sphinx further clarified. There is also an advanced level of conversion, where you can convert energy externally. This meant you can literally create poison abilities from nowhere. Jormungandr added. When Felix heard it like this, it began to make sense why his masters believed that it would take him a while to truly learn this technique effectively. All this talk got me excited to see how it goes. Felix requested eagerly for the pronunciation from Jormungandr. Jormungandr went on and taught Felix how to pronounce the sentence letter by letter, so he wouldn't butcher it. The first time Felix tried to say the sentence, he sounded like a goblin getting chalked. He completely butchered it. The spelling was even worse than the Hive race language. Still, it took Felix a mere 15 minutes of repetition and correction until he finally got it right. The moment he spelled it out, the written sentence on his chest began turning brighter and brighter until it was illuminating akin to a green lamp. It's burning. Felix knitted his eyebrows after sensing heat rising from it. Let it be. It will be over soon, Jormungandr said. Sure enough, the heat dissipated, but the light remained shining brightly. Before Felix could feel worried that it would stay like this forever, Jormungandr asked him to recall his inscriptions. Felix did so and was relieved to see that the sentence had disappeared with the rest. Now what? Felix wondered. Just like bloodline abilities. Think about converting neutral energy into poison energy and it will happen automatically. Jormungandr informed. Okay. Felix extended his palm forward and began thinking of absorbing neutral energy from it. Whoosh! Just like a magic trick, the wind in the room began rushing towards Felix's palm. It wasn't that noticeable from afar, but Felix could feel a new type of energy coursing through him. It was soft, mild, and warm. Before he could enjoy it more, the energy turned almost instantaneously into his familiar poison energy. 2%, 4%, 10%, 20%, haha, this is crazy. Felix laughed in excitement at the sensation of having his tank being filled without touching a single elemental stone. It was truly a miracle in display, and anyone who saw it would have their jaws dropped in shock. Don't get too excited, Jormungandr said. Your absorption speed is still crap, and the energy converted is the lowest quality there is. Upon hearing so, Felix realized that he was indeed right. The converted poison energy was the same as the one gotten from low-tier poison stones. Sure, his tank was being filled, but that energy would be used almost immediately to fuel a single ability of his. For example, Asna's purified energy was the best for a simple reason. It enabled Felix to use more abilities due to the energy being compressed to the limit, not taking space at all in his elemental tank. How do I increase it? Felix asked with a serious tone, knowing that he couldn't bring such crap energy to the diamond-ranked games. It would take him hours to fuel a single solid poisonous needle. Practice and affinity, Jormungandr summarized. Since you already increased it to a good level in the past months, you only need to practice doing one thing. Jormungandr paused. Try to absorb neutral energy again. But this time close your eyes and heighten your senses to the limit. When Felix tried doing so, He was astonished to see tiny green particles filling the room. Some of them were rushing through his palm while the majority remained suspended in the area, not bothering to approach him. "How is this possible?" Felix asked with a curious expression. "The moment you learned the conversion technique, your senses were now equipped to feel the little poison particles inside the neutral energy," Thor clarified for him. It might be called conversion technique, but the process was more of a filtration. Lady Sphinx added, "Neutral energy has particles for every element in the known universe. When you absorb neutral energy, you will filter out the rest of the particles and keep the poison ones. Then, they merge to make poison elemental energy within you." Lady Sphinx's explanation was Felix needed to understand the principle of conversion technique. In fact, he already figured out that his poison affinity role in this was to help him sense more poison particles and focus on attracting them. By increasing his affinity and making sure to practice on a daily basis, his body would soon be converting neutral energy into a high-quality poison energy. Sure, it wouldn't be as good as Asna's energy, but he would have an infinite source since neutral energy was literally everywhere besides areas with extreme environments. "I believe the same principles applies to the rest of the elements," Felix said. "Indeed," Jormungandr nodded. "Then, should I head to Master Thor's galaxy now to increase my lightning affinity?" Felix mentioned his plan. "I can practice on my conversion technique on the way by making a few stops." "You are getting ahead of yourself." Jormungandr shook his head. "Did you forget already that your lightning inscriptions are sealed?" "Shit." Felix facepalmed. Felix completely forgot that he needed to unseal his lightning inscriptions to increase his affinity properly. How could he increase it when he was unable to use even external manipulation? But if he unsealed it, he would be forced to seal his poison inscriptions, and this would ruin his attempts at training the conversion technique. In other words, Felix could forget about focusing on two elements at the same time when the seal was still a thing. How am I supposed to master third stage of manipulation, though? No one can truly claim to master third stage of manipulation when they haven't learned even 1% of the written techniques. Jormungandr answered. Huh? So, how am I supposed to remove the seal? Felix was baffled. He was told that the only to remove the seal was by mastering the third stage of manipulation and getting the poison inscriptions under his command. Since the only known technique in third stage of manipulation is conversion, mastering it will be equivalent to mastering the third stage of manipulation. Jormungandr clarified what he said. Now it made sense in Felix's eyes. When you achieve so, the inscriptions will see if you are deemed worthy to listen to your commands. Jormungandr added. They are alive? Felix was stunned. No, but it is believed that they have a will of their own. Thor replied. Just like bloodlines. Felix recognized the similarities between them and bloodlines. They also rebel when a bloodline with the same rank or lower get merged with them. Those two inscriptions refused to stack on each other and would be in a constant war unless Felix could control one of them. Now that he knew the method to achieve so, he wasn't planning on lazying around. Especially when he wasn't going to replace Lord Cow's bloodline anytime soon. Felix had already decided that he wouldn't be replacing it before he reaches at least the 6th Devourer mark. The Void bloodline was already too overpowered to handle his upcoming battles. So, it was better to hold into it while increasing his physical strength as much as possible. If he went and replaced it after reaching the 6th mark, the replacement enhancement would be on a godly level. Might as well go to Fairy's dimensional pocket and remain there until I am in control over my poison inscriptions. Felix made a viable decision. He knew that Thor's galaxy was nearby the Fairy's dimensional pocket. This would enable him to start searching for areas rich with lightning energy the moment he took control over his inscriptions. He wasn't going to the Fairy's dimensional pocket for sightseeing but to improve his consciousness lake, which would help him toughen his mental defenses even further. Just like that, he would be taking care of most of his glaring weaknesses and join the diamond-ranked games fully prepared. Since you ended up increasing your poison affinity without my help, I will give you a treasure that is desired by the Fairy Matriarch. Lady Sphinx suddenly offered. Much appreciated, Felix said with an ecstatic tone. Don't thank me. It's what I promised you before. When Felix won the last game and earned 2 monoliths for Lady Sphinx, he was asked for a request as a show of gratitude. Felix requested her help to improve his elemental capacity, but he was shown the conversion technique. She promised that she would help him with increasing his affinity at least, but Felix's speed turned out to be not that bad. So, she decided to cash out his request with this matter. Felix was beyond happy about it. He knew that if you brought a treasure that was desired by the fairy matriarch, she would personally handle fairy dust ritual. If the item was of a true high quality, she would increase the duration of the ritual by additional hours. Felix knew that everyone desired to receive such a treatment, but they could only settle for other fairy dust rituals. Since every person had only one chance in his lifetime to enter the fairy's dimensional pocket, everyone was seeking to make the best of it. That's why it was common occurrence to hold into the best wish gotten from the games to use it on this ritual. I better purchase my ticket now. Felix grinned while opening the website responsible for making reservations and provide details on the rituals available in the fairy's dimensional pocket. Just like the witches and dwarves, who sell potions and artifacts, the fairy's main revenue was their fairy dust. The first thing that popped in front of Felix after opening the website was an ad for a new type of fairy dust that was capable of enhancing visionary senses permanently. Felix removed the holographic ad away and pressed on a tab called Entry Tickets Dash. Immediately, he was met with a long string of colorful tickets with their prices written on the side. Economy Class Entry Ticket 1 stars secures a reservation to obtain a common rated ritual, cost 1 gold wish and 2 million SC. Business Class Entry Ticket 2 stars secures a reservation to obtain an elite rated ritual, cost 1 platinum wish and 100 million SC. Premier Class Entry Ticket 3 stars secures a reservation to obtain a shaman-rated ritual, cost 1 platinum wish from Universal Platform and 1 billion SC. VIP Class Entry Ticket 4 stars secures a reservation to obtain an matriarch-rated ritual, cost 1 diamond wish from the Universal Platform and 500 billion SC. From the list, it was clear that the fairy's blessings were exclusive to SG players due to requiring a wish as a basic requirement for entry. This was a scheme to force capable fighters into joining the games if they desired to receive a fairy's blessing in their lifetime, either that or by a wish from a player. It wasn't against the rules to wish for someone else to receive the ritual as long as it was his first time. This was a method abused by authoritative figures who had no intentions to join the SG platform. The SG Alliance couldn't do anything about it since they already asked too much from the fairies to limit their rituals to only those with wishes. Felix pressed on the third choice, deciding to buy Premier Class Entry Ticket. His wish wasn't rated as a diamond rank since he didn't play against them. Felix didn't want to risk playing against them with his shitty mental defenses. The psychic shield that he was learning from Thor was still not perfected yet. Even if he learned it, it would just create a barrier against mental abilities. The moment it broke, he would be killed instantly. Felix hadn't forgotten what happened in the previous game against Hive Official. After purchasing the ticket successfully, Felix clicked on it and read the date. When he saw that his turn would be in 4 months, he was somewhat satisfied. In his previous life, he had to wait full 2 years for his turn to arrive when he purchased the economy class entry ticket. For months was nothing. After securing the ticket, Felix decided to stay on the island for a month or 2 to practice the conversion technique before setting out in his journey. On another note, he wanted to chill with Olivia and the rest to catch up with them. 2 months later, Felix could be seen chilling inside Mistress Candace's spaceship as they traveled through the void. He had embarked on the journey to the fairy's dimensional pocket a few days ago. In those couple of months, Felix had practiced the conversion technique on a daily basis. The results? He was now capable of absorbing neutral energy from every inch of his body and converting it into medium-tier poison energy. It was still not good enough for battle use, but it was good progress. As for Olivia and the rest, Felix made sure to supervise them all in their replacement process to offer help if they needed it. Thankfully, no one messed up and died during the process. Everyone but Noah and Sylvia decided to follow his advice and integrate with only 1%. The other 2 went for 2% and managed to pull it off even though it was a hellish experience. Because they used such a low percentage, most of them received not a single mutation. The only ones lucky enough to get a useless cosmetic mutation were Noah, Olivia, and Sylvia. In case of Noah and Sylvia, both of them had their hair turn icy blue. Meanwhile, Olivia's eyes turned half brown half green, making her appear quite unique. Now, they just needed to work hard and get blessed with abilities that every human would die to obtain. In a short while, Mistress Candace stopped before a gigantic floating asteroid in the middle of nowhere. If it wasn't for the 100,000 spaceships moving back and forth from it, no one would ever believe that the fairy's dimensional pocket was situated here. "Do you want me to take you to the parking lot?" Mistress Candace asked. "That's too troublesome." Felix waved his hand. "Just put me near the entrance." Mistress Candace did as she was told and teleported to the densest area on the asteroid. Surprisingly, the surface of the asteroid wasn't that bad. There was a magnificent city built on it and was encased within a crystal dome. It seemed like the gravity had been taken care of since everyone was walking normally on the streets. Felix chose a random empty alley and emerged from the void realm. Nimmo jumped on top of his head and started licking his ear. "Don't make trouble if you want to come with me." Felix patted Nimmo's head as he walked through the crowd. No one paid him any attention since he was wearing a hoodie and a pair of glasses. After a few minutes of walking, Felix reached the center of the plaza. There were multiple queues before a medium-sized spherical milky white ball. It was heavily guarded, making anyone reconsider doing anything idiotic in the queue. Felix walked towards a queue that was the shortest of them all. Before he could queue up, he had to show his entry ticket to one of the operators, patrolling the area. This queue was meant only for those carrying premium class tickets. Sure enough, when he showed it, no one bothered him anymore. In a few minutes, Felix's turn had arrived. A cute blue-skinned fairy with a golden hair flew next to Felix's face and introduced herself. Hi. I am Lei, your personal guide in our beautiful Loftus Dust Kingdom." "Hey there." Felix smiled as he introduced. "I am Felix and I will be under your care. Shall we begin, Sir Felix?" Lei clapped her hands and forwarded a contract. "Please sign this non-liability agreement." Felix read it swiftly in a few seconds and signed it. He was familiar with this contract as he had signed one in his previous life. It was to limit Felix from causing a scene within the fairy's dimensional pocket. In addition, to give up any right to appeal to Queen AI in case the poo-poo solution caused any permanent damages to his body. The moment Felix signed the contract, he was handed a small transparent box by Lei. Felix took the box and opened it. He found 12 tiny bottles arranged neatly inside. 6 for you and 6 for your pet. Lei warned, use them wisely and don't skip around if you want to avoid being penalized. "I know." Felix nodded as he picked 2 bottles. Then he beamed the box inside his spatial card. "Do you want us to safekeep your AP bracelet?" The fairy ensured, "The contract you signed gives you immunity for the duration you remain within our kingdom." "No, thank you." Felix rejected politely. Upon hearing so, the fairy gave him some space and watched him with a serious expression. Felix knew that she wouldn't look anywhere else until he drinks the solution. "Come Nimmo, drink this." Felix opened the bottle and gave it to Nimmo. "Ee?" The moment Nimmo smelt a sweet aromatic scent, he didn't hesitate to drink the whole thing in one gulp. Burp. Nimmo burped in satisfaction and eyed Felix's bottle with a greedy look. "E?" However, before he could use his killer puppy look to beg him for it, he started feeling fuzzy and dizzy all over. Soon, Nimmo's size began to shrink little by little in a noticeable manner. Glad it worked on him too. Felix sighed in relief after seeing that the solution was doing its magic. He wasn't worried at all that Nimmo's size had been reduced to a mere 2 centimeters. That's because the Loftus Dust Kingdom was inside a minimized world. No one was allowed to enter it without having the same size as the fairies. Lei landed on Felix's shoulder and held Nimmo within her arms. He was sleeping peacefully, not knowing that his size was as small as an ant. "I hope I won't pass out this time," Felix wished as he drank the poo-poo solution. If the materials used to make the solution were poisonous, Felix would have an immunity to those side effects. In a few seconds, his heartbeats began to accelerate while his head felt as heavy as a boulder. Soon, he was assaulted by a nasty headache following an irritating dizziness that tried to force Felix into passing out. However, it wasn't enough to push Felix into fainting with all the experience he had under his belt. So, Felix had experienced the minimizing effect personally, allowing him to see himself turning smaller and smaller. A moment later,
Felix's was fully covered under his clothes, not being seen at all. His size was barely 20 centimeters. No one reacted to this since it was happening to everyone all around the sphere.
Fuck, maybe I should have just passed out and let them take care of me. Felix massaged his temples, hoping to get rid of that annoying dizziness.
Your mind is finding it difficult to adjust to your new size, Lady Sphinx said. Fainting would have been better to give your mind a chance to rewire itself and adapt a little to its new environment. The poo-poo solution was one of the fairy race's miracles, as it allowed anyone to get minimized with almost no side effects.
However, the adapting process was up to the person himself.
In worst cases, there were a few people who were in constant headache due to not getting accustomed to their new sizes. What's done is done, Felix said while beaming his clothes in his AP bracelet. Then, he beamed a minimized outfit made from nanobots and wore it. Since his AP bracelet was made from artificial symbiote skin, it was versatile and able shapeshift as he pleased. Thus, he turned it into a belt around his waist. Oh, you didn't faint, Layli exclaimed in shock after spotting Felix standing on the ground in new clothes. For real?
How did he pull it off? Did he consume something before taking the solution?
When the others heard her, they all lowered their heads in surprise and eyed Felix.
It wasn't a common occurrence to see someone able to keep his head intact after drinking the solution.
If only everyone was as tough as you, we wouldn't have been too busy taking care of them. Layli sighed in displeasure as she flew towards Felix. Seeing that he was all dressed up and ready to go made her even more happy to be his guide. Hold my hand. I will take you to your house. Layli extended her fair hand at Felix and waited for him to grab it. Now that Felix had the same size as Layli, he would be lying if he said that they weren't too attractive for their own good. Just this fairy alone would cause chaos within countries if she ever grew to a regular size.
Unlike the witches, the fairies had two genders, which meant they were able to have intercourse and enjoy it.
Felix knew that some rich and authoritative bastards use a player's wish to gain access to the fairies' kingdom, so they could have their way with one or two.
The fairies weren't immune to money, which meant there was a prostitution business alive and kicking within the kingdom. Sir Felix. Layli titled her head cutely after seeing him space out. Oh, sorry about that. Felix shook those thoughts and took her hand. Then she flew with him towards the sphere without an issue.
One of the miracles of the poo-poo solution was reducing the weight of everyone drastically, making them as light as a feather. Soon, the fairy penetrated the white sphere, forcing Felix into closing his eyes to avoid getting dizzy again from crossing dimensions. A few moments later, Felix started feeling a gentle breeze caressing his skin and a touch of sunlight, heating his face. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel at peace internally just by the mere scene before him. A waterfall submerged within a forest of blue leaves, making it seem magical.
The waterfall was strawberry pink and swishing over the rocks joyfully. It was thundering down into the pool like a gigantic waterspout.
When it toppled into the ecstasy pool, it foamed it at the bottom. The rest of the pool was as clear as cellophane, enabling Felix to see down into the rocky bottom. Fronds of forest blue plants waved gently in the depths.
Just as the scene couldn't get any more magical, he saw a gaggle of geese-looking animals grazing by the bank and quacking as they fooled around it. Yet, the most mysterious thing out of all of this was the size of the waterfall trees and animals. They were minimized too. An entire tiny world for fairies is hidden in this dimensional pocket. Felix said in admiration, I don't know if it is man-made or a work of nature, but it is one of the most beautiful and magical places in the universe. This was one of the reasons why everyone needed to drink the poo-poo solution. This was no place for giants. Let's go, there are plenty of better scenes to enjoy. The fairy tightened her grip and flew with Felix towards the woods.
In a few minutes, they reached a wooden gate that was guarded by two male fairies. Entry ticket, one of them said sternly. The moment Felix showed it to them, they dropped the stern presence, welcomed him in a heartful manner. I hope you enjoy your stay in Lagoonwood Town.
It might be just a town, but it was bustling with vigorous life that most modern cities lack. Children fairies were giggling as they chased after another. People from different walks of life could be seen exploring the market or chatting with fairies to know more about them.
There was absolutely no presence of technology around. The transportation method were hummingbirds operating as taxis.
The elevators were wooden platforms controlled by sentinel vines. The houses were built inside the trees while the plaza, marketplace, business district were all on the ground level. Although the trees were also minimized, they were still gigantic enough to turn them into livable houses and take advantage of the spacing between them. Let's get you settled at your house first. Layli took Felix to the transportation station and picked one of the hummingbirds that were parked on a branch. Want to learn driving? Layli asked as she offered the lead to Felix. Most definitely. Felix grinned faintly as he held the lead. Then he jumped on the hummingbird's back. The hummingbirds here were actually not as small as the ones on Earth. They were bigger, had fluffier feathers, and a sharp beak. To control a hummingbee. Whoosh! Before the fairy could finish her explanation, Felix already took off on the hummingbird, flying at an unimaginable speed. Stop! You will crash into someone. Layli's face lost color immediately at the image of crashing into another hummingbird. She brought her a game and chased after Felix. Her speed wasn't to be underestimated at all. In fact, she was faster than a hummingbird when she went all out, allowing her to catch up to Felix in a few seconds. Drop the lead. Drop the lead. Let it fly on its own. The fairy shouted at Felix from the side, knowing that the hummingbird taxi would keep obeying Felix's directions regardless of what as long as he was leading him. Felix ignored her and continued enjoying the ride, not fearing for anything. In his previous life, he drove hummingbirds for months until he mastered riding them. Adding the fact that he had perfect vision made it impossible for him to crash into someone else. Is this really his first time here? As he kept weaving through the leaves, branches, and other hummingbirds, the fairy stopped shouting at him and just followed him with a look of disbelief. Can you lead the way? Felix asked as he drew nearer. You should have followed me from the start. You already missed it. Layli scolded the moment she broke from her daze. Sorry about that. Felix coughed. Why am I this unlucky to end up always with troublemakers? Layli huffed in annoyance. As a premium ticket payer, Felix had been assigned Layli to be his personal guide and assistant. It might not be the royal treatment that the VIP ticket payers experience, but it was far better than what he went through in his previous life. He was thrown into the town to fend for himself without a single clue on what to do. After a short while, Felix had reached his house. Well, it was somewhat of an apartment inside a hollow tree that was housed by many other apartments stacked on each other. This made the tree resemble a residential skyscraper. Not bad. Felix expressed his satisfaction when he saw that his apartment had 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a restroom. Everything was carved from wood, giving the apartment a basic appearance. Still, Felix wasn't complaining about it since the basic entry tickets payers were forced to live in a single room with other people. Since you decided to keep your AP bracelet, every item that crosses a certain size will be blocked from being beamed in our kingdom. Layli informed as she stood before the door. I know. Felix nodded. You also need to take care of your pet. If he caused any trouble, it will be on you. Layli warned while giving Nemo to Felix. Okay. Felix took Nemo and placed him on the bed. Then he covered him with sheets made out of blue leaves and left him to sleep in peace. Do you have any other questions? Layli said. Is there a way to meet the fairy matriarch without owning a VIP class entry ticket? Felix wondered. No, Layli replied bluntly. The matriarch is extremely busy and does not meet anyone without a good reason. I see. If you have a treasure that you want to give it to her, you can hand it to me. Layli smiled innocently. I will be giving it to her and check whether she liked it or not. I don't have such a thing. Felix shook his head. I just wanted to pay my respects. Aha! Layli narrowed her eyes at him for a second before returning to her chirpy personality. Anyway, you have my contact. Call me if you need a tour or something. Layli winked. I can also arrange some fun times with my sisters if you are interested. How muc? Wanna die? Asna said coldly. Cough, not interested. Felix changed his response at the last second after hearing Asna's warning. Your loss. Layli closed the door after saying so. Good thing you didn't give her your treasure. Those little vixens are honest thieves. Mistress Candace said. I know they might seem as beautiful as goddesses, but they are tricksters. Felix nodded with a stern expression. He was already handed the treasure by Lady Sphinx when he was on Earth. Now, he just needed to find a way to give it to the matriarch without the other fairies knowing about it. There were many reports on the forums condemning the fairies for luring in visitors to bring treasures for a chance to receive personal ritual by the matriarch. But in fact, most of those treasures never make it to her. If someone dared to point fingers at a fairy for stealing it, they would be asked to give a proof or else they would be ejected from the kingdom and banned from entering it again. It wasn't that easy to give a proof when most visitors were forced to leave their bracelets under the fairy's care. What's worse, it was almost impossible to cause trouble here. Since everyone had drank the poo-poo solution, they were in a significant weakened state. Even Felix was currently not in his optimal condition. All in all, the moment one set foot in the Loftus Dust Kingdom, they needed to be on guard against the fairies and their tricks. I still have 2 months before my reservation with the shaman fairy. Might as well check out the market. Felix stretched his arms while observing the bustling, lively town from his window. Felix wanted to meet the matriarch after he finishes the shaman ritual. He knew that the matriarch would make an exception and give him a second ritual by her if she saw his treasure. However, if he met her first, he would be evicted from the kingdom the moment he gets the ritual, even though he already had another reservation in place. After Nimmo woke up, Felix placed him on top of his shoulder and exited the apartment. Nimmo seemed dazed at the start due to the sudden decrease in size, but he got over it soon after being fed void energy. Although Felix was tiny, he was still capable of opening Void Rift and sustaining it until Nimmo had his fill. Sometime later, Felix reached the marketplace and began looking around for anything interesting. My dust is capable of increasing fire affinity by 10%. Purchase my ritual for only 80 million coins. Limited offer. The first 3 buyers will be getting an extra 5 minutes in their ritual. I am interested in ritual to increase my water affinity. Any fairies available? Most of the sellers were fairies, attempting to get as many clients as possible for their rituals. Felix ignored them and continued looking around. He wasn't interested in those rituals since they were just a waste of a lifetime opportunity. Increasing affinity, boosting physical strength, enhancing senses? All of those blessings were obtainable through other means. Meanwhile, strengthening the consciousness lake wasn't that easy. The only methods known either had gruesome side effects like potions or were monopolized by the top 10 races. The fairies' ritual was the only method available to strengthen their consciousness without side effects. Since it was impossible to have 2 rituals by the fairies, one needed to pick the best option lest he regret it forever. After walking for a while, Felix reached the stolen goods district. It wasn't called as such naturally, but Felix knew that almost 80% of the treasures on display were taken from the visitors in hopes to land in the matriarch's hands. This market was his target all along. He understood that fairies prefer liquefying the stolen treasures as fast as possible to avoid getting accused. This meant they usually don't make a proper research of their treasures before putting them on sale. Is that what I believe it is? Surprised, Felix walked to one of the vendors and started examining her collection with a curious look. "Handsome fella, do you like anything?" the fairy vendor asked with a breathtaking smile. What's the price for this pot? I want it as a decoration for my apartment," Felix inquired as he eyed a holographic flower pot. There were 2 white flowers within the pot that kept emitting electricity sparks every so often. Felix recognized those flowers as an A+ graded natural treasure instantly. It was called Thunderglaive. It was an extremely rare plant that wasn't registered in Queen AI's database due to going extinct 100 million years ago. Felix recognized it because of his 2 years cramming over Lady Sphinx's books. He was already familiar with billions of unique natural treasures from every known element. His knowledge came straight from Lady Sphinx, who lived for billions of years. "You are the first person I meet who wants to decorate his apartment with a natural treasure." The fairy vendor giggled over his attempt to lower the price. Before Felix could get worried that the vendor knew about the real worth of Thunderglaive, she began bullshitting with an honest smile. "This is Lightning Twin, a natural treasure that is graded as C. But most experts claim that its worth should be at B. It costs 20 million SC on the outside, but for you, I will lower it to 15 million. The fairy stressed. "You can search for it online right this instant. You will see that I am telling the truth." She seems confident. Don't tell me she is mistaking the Thunder Glaive for the Flaming Twins? Felix went ahead and checked online, but he found out news only about the Flaming Twins. It was a C-ranked natural treasure that appeared somewhat the same as Thunder Glaive if it wasn't for the coloring being red and the flowers spewing hot flames. Cough, they are of the same species. Since that one is C-ran. Just save it. Felix face-bombed. I will be taking it. Really? Cough, I mean of course. The fairy hid her excitement like she had just gotten rid of a nuisance. After all, everything here was stolen goods, and they could be recovered at any moment if the original owner brought evidence that he got ripped off. Felix didn't care about her charade and wired her the money after signing a contract to not get cheated. Do you have AP bracelet with you? The fairy asked. Yes, please beam it to me here. Felix requested as he unlocked his spatial card. The fairy nodded in understanding and sent the flower pot straight to his spatial card as blue particles. It had to be done like this since the pot had a regular size and was banned from being beamed in the kingdom. After the transaction was concluded, Felix went to another vendor, feeling like his luck was turning around for the night. He just scored an A+ graded natural treasure that was worth at least 70 billion SC or more if it was shown in private auctions. The natural treasure went extinct, but Felix had read about its benefits in ancient times. If the two flowers were digested together, they would increase lightning affinity by at least 60% immediately. Yet, their most efficient use was in potion making. Lady Sphinx had been using this exact natural treasure to concoct potions that weren't even ranked, though Felix bought it for a single reason. His stock of natural treasures was about to run out and he needed to fill it up again. For the next hour or so, Felix walked through the stolen goods district and purchased every natural treasure that was corresponding to his elements. Because this stolen goods district was filled with remarkable treasures meant for the matriarch, he ended up buying tens of natural treasures cheaply. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as the first time. Everything that he purchased was ranked C, B, and only one A-graded natural treasure. I guess this is last vendor to visit, Felix murmured as he walked towards wooden stall that had no customer checking the staff on it. When he got nearer and checked them out, he realized why. What is this broken junk? Felix commentated speechlessly as he eyed hundreds of holographic dark pieces thrown on the stall. Some pieces were as small as a pebble while some pieces were as big as a boulder. At first sight, they looked like a bunch of dark rocks thrown together on a stall. She is really daring to attempt and pull off such a blatant scam. Mjolnir. Before Felix could finish his sentence, Thor spat out a mouthful of wine as he stared in shock at the broken junk. Mjolnir, what is that? Felix titled his head in confusion. Are you sure it's your hammer? Jormungandr asked weirdly. I spent billions of years using her. I believe I can identify parts of her by a mere glance. Thor glared at him. It just doesn't look like it, Jormungandr said. How did turn this way? Who knows? Thor said with an annoyed tone. The last time I used her was against you. I knew she will be found, but I didn't care about it. My baby can be used only by those she deemed worthy. Hammer? Are they talking about that colossal silver hammer that smashed my master's head in their battle? Felix deducted on his own from their conversion. Yes. Lady Sphinx nodded. It was Thor's most prized weapon. Hey, she wasn't my weapon. She was my companion. Thor sighed. Leaving her behind was one of the hardest decisions I had to make. Was she sentient? Felix raised his eyelids in surprise. She was getting close to gaining consciousness. Thor shook his head. She only needed a few more millions years. But I couldn't wait that long. I was at my limits. You did your best. Jormungandr smiled bitterly. He was also feeling a bit disheartened since he had a close relation to Mjolnir. After all, the times he fought with Thor were countless. He could never forget the misery that hammer had made him go through. Ever since I noticed that colossal hammer, I always wondered how is it possible for a primogenitor to use an artifact. Felix inquired, is there really artifacts that are good enough to be used by primogenitors? Felix's puzzlement was in place. The primogenitors were so strong it would seem useless to use a weapon. In fact, Felix believed that it would simply hinder them. Artifact, Thor scoffed. Never compare my baby with those toys that the dwarves are making.
If she is not an artifact, then what is she? Felix asked.
She is a divine weapon personally forged by the great metal primogenitor himself. Thor said. A divine weapon? Metal primogenitor? Felix had gotten even more confused. He never thought that there was a primogenitor capable of forging weapons to other primogenitors. Seeing his confusion, Lady Sphinx decided to enrich him a little with her knowledge. The metal primogenitor's hobby was forging items of divine properties. Lady Sphinx paused. He made accessories, weapons, armors, and instruments. His items were desired by primogenitors and were heavily contested whenever he places an item of his for trade. Items desired by even primogenitors. Felix couldn't fathom how astonishing those items' capabilities. He owed me a favor and I decided use it to make Mjolnir, Thor interjected. I remember you told me that you found an exquisite material by chance that is capable of enhancing lightning powers by 5 folds at minimum. Jormungandr chuckled. You said that making Mjolnir will be your winning card against me.
Heh, wasn't I right? Thor snickered. I won our last battle because of it. You still died from my poison, so it was a draw. Jormungandr denied. Keep telling yourself that. If I had a divine weapon as well, the battle would have gone differently. Jormungandr sneered. And you know it. Keep telling yourself that. Stop it. Lady Sphinx glared at them both.
The bickering stopped immediately. Where was I?
Oh, the metal primogenitors had decided to retire from making divine items due to some unknown reason. Lady Sphinx said, all we know is that he took a liking to the dwarves and decided to pass down a little of his legacy to them.
Wait a second. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. You telling me the dwarves weren't responsible for inventing artifacts too?
It was already a shocking truth that the witches were actually taught by Lady Sphinx. Now, even the dwarven art of artifact creation wasn't theirs to claim. Felix began to believe that most utility races invented jack shit. Unlike me, the metal primogenitor had given up on the dwarves. Lady Sphinx mentioned, the instant he found out that none of them were capable of capturing his true art of divine creation. He stopped teaching them. Though what he has already given them was enough to keep them on their feet and climb to the top of the SG Alliance. But the engravings that were written on Futharks were based on the dwarven language. Felix doubted.
That's what they call it now, I guess. Lady Sphinx chuckled. It was the metal primogenitor's own created language, and he called it the Divine Codex.
The only race capable of learning it and actually harnessing it were the dwarves due to their innate ability. Thor shook his head. Unfortunately, the metal primogenitor is somewhat of a perfectionist. He will rather stop teaching them than continue on and end up with a mediocre result. I see. Felix eyed the broken junk and then peeked at the vendor. She was yawning while focusing in midair, clearly watching something on an invisible hologram.
She didn't even notice that Felix was standing here for a while now.
If I bought it, can he repair it? Felix wondered. As I said, he has retired from forging and isolated himself. Lady Sphinx shook her head. Many other primogenitors have begged him and offered him treasures in hopes of recruiting his services, but to no avail.
I can still try. Felix wasn't discouraged one bit. Before him stood a divine weapon that was able to enhance Thor's lightning by 5 folds. Since Thor's lightning was already potent enough to fry Felix with a single electrical arc, he couldn't grasp what a 5-fold increase meant.
There was no way he would be leaving such a weapon here even though it appeared like a broken junk.
Hello there, may I know what you were selling? Felix greeted. The fairy glanced at him with a bored expression and answered, I don't know.
Ha! Felix was left at loss for words at her response. He was expecting a barrage of bullshit spewing from her mouth to convince him into buying it. Someone traded it with me for a free rent in my house. The fairy shrugged her shoulders. He said that he found out in an ancient ruins within Zafari Galaxy. That's Thor's galaxy? Felix asked. May I know the name of the ruins? He didn't tell. The fairy said. I see.
Are you interested in buying it? The fairy offered lazily. You can take it with just 1,000,000 SC.
500 SC. Felix bargained. I want it because I am curious about its origins. But I am not a fool to get it with 1,000,000. Felix didn't want to seem desperate to buy it lest he raise suspicion. The last thing he wanted was the fairy realizing that the broken junk actually worth a lot.
Whatever, deal? The fairy waved her hand carelessly.
Upon seeing so, Felix paid for the broken hammer and had it beamed in his AP bracelet. Then he walked away, heading back to his apartment. When he reached his apartment, he opened his AP inventory and examined all the broken pieces of the hammer.
He kept scrolling through his inventory until he found the smallest one of them.
He beamed it above his bed and began inspecting it up close.
If I recalled correctly, its color should be silver. Felix wondered as he touched the pitch-black surface of the piece.
Yes, Thor nodded. It seems like she has experienced severe burn marks. Even the Divine Codex engraving can't be seen anymore. I wonder what caused it such a horrible damage. Asna titled her head in puzzlement. I doubt you will use a material that is weak to elements as your main weapon. Indeed, the material I have given to the metal primogenitor has been mixed with 3 other remarkable substances. Thor shared. One is capable of changing the state of the item, allowing it to shrink and enlarge freely. Another one provided extreme resistance to most elements in the universe. The last one ensured that it is solid enough to never break. She was one of the metal primogenitor's most prized divine weapon, and he took great pride in making her. Thor coughed. He will most definitely beat you up if you brought it to him in such a condition. Why me? Felix felt wronged at the situation.
Now he started doubting whether it was a good idea to meet the metal primogenitor and ask him to repair the hammer.
Before you even have that thought, you should check if you are having all the pieces, Lady Sphinx informed. Even if he agreed to help you out by some miracle, you need to hand over every little piece. She is right, Thor supported. If you are missing just a tiny piece, the hammer will never be restored. Upon hearing so, Felix felt like he was going to be disappointed soon. Queen, please attach all of those broken pieces into each other to make a hammer, Felix requested while holding his breaths.
The queen began the process of arranging the pieces and Felix watched her work as a 3D hologram. Felix thought that it would take her a few seconds at best to finish merging all the pieces in their rightful places.
Alas, minutes went by, and the pieces kept attaching and detaching at the speed of light. Felix's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when 10 minutes went by without an end result. Before he could comment, Queen AI stopped her work and apologized. I am sorry, Sir Felix, but not a single piece is matching with another.